Guy Martin is a third-generation lorry mechanic from Lincolnshire.
Started on lawn mowers at 6-year-old. And then 12-year-old moved on to trucks. Used to bike to work to go work with my dad. Could not get to work fast enough. I'm still the same now, I think.
He's also a world-famous motorcycle racer who loves the dangers of competing on the roads. As a mechanic,
Trick as you like.
he's fascinated by the era when British workers and extraordinary feats of engineering made this country great. The Industrial Revolution.
That's when we was like the leaders in the world, wasn't it? Bar no one, really. We was the boys, weren't we?
So, in this series, he's going to find out how we did it by getting stuck into 6 major restoration projects around the UK. He'll have to work like the grafters of the past.
It was the normal thing to be doing 12, 14, 15-hour days, that sort of thing. And I think, yeah, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
He'll follow in their footsteps to learn about their way of life
That's all right.
and the dangers they faced.
Put some heat off that. Day in, day out, thought we're getting killed. Risky business. We've got it cushy now, haven't we? If it wasn't for those boys, what, 150 odd years ago, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. We can't forget what those boys did, can we?
This is how Britain worked. Guy's first project is all about the single greatest machine ever built by British workers. A machine that changed the country and the world they lived in. The steam train.
Listen to that, though, eh? Listen to that. Sure. Money couldn't buy that, could it? Not really. I like that. I do like that.
He's going to help overhaul this worn-out tank engine. It was a sort of humble workhorse that by the end of the 19th century was helping carry more than 1 billion passengers a year, when fares could be bought for little more than a penny a mile.
Look at her. 5164. She's no fancy names are out. Quite a taken back, really. Yeah, she's looking a bit sorry for herself, really. You know, half of it's missing. You know, no pistons, no valve gear. Yeah, well, a bit of work to do. Well, a lot of work to do, really. The thing's, yeah, she's knackered. She's knackered. So, yeah, we've got to get grafting, really.
5164's home is the Severn Valley Railway in rural Shropshire. Once part of Brunel's famous Great Western Railway, today just a 16-mile stretch survives, thanks to a group of volunteers. It's a popular tourist attraction and in desperate need of more locomotives. In 1880, there were a staggering 13,500 steam engines, but almost all have been left to rust in peace. The vast majority were condemned to train graveyards like this. Only around 150 working examples survive, and bringing one more back to fully working order will be an engineering achievement with obvious rewards.
Oh, listen to that. She sounds a treat, doesn't she? Hey. Bit of a whistle. Oh. Bit of wheel spin, I thought, maybe. Oh, hey. Where do we start, though? Where do we start?
The list of jobs is long. 5164's firebox needs repairing. Her wheels are out of balance. And even the train tracks need relaying. If it can all be made to work, then Guy will get the chance to drive her.
Don't know what to bloody do.
Renovating it all will mean mastering the skills of the people who were considered the best engineers in the world.
Just look at them, hey? Fitters and boilersmiths. Yeah, but what a trade. Yeah, that's what people forget, don't they? People only know the Stevensons and the Brunels of the time, don't they? No one knows about the grafters of the day. Yeah, these are the fellows who want to pay tribute to, really.
But first, this 5-month renovation must begin with the basics. Engine cleaning.
Someone's going to get wet here, aren't they?
Severn Valley boilersmith Duncan Ballard hoses out the loco once a year to get rid of all the gunge that accumulates in the boiler. Once clean, it can be properly inspected for signs of fatigue.
It's no different to a kettle in a household, is it? You get scale and then you have to descale them. You can wiggle it around a bit if you want to have a wiggle.
If a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well.
Victorian engine cleaners were a motley crew of teenagers, but they worked hard.
You know, the train would come in at, whatever, 6 o'clock at night, and they'd have to get that ready for it going out in the morning. So, you know, they'd do a 12-hour shift through the night, and they'd find them in the morning frozen to the train. Frozen. We don't know we're born. You don't, do you? Oh, I definitely don't. Hey?
What's the plan? Well, we're going to have to see if you washed it out properly now.
Right. All right.
It was the responsibility of the boilersmith then to check inside the loco for corrosion.
If you can manipulate your mirror, you should be able to tell me if there's any blockages down there at all.
Oh, I see. That was like the day it was put in.
But not everything can be observed through an inspection hole with a paraffin flame.
I had to be in there. I had to be in the firebox. Are we calling it the firebox, Monkey?
It is the firebox, yes.
That's my man, Monkey. He knows the score. And I'm going to go in there with me. Now, what are we calling it? It's not an inspection hammer. What are we calling it?
It's a stay testing hammer.
A stay testing hammer. So I'm going to go in the firebox with my stay testing hammer, and then Monkey's
Bash all the stays.
I'm going to do what?
Bash all the stays.
Bash
find
all
the
the
broken
stays.
ones.
It's quite simple, really. Monkey will show me the way. She's going to be a bit cosy in there. Hey. Feet first.
Feet first. It's not too much of a drop.
Yeah?
That's it. Keep going. And just shove yourself in. That's it.
All right. Oh, God, aye. Room in there, man. I don't know if many are thinking our steam locomotive works, and I suppose there is no better way to explain it than being in a steam locomotive firebox. It's not the biggest of places, is it, Monkey?
No.
But it's there is no better place to explain it. So yeah, it's fairly. I don't know if it's simple. It is what it is. Look here. You see the floor. That's full of coal with a blazing fire on it, creating loads and loads and loads of heat. All right, a massive fire, but it's a massissive fire that'll take, what, sort of 3 or 4 hours to get going.
Yep.
That's how much heat we want. You're not going to do it in a tea break. We do want a massive amount of heat. And, yeah, this creates a lot of heat. The heat deflects off here, off this brick wall here, you see. Fire bricks are those, Monkey. What do you call them?
It's brick arch.
Brick arch. So the heat then is deflected back into these tubes. You see these tubes here? Now what's happening there is, on the outside of these tubes, we've got water, right? The heat from the fire is going down the centre of those tubes. It's getting drawn down there from the chimney, heating the water up. Water turns to steam, goes to the pistons, powers the train. You see, quite sort of simple, sort of simple. The first lot of steam trains only had the one tube, but then they learned to get a more efficient steam train, we wanted more tubes, and that's what you've got here. Look, you can see there must be, I mean, I ain't counted a monkey, there must be 100 odd tubes there.
A couple hundred.
Yeah, couple of hundred maybe. More heater tubes is obviously more surface area to pass the heat from the fire to the water. As simple as that.
5164's inspection continues with an important check for broken rivets. Steam pressure of 200 pounds per square inch turns any weak spot into a potential explosion.
Right. You hear the difference?
Yeah.
That's the broken one.
The last one?
Yeah. It's got more of a dull thud to it, so yeah, that's broken. You're allowed 2 broken stays in a box.
Oh, right.
So if you've got any more than 2, dead engine. You fail it and you replace the stays.
5 problem rivets were found. They may be small, but if they're not replaced, 5164 will never be allowed to move again.
Lots of learning. That sort of steadied me a bit, really. I think the older it's like dogs, it's right, isn't it? You can't teach an old. I mean, I'm not even that old, am I? I'm not 30 yet, but I'm struggling to take all this information on. So we'll give it, I think maybe a pint or 2 tonight. I think it'll just give it a bit more opportunity to sink in. But yeah, there's a lot of learning to do, but we're all right. We're here for a day or 2. We'll be all right.
The challenge to get steam locomotive 5164 rolling again is entering its 2nd month.
All right.
The preliminary washout and inspection revealed the need for new rivets in the boiler. And now that that's been passed fit, the major engineering can begin. Not least with the rails the loco will hopefully run on. And that means replicating the skills of the hardest workers of them all. The people who laid 7,000 miles of track by hand. The navies.
We've got this picture here in Lime Street in Liverpool. That looks a hive of activity. There's not a lot of posing going on. There's a lot of grafting going on. Yeah, and the next picture we've got here, this is the brick making machine. I mean, the machine does look like something that's come out of the ark. And these fellas here, I wouldn't want to fall out with any of them. Yeah, they won't be long starting a fight, I don't think. These were the grafters. These were the grafters. These are the ones we need to show some respect. No, these boys are never mentioned, are they? I was just learning earlier. 3 people a day were getting killed. 3 people a day. What's going on now? No one wants, no one wants anyone to respect anyone that's a grafter that gets their hands mucky for a living. It's all about. Yeah, that's what built this country, really. And what's going on now? People leave school and they want to become famous. They don't want to be grafters, do they? They want to go and, I don't know, I want to go on X Factor, I want to go on Big Brother or something. No one wants to go and do this anymore. I do. I like it. I just like the whole, they don't get the job satisfaction at the end of the day. I'm sure these boys did. Obviously, their faces aren't saying it there, are they? But the job satisfaction, look what they've done. We're still looking at it now, aren't we? It's left there 200 years on.
Today, the modern-day equivalent, the Severn Valley Track Gang, have a new recruit.
All right. Sorry I'm late.
The navies, or navigators, were notorious, as famous for their hard drinking as their hard work.
When the railway building was at its biggest, there was 250,000 navvies building the railways. That's a lot, is that? That's more than the Army and the Navy put together. 250,000, eh? Wouldn't get them in a phone box, would you?
What are you going to see?
The gang are going to relay some track to remove a hump.
What will happen on the track, you've got it low, as the train comes along, it will do that effect. And it's what we call twist.
The track needs levelling, which means relaying the 6 constituent parts of a railway. Each length of wrought-iron bullhead rail is kept upright by sitting in chairs and is fastened tight by wedges called keys. A fish plate holds the lengths together with a small gap to allow for expansion in hot weather.
I'm not messing with you, boys.
Everything is bolted to oak sleepers, which keep the rails the correct width apart. And it all sits on granite ballast, which provides stability and drainage. The navies laid this simple infrastructure to every corner of the country, a system that essentially remains the same today.
They were shoveling 20 tonne a day. 20 tonne a day, that's some going, is that? You've got to look at the lifestyle as well. That wouldn't have helped the job. Oh, there'd be, what did they reckon? There was on £2 of beef, 2 loaves of bread and 10 pints of beer. What? Hey, that's not the perfect, it's not an athlete's diet, is it? Hey, and this was athlete's work that they was doing on 10 pints. Man, they wouldn't feel the cold, would they?
Each length of rail weighs 1 tonne.
Bloody hernia here.
This back-breaking work was relatively well paid. Navvies could earn 25 shillings a week, 50% more than lowly engine cleaners.
But, you was grafting for it, weren't you? Proper grafting. Red-faced tight, is that what we're going for?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's a technical term, red-faced tight. Yeah, that's tight. You want to give him a check, boss, so you're in. What do you think?
Do you really think I'm the tightness of the
Go on. Go on, it's my first time on the job.
Oh, no.
I don't think they'll come loose in a hurry, will
No, I don't think they will, no. Oh, a bit there.
Oh, I'm slacking.
Train on!
Train on. Hang on.
Guy, off the track! Stop work.
Hold off for working too hard.
The instruction is standing. As soon as you hear that,
As soon as you hear it, get off.
you get off.
Sharpish.
Yes.
That'll not happen again, young man.
Because what happens if you trip, you've got to get yourself up from that, and people can trip. So you move straight away.
Yeah? Right. Noted for future. Sorry. It's about right, isn't it? Whenever I'm on a train going past and you all see the rail workers, I mean, that looks like a cushy number. I can see now you have got to get off the track, can't you? Yes. It does look like when you sat on the train, it does look like a bit of a spectator sport, doesn't it? Right, can I get cracking again? Yeah. The bosses didn't give a monkeys about health and safety and all that sort of caper. They didn't give a monkeys how many folks got killed, as long as the railway was built. There was no, we just didn't care. Just get it built sharpish. So really, the navies, they had the same sort of, they didn't give a monkeys. They didn't know if it was going to be there come the end of the week. So that's it. Treat every day as the last. Get in the pub and let's make the most of it. And I reckon lock your daughters up. I reckon that's the way it was when the navies was in town. Oh, right, there's going to be some scrapping and lock your daughters up. Yeah, they call it a randy. The navies would go on a randy. I think they got fairly messy. Well, and wherever the navies was coming into town to do that section of railway, all the police leave was cancelled.
Nevertheless, the navies' work rate remained unsurpassed.
And the Europeans could recognise this, and so what they'd do, they'd try and poach the British navies, pay them twice as much, get them over there grafting. They'd do twice as much track as what the European navies would. That's proper British, isn't it? Proper grafters. Just shout and scream about it. Just got on with it. So I best get on with it, haven't I? Let's talk. Are we done? Yeah. Best go see if Keith's happy. What do you reckon? Hey, is he never happy? You're happy.
There he is over there.
Keith, what are we looking like, do you think?
For the smoothest train ride, the rails had to be laid to the millimetre. Peer through the slot in one sighting board, and if the white triangles on the far board just touch the top of the middle board, then you know that stretch of rail is bump-free.
Yeah, well, spot on.
The track is finished, ready for 5164.
Atticus Finch out of To Kill a Mockingbird. Never judge a man until you have walked a mile in his shoes. I think what a saying. What a saying that is. Yeah, I don't know if I've walked a mile in a navvy's shoes, but I've been a yard or two, haven't I? And yeah, not easy. Not easy.
He's all right, isn't he?
5164 remains laid up in the Severn Valley shed. A nut and bolt overhaul is a painstaking process. But if everything can be made to work, Guy will get to try the best railway job of all.
If everything goes to plan, they're going to let me loose. I am going to become a train driver. Not like these fellas here. You need your wits about you, and you need to be clever. You need to be proper switched on. It is the pinnacle of the train world. I'm going to need one thing, though. Well, I'm going to need a lot of things, but the main thing I'm going to need... You can't see it on any of them. But there was one thing these boys all needed. The train driver needed a watch. He needed a watch.
Without a watch, the drivers couldn't stick to a timetable. At best, that meant delays. At worst, it meant head-on collisions. So the whole country ran to a standard called railway time, and the pocket watch became a powerful badge of rank.
What's your head, bud?
To find out more means a visit to timepiece historian Rob James.
All right, Rob.
Guy can borrow this 100-year-old engine driver's watch if he can repair it first. It's gaining time, so we'll need extra weights added to these tiny screws to slow the mechanism down.
Yeah, I don't think I've got a screwdriver to fit them. You see the size of them? You can't really go in there with your hands. It's not just the muck on my hands, but the sweat on them corrodes everything. You have to see the size of the screwdrivers.
You've just got to be as careful because, some as old as this, and it takes a second just to destroy them.
Yeah. I am a bit on edge. And you think, well, I just, weight it down a bit, just, I'll stick a washer or two on it. You see the size of these washers, eh? The size of the tiny, tiny washers.
A watchmaker's sliding pin vise is a world away from a truck mechanic's spanner.
Nice and gentle.
You have to remind myself to breathe.
Okay, it's doing very well, very well. Right, now, we've got to put it back together.
you wouldn't have thought such a tiny amount of weight made such a big difference. You know, we put these tiny, tiny washers on. What must have been? What was it? Half a thou? No, not even half. Not even that. You know, 2 of those made a difference of 10 minutes, and then we fine-tuned it a bit with a few other bits and bobs, and the way she goes, she's keeping good time now. So yeah, brilliant.
Tell you what, let's clean the dial, because you have got slightly oily marks on the old dial.
I'm sorry.
His fingers. My granddad, if I tell you what, mate, he'd have you in the sink with a big scrubbing brush.
Who would, your own boy? I know.
In the early 19th century, a watch that kept time was next to useless, because every area of Britain was running to a slightly different time.
Can you just imagine how complicated that was? Can you imagine that? How complicated that was? Could you say it was farcical? I don't know. Would you use a word? I wouldn't really use a word like that. What was it? What word would you use? Very impractical. Very, very impractical.
GWR was the company that decided to do something about it.
So, Great Western Railways, 1840, says, right, when it's 12 o'clock at Greenwich Mean Time, GMT, the famous GMT, when it's 12 o'clock there, it's 12 o'clock everywhere in the country. And this is what'll happen. So, you know, great idea. That was a great idea. But it took 40 years for that to catch on. It was crackers, isn't it? Crackers.
Right, well, I think you've done remarkably well there.
What was you expecting me to do? Was you expect me to break something?
Well, either break something or shoot something out your tweezers. That's exactly what I was expecting you to do. It's survived 100 years, it'll survive you. I think that's the...
It's done all right, yeah. All right. Right, job sorted. Hey, she's only small, but she changed the world, didn't she? Sounds a treat. Sounds a treat. Give that here. Give that here. Hey, you hear that in there? Hey, you hear it? Sounds a treat, doesn't it?
Back at the train yard, the 5-month loco project continues. The safety valve is the next thing to be replaced. Understandably worn out after 5164's hard life.
Just reading through the logbook, service book. You know, like you get your car, you buy a car, don't you? That's what this is. And she done some work. 811,367 miles.
The records also show that 5164 was condemned in 1963. She then sat in a train graveyard for 10 years. But a group of enthusiasts stepped in to rescue her.
A consortium of blokes bought her and spent 6 years doing her up. And, yeah, she's been down here at Severn Valley since '79.
The overhaul is vital to get her working properly again. And the next task is a dirty one.
Okay, come on, you can't see out. Are you in there, monkey?
Yeah. Right, we're tube cleaning. Basically means stick an airline down the tube.
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn it on, and then get covered in soot, coal dust, you name it. But the idea is keep the tubes clean so that the heat can go through them to boil the water.
Yeah?
That's it.
You got it? Go on, monkey. Ready?
Okay.
On 3. 1, 2, 3. Like being shot blasted. What a racket. All the muck and the soot of the day coming flying at you. I can't see a bloody thing now. I can't tell you where your next one is because I can't bloody see it. How long have you been doing this for, monkey?
Nearly a week.
5164 is halfway through its overhaul. The heart of the loco, its boiler, has been repaired, and a whole section of track on which the train will run has been levelled. Now, in the workshop, Guy and the team are busy fabricating new parts for the engine.
I do genuinely get more nervous sat machining stuff than sat on a start line somewhere going to race something. I do. Yeah, it's line boring down there, but he sat reading his book. You know, fair play. Fair play. It's going to be a week or two before I get that confidence, isn't it?
The next key stage of this 5-month project means making the indispensable tool that will feed the loco up to 2 tons of coal an hour: a shovel. It won't be forged from normal iron. Instead, it will be hand-beaten from purer wrought iron.
I did a week practicing.
Mike Dunville, one of the country's few remaining blacksmiths, is going to show Guy how.
Put it in the fire. Don't forget that is hot.
Yes.
Here.
Yeah. No bother. You think? Happy enough?
Yeah.
It takes just a few seconds to heat the metal to 1,000 degrees, the temperature at which it can be worked without damaging its internal structure.
Okay.
Bit more. Bit more. OK, that's fine.
Wrought iron has less carbon than cast iron, and so is much more malleable. Assuming you hit it correctly, of course.
Right, OK.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no, put it on there to flatten it off.
Can I just ask you a technical question?
Go on.
What's that for?
I don't know.
That's what you do.
Once looped over, it's time to fuse the metal together to complete the handle. It's called the fire weld, and it's as hard as blacksmithing gets.
Even experienced smiths today do fire welds and they don't always work out.
Is that right?
Yeah.
The metal is superheated to 1400 degrees, so the surface starts to melt and can be melded together with some well-judged hits.
It's like swatting a fly.
Is it?
Yeah, a bit like what you do.
Oh, well, should be all right then. Hey? Swatting a fly. I've never had it explained like that, you cheeky bugger.
It's a critical moment. Every time the bar is heated, some metal is lost. If it's not hit in the exact correct spot, then it will be too weak to use.
What do you think? Was that any good?
Too early to say, but it's a good start.
Is it?
Yeah. Right, you can hit it a bit harder now. Right, turn it slightly on the side. Lovely stuff. I don't know whether it's the pupil or the teacher, but
I'm pointing down to the teacher, yeah. Yeah. We've lost the shape of the bloody handle, oh look.
The loop has to be made round again.
Okay.
A tough test of the fire weld's strength.
Don't speak too soon. Happy enough? Yeah?
oh, sorry. That's better, isn't it?
Better.
The stem has gone thin, but
The fire well's held.
that's the only criticism. You've done a grand job there.
Happy enough?
Yeah.
Thank you very
yeah.
much.
Bye, yeah.
Ah, yeah, you got it.
While the fire weld cools, it's time to make the blade of the shovel. A case of heating, hammering and shaping a sheet of wrought iron. Stage 3 is flattening the end of the handle so that it can be cut with a treadle hammer.
Okay.
Straight in the groove there. Voila.
Okay, what we're looking like? It's like the Grand Canyon, that.
Once cut, the ends are split wider so that they can be hole punched ready for riveting.
OK.
All right.
When the handle has been fastened to the blade, all that's left to do is add a decorative trademark.
Bye, yak.
You've got that off to a T.
That's a grand shovel.
Are you happy enough?
Yeah.
I'm happy.
You would never have thought that's come out a bit of flat, would you? Got the rivets, riveted them over.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Spot on.
You want it around the back of the head, and it's not going to fall over in a breeze, is it?
No, she's definitely not light. I think it'll withstand a nuclear holocaust, that I reckon. Hey? Yeah, spot on. Well impressed. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome. It's been a pleasure.
It's a crucial tool to help get 5164 running again. Back at the train yard, the volunteer team continue with the challenge of returning the loco to action.
Aye, well, as you can see, the train's coming on a treat. You know, a lot of work to do yet, but we've not quite broken the back yet, but she's coming. But there's a bit more to the railway than just the train. You know, we're going to need a station.
19th century stations were architectural wonders. They were designed to be beautiful, elevating the town's standing in the eyes of the new visitors brought in by the railways. Victorian pride demanded that the stations were kept in immaculate condition, so the country's 50,000 porters were always kept busy. Their boss, the station master, was without doubt the most important person in the whole system. And as historian Peter Salverson explains, he was also the most respected man in the town.
He was as important, if not more important, than the local vicar and the local GP. Everybody liked to be on the right side of the station master, even the local gentry.
So do you reckon these railway folk then saw themselves as Up there, really.
They saw themselves as the aristocrats of the working class, and they were highly cultured, highly read. They were literate. You couldn't get a job on the railway unless you had basic literary skills to start off with. One of the things that would happen at smaller stations as well as larger stations was they'd have what they called a mutual improvement class. It was part of the Victorian ethos of self-improvement. It was mostly drivers and firemen and the cleaners,
yes,
who would meet up outside hours. So it was outside the working day, you wouldn't get paid for it, and you'd get lectures very often from other drivers. You know, it was a really good example of self-education by working people.
Right, we said about these here station masters being the pillar of the community, I suppose. We've got our man here, Bill Mead. A tidy old boy. West Sussex he's from. Yeah, he's a bit of a pocket watch on. Bit of a rag there. You see, there was no running water back then. No running water, you see. So they had that to wash their hands on before they went back in the station there. Good old boy. Yeah, pillar of the community. I suppose, how could you say he's got a fag on? You see, I don't know. Maybe it won't go down so well.
There's one last issue to solve on 5164, and it's the biggest job of all. One of its 8 wheels wobbles, but nobody knows why. The axle needs pushing out into the open for an inspection by Severn Valley manager Ian Walker.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm slacking. I keep talking and drinking tea, don't I?
While it's moving, push, 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 push. Can you manage or do you need a hand?
No, all right.
It'll start going easy in a minute when the balance weight goes over the top.
Railway workers endured hard labour and tough discipline. In 1841 alone, the Great Western thought nothing of sacking 10% of its workforce for not pulling its weight.
Good idea now. Making the most of the momentum.
That's it. Steady as you go. Steady, 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 steady.
Good man. She was heavy. That's 2 tons. Is it heavy? Is it heavy? 2 tons, that? God. Sorry, the momentum. Momentum is your friend.
Now the axle needs to be precisely measured to see if it's still round.
That is a big micrometer.
So do you want to have a go at measuring? If you measure there and see
Yes.
what the difference is?
Yep, no problem.
A micrometer is far more accurate than an ordinary gauge.
Feel it till it's just sort of kissing.
It can measure to thousandths of an inch, and every Victorian engineer was expected to know how to use it.
This has to be right, otherwise you start getting lots of vibrations in the engine, you start getting bearings running warm. It's like his motorbike, if it's not right, it'll break, it won't do the job.
We're on 750 there, and we're on 745 there. So that means we've got a variation of 5,000. Well, that is note. 5,000, what did we compare that to in Imperial? 5,000 was 0.2 of a millimetre. 0.2 of a millimetre, hey? You know, like a motorbike valve clearance would be 0.2 of a millimetre. And you boys are machining train axles to that.
Then it would have been common.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
In what way?
It's heavy engineering, this is how everything was in those days.
Yes.
You know, today it's all smaller bits of kit and it's all just component exchange. You know, they wouldn't do this on modern trains.
Oh, no, you'd scrap it, wouldn't you?
You'd scrap it.
Scrap it and then get
a new one.
It is astonishing accuracy, and the sort of precision machining that these days is left to robots.
Would you have called them artisans, I suppose?
I suppose you could go as far as that. I mean, I don't really know. I wouldn't have been confident enough to use that word artisans, but they're just proper, aren't they? Mm. Proper engineer, that's proper, that. Oh, yeah, Brunel and Stephen, yeah, I'm sure there was, you know, obviously, there was one of there was the boys, really. I mean, there was ones coming up with this, all these fancy ideas of dual-acting pistons and heater tubes and all that, fair play, boys, but they want the boys machining to with 5,000, was there? Was there? Hey? Did you see him? I didn't see him. Stevenson stood next to a lathe.
That 5,000 of wear means the axle is as good as the day fabricators first made it nearly 100 years ago. In the hallowed Swindon Works.
Well, the ultimate train factory was in Swindon. 1851, there were 2,000 people working there, knocking out 1 train a week. I mean, that's some going. I mean, lads here, you know, it's taking 5 years to restore one. But then boys there, 2,000 of them, turning out one train a week. That's some going.
All these lads here, look, they've all got hands the size of shovels. There's no fatties in there. I'm just looking.
Using exactly the same skills and methods has let the team trace 5164's wobble to this crank pin.
Which is the end of the conrod, the connecting rod. Just joins the two wheels together. You know, like turns the linear movement into rotary movement, you know, a bit like that. You see what I mean?
It needs a new perfectly round collar or bearing to be cast so it runs true. And to do that today means using the old Industrial Revolution technique of white metaling. 17-year-old apprentice Mark Drinkwater makes sure it's done in the traditional way.
Yeah, a little bit more propane. You'll need to put some heat, just concentrate it onto the bung as well at some...
Right.
Get some good bit of heat.
For what reason?
If you get that quite hot, then it'll be easier to take apart because the bearing won't drink onto it.
Right. You know a lot to say you're only 17. Hey? You're into this, eh?
White metal is a special hard-wearing but low-friction blend, first concocted in the 1830s.
That's the white metal there, then?
Yeah, it's a composite of tin, a little bit of copper, a little bit of lead and a little bit of antimony.
Antimony? What's that?
Some form of metal.
That's all right.
You just carefully pour it into there. Get it 3/4 full or so.
Just overflowing with that?
Yeah, I'll shout when to stop. That'll take probably about 20 minutes to set.
Right.
The next stage needs a visit to the hydraulic press.
Look at that.
22-year-old fitter Will Marsh helps guys squeeze the newly cast piece into 5164's coupling rod. It takes 20 tons of force to ram the bearing in for a tight fit.
I think we got there, Guy.
To ensure everything spins smoothly, the inside of the bearing now needs to be machined to a mirror finish. It will require painstaking measurement and cutting. Removing just 1 millimetre too much metal will render the bearing useless. It's laborious but rewarding work.
Will, you're the same. You're into it. It's not a chore to come to work.
If I could earn hundreds of thousands a year or do this, I still do this, you know. Still, I wouldn't have it any other way.
It's time to cut the metal to those exacting standards of the Victorian engineers.
Start the spindle moving, pull that back.
Yeah.
You have to give it a bit of stick. Keep going. That's it. Yeah. And then just leave it to do it.
That's it. But don't touch any of those, they're all set.
Yeah.
The process continues, measuring.
We're on 4.286.
4.286 or... Now go on, say that again.
Cutting.
He's pretty good. We'll have him here. He can come back.
And calculating.
You're right there, Guy.
I'm just trying to work out where we are.
Yeah.
Time to see if Guy and Will's work measures up to the high standards of the 19th century.
Right, the moment of truth then. If this is too big then, that's the same all over again, all that white metaling again.
Yeah.
All that pressing again. How many hours do you reckon's gone into that?
Must have been a day's work at least, didn't you?
Yeah, I bet you 10 hours.
Yeah,
well, it's got to read 4 inches, 408 around there. Give or take, like Will said, give or take a thou or two. 4 inches, 407 thou. That's pretty much cock on. Hey, Will, you're the man. See, 22-year-old. I don't know many 22-year-olds that could do that. Hey, grand job. Yeah, spot on.
It's a small but vital piece that should help 5164's wheels turn once again.
Okay. I don't mind getting covered in oil, but I've got the heavy end again.
Lift the rod up.
And its newly machined surface fits on the crank pin.
A bit back.
Oh, there's back end.
You go and slide the...
Perfectly.
That's it. Look at that.
After 5 months, the time has come for Guy to see if 5164 will work. Its firebox and boiler were saved, and it had a top-to-bottom overhaul of vital parts like its safety valve and wheel bearings. It's even had a new whistle. But only if it's all been done correctly will Guy get to try the job that was the traditional reward for 20 years' work on the railways. Train driver.
Yeah.
It's all a bit exciting, isn't it? This is the finishing touches, I suppose. She might be quite chuffed on polishing her bits. You think? Eh?
First, the tank is filled.
Ready? Yeah, go on. 1,500 gallon of water. So we're going to use that all day today. Will we use that 1,500 gallon today?
We'll have to fill up again.
We will have to fill up again?
Yeah.
She's a thirsty bugger then.
It will take a ton of coal to turn it all to steam. As Guy's inaugural journey draws ever closer, he attaches the carriages.
Hell, there's a bit of weight in that bugger, isn't there?
And then it's time for the most important job.
Right, we'll see how the shovel performs, eh?
Looks like it's on the heavy side.
He's heavy without any coal on it. But yeah, it's all right. I mean, she's got good, what do we say, flare on the side. It's holding its coal well.
Yeah. Nice bit of riveting there as well.
Oh, it is, yeah. And driving it when there's no steering wheel around, is it?
No steering wheel. We just
What's the driver do?
We just have forwards and backwards.
Yeah.
With cut-offs, which is basically like the gears in the car.
Yes.
And then regulator handle.
That's the throttle pedal, is it?
That makes it go.
Regulator handle, right.
And then this is the brake, so that makes it stop.
We shouldn't be needing much brake though today, should we? Are we all right, mate? Oh, yeah. Knocking on half-1, we'll get cracking, eh? We're right.
The moment of truth. The regulator is engaged.
Whoa. Not that far, not that far.
All right. That was a bit keen with the throttle, was it? Is that right?
Too much throttle shoots lumps of flaming coal into the air.
That's the fire coming up the chimney.
Sorry. We're all right for fresh. That was a bit keen with the throttle, was it? Where's the speedo? Bloody oh man, that's really melting your skin.
We're starting to get there, but until he learns to use his gear a bit more better, I don't think Ian's going to be his pal too much. He's we're up to now. Watch the road, otherwise I don't crash it. When you see an SW, you've got to sound the whistle. That's for a crossing normally.
What's that mean, SW?
Sound whistle.
Oh, is that right? Oh, quite simple then. With all the stuff you've got to keep on top of your brake pressure, you know, vacuum brakes, you need to keep on top of that. So if you ever need to stop sharpish, you've got the vacuum there that you can do it. The throttle, keeping that, and then making sure it's not right close because you need to keep the lubricator going. Your valve position, keep that right, because if you're coasting, you want to be in that position, so you don't wear any of the valve gear out. It's a bloody complicated old job.
Engine driver was the most coveted of the 801 different types of job on the railways. But it was also the most demanding. Only the most intelligent made it.
Now you're confident of stopping in the platform on your left-hand side in a minute?
Yeah.
You all right? Yeah. You'll be able to manage it?
Yeah.
Shoot your ejector again then.
We're all right. A bit further. We're all right.
Well, you're driving, you tell me.
Ah, there's the platform. Do we need to be a bit further along?
Well, you look out there and you tell me.
Yeah, we're a bit out, aren't we? Yeah, we're miles off. We're miles off. 1 or 2 carriages. We're here for a minute or two. Is it time for a bit of food?
Well, I think I need some after that, to be honest with you.
Am I driving?
The traditional train driver's meal was a bacon and egg sandwich.
Bloody hell.
The coal shovel, once rinsed using the hot water slacking pipe, doubled as a frying pan.
That's clean enough for me.
Yeah, all right then.
Palm oil, that's what that is. Oh, not kidding, that's proper palm oil, that's engine oil. It was used for cooking and for your steam engines. It's all right, all right. Hairs on the chest. Oh, look at this, we're short of notes. Well, let's say the train drivers of the day. I mean, we're not talking an 8-hour shift, are we? Them boys,
no.
Proper grafters.
Well, I mean, if you did 8 hours on the foot plate, you've probably got 2-3 hours preparing it and 2-3 hours getting the fire back out of it. A 12-hour day, you know, would probably be the norm.
Eat on the job, then?
Yeah.
I could tell you what, it's probably the first time I've ever fried an egg. I don't think, and that's no word of a lie. I can do
chicken and pasta, and I can do beans on toast, but I don't think I've never fried an egg. But here I have today.
That's looking promising, isn't it?
Hey, up. It was only in there. I mean, you saw it on the camera. How long? It must have been 130 seconds, was it?
I just called away.
You guys are all jealous now, aren't you? Hey, you've been wanting one of these.
Where are we going?
Oh, that smells a treat. Look at that. Hang on.
A couple of slabs of bread chucker in, down the hatch.
Thank you very much. I'll tell you what. What was that fella's name? Eston Blumenthal. You what? You've got no on me. That's all right, that. Okay.
.5164 is working perfectly. The wheel bearing is running true. The boiler's creating 24,000 pounds of driving force like when it was new. And even the rails are holding up.
Now then, you all right? I didn't feel a bump. The trap repair must have been all right.
And as in the 19th century, the railways don't just benefit the country as a whole.
Hey, we're getting much better than this. Hey?
But also the workers who built them.
I don't get emotional over many things, but it was not remember to be a bit manly about it. It was quite touching, really, wasn't it? All the time and effort that's gone into it. I mean, I've only done a little bit. I've only done a bit. The boys have been flat out crafting on it. You know, 5 months it's taken to get it back on the tracks again. Yeah, it was a very poignant moment, I suppose you could say.
Next time, Guy helps bring a Yorkshire sawmill back to fully working order. Uses it to make his own wooden bicycle.
Can you go any faster?
And finds out about the Industrial Revolution's most disgusting job.
Oh, that stinks.
Guy Martin is a third-generation lorry mechanic from Lincolnshire.
Started on lawn mowers at 6-year-old. And then 12-year-old moved on to trucks. Used to bike to work to go work with my dad. Could not get to work fast enough. I'm still the same now, eh?
He's also a world-famous motorcycle racer who loves the dangers of competing on the roads. As a mechanic,
trick as you like.
He's fascinated by the era when British workers and extraordinary feats of engineering made this country great. The Industrial Revolution.
That's when we was like the leaders in the world, wasn't it? Bar no one, really. We was the boys, weren't we?
So, in this series, he's going to find out how we did it by getting stuck into 6 major restoration projects around the UK. He'll have to work like the grafters of the past.
It was the normal thing to be doing 12, 14, 15-hour days, that sort. And I think, yeah, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
He'll follow in their footsteps to learn about their way of life.
That's all right.
And the dangers they faced.
Some heat off that! Day in, day out, thought we're getting killed. Risky business. We've got it cushy now, haven't we? If it wasn't for those boys, what, 150 odd years ago, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. We can't forget what those boys did, can we?
This is how Britain worked. In the 18th century, a momentous change was sweeping across Britain. As agriculture gave way to industry, a new phenomenon was born: the modern factory.
What we was then, I suppose, really, was the workshop of the world. And can we say that now? No, I don't think we can.
In time, factories would be powered by coal and steam, but the earliest factories were water mills. Guy's project this time is to restore one of the country's finest, a sawmill in Wensleydale, Yorkshire. Once it's fixed, he'll use it to build one of the Industrial Revolution's less celebrated achievements, and something very close to this bike racer's heart, the first pedal-powered bicycle.
Oh boy! Whoa. Can he go any faster?
Gale Mill was recently saved from property developers by a team of local volunteers who want to use it to make and sell wooden products again. But the brilliant Victorian invention that powers its machines, thought to be the only working water turbine of its kind left in existence, needs repairing.
Just give it a wiggle.
As Guy works with the restoration team, he'll learn what life was like for Victorian apprentices.
He'll not be much more than 12-year-old, would he? Hey?
He'll test the machines that change workers' lives. And he'll find out why the smooth running of Britain's production lines once relied on a rather surprising ingredient. Dog poo.
We had to cover it.
The story of the mill starts in the fields. This is where the new industrial workforce came from. In the 18th century, families who'd worked the land for generations suddenly came face to face with strange new machines. Guys got hold of a balance plough, an invention that would revolutionise their world.
We're going off fair rate, and also, what do you reckon we're doing? Must be doing 3 or 4 mile an hour, do you reckon? You reckon? 3 or 4 mile? Yeah, at least.
This is his first time at the wheel, but the plough is making short work of the field.
I don't think that's very straight, is it? All right. That's not bad.
Not bad.
It's not bad.
The balance plough was pulled to and fro across a field by a pair of steam traction engines with a combined power of 160 horses. Labourers simply couldn't compete.
But he's working 20 times faster than a bloke would with with a Shire horse and a plough behind it. You know, they'd only do 1 furrow. 1 furrow, we're doing 4 furrows here. No, we're doing 20 times faster.
Manual skills built up over generations were suddenly rendered worthless.
But that was the problem. Yeah, put a lot of people out of work.
The new technology drove people from the land. But at the same time, it created new jobs elsewhere, and agricultural workers made their way to places like Gale Mill. It was built in 1784 as a cotton mill, just as the textile industry was taking off. Within 70 years, there were over 2,000 textile factories employing 1 million people, and Britain was the biggest producer of cloth in the world.
That's what made the Industrial Revolution, is just hard work, and hard work was all done in the factories. You know, big days. I mean, we're not talking 8-hour days. No, none of that business going on. It was at least 12-hour days that you was doing in places like this. You know, places like Gale Mill, you'd do a proper day's graft and you go home again. And it's hard work that got us the Industrial Revolution, and got this country where it is now.
Manchester had so many textile factories it became known as Cottonopolis. Gale Mill couldn't compete with such scale, and it was converted into a sawmill in 1879. For more than 200 years, local people had depended upon it for their livelihoods, but eventually it fell into disrepair. In 2004, it came close to being converted into modern apartments.
You know, you get these folk from down south, don't you? They sell a phone box and come and buy a place like this and turn it into one of these posh flats with underfloor heating or something. You know, and that was going to happen to this. It was going to happen to this until a couple of years ago. That's when a load of locals got together, and they fought to keep it, to keep it as it was.
The volunteer team raised enough money for a full restoration. The revolutionary turbine at the mill's heart, a masterpiece of mechanical engineering, affectionately known as the Old Lady, was saved. Now they want to put the mill back to work, making and selling wooden products. first, there's a problem they need to fix. The old lady leaks.
It was losing 43 litres of water a second. I mean, that's a fair bit of water, is that, ain't it?
The turbine works on the same basic principle as its predecessor, the water wheel. A series of movable flaps called vanes direct water from the river outside onto a small wheel in the middle, called a runner. That turns a shaft, and via a series of drive belts, the shaft powers the machines upstairs.
Right, come on. You see, planing bench there. There's the shaft down there. Up she goes.
But the old lady has a neat trick. This is what's known as a double vortex turbine, meaning the water exits through two separate pipes. The pipes then drop 10 feet through the river below and into holes dug into the riverbed. The flow of the river creates a vortex in each pipe like water disappearing down a plug hole. This sucking action makes the runner turn even faster, creating more power to spin the drive shaft.
You know, it replaced a 22-foot water wheel, and it developed twice the horsepower of what this 22-foot water wheel did. It was only 5 foot high.
The casing of this extraordinary machine now needs to be prized open for the first time in living memory to find the cause of the leak.
It's all right then, Tony. Where's first then?
Take the oilers out. The glass oil.
Leading the turbine repair is Tony Routh, the last apprentice to have worked at Gale Mill.
I came after bad winter of 1963.
Oh, bad winter of 63. I've heard my old boy go on about that. Ooh.
Well, I was farming at that time. And
we don't get winters like that now.
No, well, we don't, do we? No, it's bloody... no, it's right, we don't.
Great. So what's the plan then, Tony?
Well, as you know, she's in two halves.
Yeah.
So we've all these bolts to take out right round this casing.
Yeah.
To let this half come away.
Mm-hmm.
If you drop a nut, Guy...
Yeah.
Don't forget you're going to go and get it. I'm not going down there. It's cold, it's wet and it's dirty.
I don't want to be in there.
It was put in 1879.
1879.
And it was never touched till 1970s. And something went wrong with it in early 70s. There was a bolt had given way on one at link arms on these controls.
Yes.
And I think bit cost about 10 bob or something like that.
What's 10 bob?
50 pence.
All right.
10 pop.
I don't know, before my time. Eh? That's all it cost?
Yeah.
100 years cost 10 bob to keep going?
To put it right. How's they doing?
We're getting there. I think we're halfway around.
You're not.
We're not?
No, there's 25 bolts around this damn thing. Is it moving?
That's all.
You got it?
Yeah.
Put him over there out the road. Now I want a man with a bar in here.
What?
Will? Put the bar in there.
Now then, Will.
How's it going?
Local farmer Will Lambert is chairman of the volunteer Gale Mill Trust.
Oh. That's the bit of woods.
What's he lost?
That's the bit of woods. Bugger.
You've got to go and get it.
I know. All right. Yeah, I got it. All right, bye. All right, bye.
Yeah.
Finally, the insides are revealed.
Whoa. You've got it. That's as far as you can get, Guy.
I'm quite impressed, boys. We're the first boys to see this. You know, that's alive. We're the only boys to see it in bits.
It's a very historic moment.
It is, isn't it?
A very historic moment.
Yeah.
The inspection reveals that after 130 years of wear and tear, the only part that's worn is one of the water guiding vanes. But it's enough to cause a big leak and stop the turbine from producing full power.
So the problem that we've had originally, there was too much of a gap between these vanes and the case.
Yeah.
And that's where your 43 litres a second's been going.
A broken vane means the machine can't be properly controlled. The water isn't being directed into the turbine efficiently, so the drive shaft is underpowered.
Different machines want different amounts of water.
Right.
So when you have lathes on up here,
yes,
she's just on tick hour.
Is it?
Ah, she's just quite
the big saw bench, that big saw bench, she needs it all.
You know, this case is tied up against there.
The team may have got to the bottom of the leak, but there's plenty more to do if they're to bring Gale Mill back to life. Gale Mill in Wensleydale, Yorkshire, is a water-powered sawmill. Guy Martin is helping a volunteer restoration team to get the mill back in business and manufacturing again. And when it's working, the first thing he wants to use it for is to make one of the Industrial Revolution's less celebrated inventions, a wooden bicycle. The project's been held up by a fault with a 130-year-old double vortex water turbine, the machine that powers the whole mill.
You know what's unique about this?
Go on.
It's reputed to be the oldest in situ working turbine, definitely in Europe and possibly the world.
Is that right?
Well, that's what we're told.
Water's coming in there, but it's not going.
The faulty part needs refurbishing so that it fits snugly again with no leaks.
There was too much of a gap between these veins and the case.
Yeah.
But while it's off being refurbished, Guy and Tony can get the rest of the mill shipshape and ready to make Guy's bike.
So go on then. What are we doing here then, Tom?
You're going to sharpen this blade, ready to sort lump of wood.
Right.
So, first job.
This is a fair old piece of kit, there,
She's a lovely piece of kit. I've got to remove Victorian guard.
I think you don't see many of them Victorian guards.
No.
They won't big into their health and safety, them boys, does it?
And that puts that up out at weight.
Right, so go on, what do you want me to do?
And you put a wedge in like that.
Right.
So blade doesn't...
Oh, she's not going anywhere at
She's
that,
not going anywhere. You just come square across there, like that.
Right.
Couple of rubs with your file.
And that's it? A couple of rubs with a file, away you go.
When Tony was learning his trade here, this was one of his jobs.
And that's it. That's all it
Just
would need.
like that?
Just a tickle like that.
Just a tickle.
Oh, to make a good apprentice.
You think I would?
Yeah.
Would you have us on?
Aye.
You would?
Yeah.
Young boys would sign a 7-year apprenticeship contract, tying them to an employer to learn a trade.
Yeah, that's us.
How's that?
Yeah, but a lap round.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
One thing you must remember to do is take wedge out.
Ah, yeah.
Do you like me teapot?
Apprentices were given all the worst jobs, often dirty, frequently dangerous.
Every morning, somebody's job was to go down there and oil alt line shaft.
So with the same sort of thing with the train, you'd have to oil the train up before you went out. So
That's
it's
right.
The same
Yeah,
sort of
just
job.
same thing.
Will I get down there?
Yeah, well, you're thin enough.
Yeah. Go on. Will you pass us it when I get down there?
There you go.
Thank you very much.
When it would be working really heavy, there may be in a time throughout the day when it would maybe need some more oil, and they would send a youngster down there to do it with belt still going, you know.
Right. Well, you'd have to watch what you was doing then, otherwise you'd get ravelled up in it.
Well, you see, that's why Factories Act job came in, wasn't it? We talk about young kids, 7, 8, 9, you know.
I suppose.
And that's, I mean, they were exploiting children and that in them days, weren't they?
Good man. Good man.
When modern factories first appeared in the middle of the 18th century, there were no real controls on the bosses to stop them exploiting the workforce. Throughout the 1800s, factory acts were passed to improve conditions, but bosses resisted the changes. As late as 1901, Parliament passed legislation that still permitted the employment of 12-year-olds.
The amount of folk in there. Eh? You know, as good as it was, all this Industrial Revolution business, it wasn't all good news. It was all, you know, it was all about the bosses making the money, and they was doing that anyhow they wish, really, whether that was employing kids, you know, with all them flying cables and flying bits and bobs and moving pulleys and all that. Anything they wanted fixing, they had to get a kid in there, and a lot of the time, it ended in tears. You know, kids would be wrapped up in all the cogs and the sprockets and the pulleys, you know. Yeah, he'd say, he'd not be much more than 12-year-old, would he? Hey? And she's got her eye on 2 machines, she's keeping 2 going. No age, are there? No age.
By modern standards, even Tony was a child labourer when he started his apprenticeship at Gale at the age of 16. One of his regular jobs was to clean out the race, the channel which feeds water from the river into the mill's turbine.
Right, Tony, what's the crack then?
Well, right at the top, where water comes into race, there's a large grid to catch the big debris like logs and branches and stuff. And then you get all small debris coming, and particularly back end time, you know, autumn, leaves coming off trees.
Yes.
Well, they all come down. Well, they don't want to be going through turbine, and we have to rake it out.
Right, right. This is the last filter then?
This is last filter.
Before it gets to the turbine?
Yeah.
Oh, right, so you want me to rake her out?
Yeah, go right down at the bottom and you'll find debris.
And how often do you do this?
Oh, see what I mean?
Oh, yeah, well, just off the side with it?
Just off the side with it, yeah.
Oh, how often?
We can do this 2 or 3 times a day.
2 or 3 times?
Oh, aye. You soon got to know when it was filling up because turbine power went, you see, would start to...
Right.
Wasn't enough water going through. There were a lot of women and children worked at this mill because it was cheap labour.
Yes.
And in that bell tower up there, between them 2 chimneys, there used to be a bell.
Right.
And they used to ring bell, like you ring folk coming to church, they rang bell for people to go to work.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, mill bell, yeah. Don't tumble.
I'll try not, thank. I'll try not.
With the mill coming along nicely, Guy needs to get going with the other half of his project, the wooden bike he's hoping to build. He's off to Drumlanrig Castle in Dumfries to do some essential research. And he's taking his old mate and cycling buddy Maeve with him.
That's a machine. Look at that. There's a fair bit of work. It doesn't look very comfortable.
Should we take her for a go? Should we have a go now?
This is the Macmillan Velocipede.
Relax.
It may be a bit sedentary for someone more used to topping 190 miles an hour around the Isle of Man, but this is where the roots of mechanically powered bikes lie.
It was the first sort of pedal-powered two-wheel cycle.
That's it, I'm getting the hang of that now. That's not easy, that. But it's not like pedals as we know it, is it? There's no chain and sprockets.
You're not pedalling it, you're like treadling it.
All right.
It was designed in 1839 by Scottish blacksmith Kirkpatrick Macmillan and inspired every pedal-powered bicycle that followed.
Come on, get your toe down, driver.
Even the penny farthing.
It's beautiful.
In 1842, Macmillan embarked upon an unusual publicity stunt.
He rode from here to Glasgow. That's the end of 70 mile, man. He did that in a day. On this, Fair play. We ran over someone when he got there. Got locked up for the night.
Oh dear, right.
I don't know what the hell he was doing, running over someone on this. Do you want to have a swap at the bottom?
No.
After release from prison, he rode his bike home and never used it again.
All right.
But Macmillan did allow his design to be copied and improved upon. As a result, bicycle manufacturing and ownership exploded. While today there are just 3 bicycle manufacturers left in the UK, at the start of the 20th century, 80% of the world's bicycles were made in this country.
Coventry was the epicentre of push biking
Mate,
in the
that's
whole
amazing.
world.
Coventry.
Yeah, 300,000 a year there was turning out of here.
Bloody hell, that's a lot.
You know, there was 40,000 people employed in the whole push bike industry. That's a lot of folk, that. You wouldn't get them in a phone box.
You'd be making your career, wouldn't you, building push bikes?
Of course you would.
Oh, well, this cattle grid might be a bit interesting. I think speed's your friend. All right, you cheating bugger. You better go over the cattle grid.
Oh, we ain't got any brakes, boy.
You what?
We ain't got any brakes, and it's a bit frosty.
Oh, Revive's getting away. She's getting away from me. She's getting away from me.
I was doing about 25 mile an hour, that's what I was doing. 11, I was doing more than 11 mile an hour. I was doing more, they're telling me 11 mile an hour, I was doing more than 11 mile an hour. And whatever, if it was 11 mile an hour, it felt like I'm starting faster.
We're licking on now, boy.
To make his own version of the Macmillan Velocipede, Guy's going to need some wood. A dead elm on a farm near Gale looks ideal. And he's managed to borrow one of the traction engines he used earlier to help get it back to the mill.
Right, we're going to cut into the back of this.
Well, it's dead though, isn't it?
Oh, very dead. But
Go on,
it'll be
then.
as hard as hard. Right,
Go on, then.
get your sin round there.
Gosh, she's not very...
Right, now...
I'm not going to end up in the water. We're doing things in a very authentic way, making this, aren't we? So we're, you know, we're not going to get the chainsaw out and cut the tree down, are we? We're going to set about it in the proper way, the two-man saw.
You ready? Pull, me pull, you pull, me pull.
Hang on, boy, you're pushing.
I'm not.
Good man. Well, we're going to be here a week or two with the looks of this. Yeah. We thought, right, we'll get the steam engine struck up and, you know, get a bit of tension on it. And then I thought I was on the back of the steam engine. I thought, well, bugger it.
Should we give it a handful? Should we give it a handful?
Go on!
Machines save time and toil in every industry. Work that had previously taken days could now be done in minutes.
We ended up pulling half a bloody Wensleydale with it. You know, pulled all the river bank and everything with it. It never broke on the saw cut, but it wasn't a waste of time. We learnt of it.
Right, get ready to stop. Get ready to stop. OK, stop her there.
That's done the job anyway. We should have just done that in the first place, really.
Too fast!
It takes two to drive a traction engine. Nave steers while Guy feeds the firebox and works the throttle lever.
There's 4,000 steam engines in the country, but this one, the agricultural one we was on today, was made in Leeds in 1875.
All right. Yeah.
There's no brakes, there's no clutch pedal and throttle pedal, not really. And then the steering wheel's the opposite way around. To go left, you turn right, and to turn right, you turn left. Did I say that? Did I say that right? To go left, you turn right, and to turn right, you go left. You turn left. Yeah, it's a right complicated thing.
By the 1890s, the traction engine had been developed into different types of vehicle, revolutionising the work of thousands. Farmers, hauliers and road builders all benefited from the new mobile steam power.
That'd have been graft, that, wouldn't it? Working on them things all day. Like this morning, I wanted to get up and I want to go to work. I just get in my tranny and put in the key and turn it, and away we go. But them boys, they had to be up at 5, you know, to get the fire going and neat it up gradually. Then you go out grafting all day, all the hours that was light, and yeah, you've got all the mucking out to do at the end of the day. It'd have been proper graft. And I bet we was doing 6 mile an hour. Hey, that's fair going now. I wouldn't have wanted to go much faster. Not really. It'd have taken some stopping.
Steady.
And get the overtime in, I might even fancy one. I don't know.
Sure, go on. I'm all right here.
With the tree trunk delivered back to the mill, Guy's got his raw material.
Some weight in there.
But there's a lot more work to be done before this can be turned into a bicycle. Gale Sawmill in Wensleydale, Yorkshire was built in 1784. It was recently saved from property developers and is undergoing a complete restoration by a team of local volunteers who want to use it to make and sell wooden products again. Guy wants to use it to make a wooden bicycle. But first he needs to learn a much older pre-industrial skill to make a vital part of that bike, its wheels. Wheelwright Greg Rowland will show Guy how it's done.
So you do know your onions then when it comes to wheels?
We hold the Royal Appointment in the position of wheelwrights, so we look after the Royal Collection of Carriages.
By heck. So no messing then, you know what you're doing.
The first job? Shaping some spokes.
Right, so you sit on the seat.
Right. The wheelwright, you know, the man that makes the wheels, or the wainwright. One of the oldest trades known to man. Not the oldest, one of the oldest trades known to man.
You see how we're shaping up there with it?
Yeah.
These are ones that we've taken down already. And we're looking at that sort of shape, OK?
All right. I've got some work to do there.
So like I say, we don't want all the spoke on the floor.
14 spokes per wheel are shaped using a rounding plane.
Drive it square, it'll make it easier for you.
They then get hammered into the hub, or nave.
And let them go. That's it.
Okay.
Yep.
What the heck?
Next, rim sections called fellies are hammered onto the top of the spokes.
That's it. Yeah, that's fine.
So he is proper technical, but he's not talking about, you know, oh, it's within a couple of thou here or a thousandth of a millimetre there. It's none of that business. It's all feel and angles and just things looking right. Yeah, just about. I was asking him about this, you know, we're dealing in trigonometry and pi r squared and all that business. No, I said if it looks right, it is right, and I can see where it's coming from now. Yeah, so this is the original way.
Yes, so
Right.
we're doing exactly as our forebears did.
Right, spot on, spot on.
Does seem funny how the biggest gaps.
My spoke. My spoke. Well,
I'm glad I'm not riding the bike.
it'll be race.
It'll be lovely.
To add strength and durability to the wheel, a tyre is needed.
You think a tyre, don't you? You're just gonna, you know, you put your tyre on and you blow it up, but no, we're talking a metal tyre.
First, they have to bend a section of mild steel into a circular shape using a tyre roller.
Yep.
Here we go.
Then the tyre must be cut to exact length, measured precisely using a traveller.
The important thing is don't let it slip.
The trick is to make the tyre a bit smaller than the wheel. It's then heated up on a bonfire so it expands, and then, hopefully, it will shrink onto the wheel for a perfect fit.
The shrinkage on the tyre is the most important part of the wheel, really.
Yeah.
Because
no pressure out.
If you get it
No
wrong,
pressure.
it won't go on, because it won't expand enough. If you get it too tight, if you get it too big, you might as well not bother. So it's got to be just about right. So we add all these up. So there's an 1/8, another 1/8. So that's 3/8. I'd say you've got about 5/8 there to shrink.
5/8.
So this is where the true size of the wheel as it stands is. You need to come back to there. So that is how much smaller this tyre will be than the wheel.
Yes.
So that's how much we've got to expand it in the fire. Brilliant.
We dummied the tyre up to the wheel before we heated it up. So that just, look at that. And I'm thinking now, I've never done this before, so I'm thinking, doesn't matter however hot we're going to get that is never going to go on there in a month or Sundays. I mean, it must have been a good inch out. It was an inch short of going on the wheel. I thought, how can it ever expand that much? So what we're going to do, put her on the fire.
Yep.
And give her a whirl. How long do you reckon for?
I reckon you need 5 minutes or so.
You think that'll start glowing?
It won't glow. We don't want it to glow. We don't want it too hot because when you pick it up, it'll bend. I'll run a bit of stick against the tyre.
Yeah.
If that burns, the tyre's hot enough.
Nobody's sure if the tyre will fit.
Now you've got to sort that out en route. That's it.
With the wheel clamped to the tyring platform, the tyre needs to be hammered into place quickly before it starts to shrink.
You lever him over.
He's gone.
Yeah.
And now we can water him up.
Water him.
Tap there. Look, he's a bit high here.
Finally, the fitted tyre is quenched, so it doesn't burn the wooden wheel.
And all this creaking and groaning going on, you know, that's the wheel talking to you. You know, as the tyre's shrinking onto the wheel, and it, you know, it's bringing all them joints, all them 40-odd joints into place. Spot on.
There's your
Spot
front
on.
bike wheel.
Spot on. That ain't going to fall off in a breeze, is it?
No.
Hey?
No.
Well, I think that's not coming off that. Just, yeah, it does.
There's no looseness there.
No.
And
proper job. I just think it's brilliant. Yeah. And it's a proper trade, that, ain't it? A proper craftsman, I'd say.
you hear that
You
sound?
feel it sort of,
That's
yeah.
tight. That's a tight wheel. Ready to go.
What a job.
This method of making wheels changed little for 4,000 years. But as technological advancements allowed lighter, stronger metal wheels to be mass-produced, wheel-making moved from being an artisan's craft to a factory process. The wooden wheel was consigned to history, along with the ancient craft of wheel writing. Inside the mill, the restoration work continues. Next, the drive belts connecting the machinery to the main drive shaft need attention.
Right then, Tom.
Aye,
What's the plan here?
What's the plan? Well, you see we've got a bit of slack on belt.
This belt has been stretched and needs to be cut back down to make it fit.
Yeah, there we are.
Just pull that.
Pull that pin out there.
Pull that pin out and don't lose it. Straight out.
Don't lose it.
That's it.
Don't lose it. I'm learning.
Now with Stanley knife, just cut that bit of belt off.
That was. There
Got
she
it?
is, yep.
Now you want a piece of that.
Yeah.
You just want to get each of them prongs set off into belting.
All right.
Yeah, just give them all a tap. Just don't go man brush. Hit it square on. I think they want glasses. Now get them all set off into it, guy.
Well, that ain't going to come out there anymore, is it?
Right.
Right, so we're ready. Ready for on.
Thread that back over, but make sure we go under that wood. We'll join it and then we'll run it back onto the pulley, you see.
Yeah.
Into there, see, like that.
Just like that.
Just like that. And now you'll have to wind the whole pulley round, guy. That's the idea.
Oh, it's like putting my push-back chain on.
Now, you see, we've taken all that out, just we're taking that bit out.
Oh, right, you're going to play a tune on that.
Grand,
Eh?
isn't it? Grand, eh? We're getting everything ready now to be able to go and make this bike.
With a bit of luck.
Originally, all the drive belts at Gale Mill would have been leather.
That's a leather belt.
What's that there? That's not cable ties, is it?
No, it's
that's
leather. Wings, as we call them up here.
Leather what?
Wings.
Wings?
Wings.
Or wings?
Wings. Wings.
Leather wings?
Wings.
This leather belt may seem innocuous enough, but making it was one of the grimmest jobs of the Industrial Revolution. The men and women who did it were publicly shunned, but if the work was good enough for them, it's good enough for Guy.
There we go. That's a bit of cow. That's a bit of cow. Cow skin, but it's not leather yet. To get from that form to leather takes a bit of mucking about, really, and the Victorians realised this.
The workers who converted animal hides into leather were called tanners, and their art relied on one principal ingredient: dog poo. To find out what tanning was like, guys fetched a bucketful of the stuff from the local kennels.
Yeah, they needed to use something quite acidic to alter the chemical makeup of the cowhide to be able to turn it into leather and to keep it supple and to stop it from rotting, really. Oh, sorry, we dropped a bit. Sorry. Look at that. That stinks. My hands are covered in it. I'm going to put a bit of water in, just try and make the chemical reaction a little bit faster with the what was it? Is it like the protein enzymes of the dog poo is what sets. Oh yeah, look at that! What a lovely texture. So you're all stepping back now, aren't you? You're all stepping back. Now this is coming on a treat. Oh yes. You know, because they only had material gloves before the days of rubber, they just use the bare hands. But other than that, they go and mash it up with their own bare feet. You know, it's a mucky job, isn't it? But this is proper Victorian graft, this. She's coming on. Watch the splashing. Watch the splashing. I think we've proved that we can see why tanners only married tanners. I think that's right, really, isn't it?
Back at Gale Mill, the damaged vane from the turbine has finally been reconditioned and painted. This is the last piece in the restoration jigsaw.
That's the vane we've had doctored and squared up. Yeah, we'll get her fitted in there, and yeah, hopefully the turbine will run a bit more efficiently.
First, the vane must be bolted into position, then connected to the series of cranks, rods and gears which open or close it. The vanes are the turbine's accelerator pedal. The more they're open, the more water flows into the turbine and the more power is created to run the mill's machinery. This is precision engineering. Even the slightest imperfection will cause a massive leak and render the whole restoration pointless.
Done too good a repair on it, laddie.
Oh, she's good. I think it's the paint in it, is it?
Ain't a lot of room for error, is there?
There's no room.
Bingo.
Look at that.
Just give her a wiggle.
Spot on.
Yeah.
She's not far away at that, is she? Like a new one.
Now they must fix the two sides of the turbine's casing back together, using a sealant to replace the original lead gasket, and then make sure it's fully watertight.
This is why I had her on originally. Squashed in and kept it as a gasket.
Boom.
A lot of grunting going on. I don't know what's happening. Are we ready for pulling her up, do you reckon?
Outside, I'm ready to go.
Yeah?
Are we ready?
Yes, ready when you are.
Start winding away.
Won't it be a bee you good if you spurts water out all over?
Ye who have little faith.
So we've stripped her down, we've cleaned her out, found a few problems, but no, there was nothing that was, I mean, the thing's 130-odd-year-old, but there was nothing that was completely shot in it, not really. I mean, we just had to tweak a few things, alter a few clearances, a bit of a coat of paint, and that's all we've done in 130-odd years. But yeah, everything's looking hunky-dory, really. It's looking like a new one, isn't it? Look how free that turns, eh? Look at that.
All that remains is to find out if the restored double vortex turbine can provide enough power for Guy to finish off his wooden bike. Gale Mill in Yorkshire has been undergoing a major restoration for the last 8 years, after it was saved from residential development by locals who wanted to get it back in business. At its heart is a Victorian water turbine, which should be capable of powering every machine in the mill. Guy and the team have rebuilt the turbine to fix a leak and restore it to full power. Now the moment has arrived to see if all their work has been worthwhile.
What's the plan now, then?
It's fingers crossed. Get yourself up there, turn control on, and see what happens.
It's time to get this 130-year-old turbine working again.
Do you want to strike her up?
Don't overdo her, just let her go quietly.
You ready? I'll give her some throttle then. So.
As Guy opens the control wheel, the turbine bursts into life and sends power spinning right throughout the mill.
But it works. It works.
It really does.
I didn't know what to expect. You know, I did not know what to expect, and yeah, started putting a bit of water through. I could not believe it.
Stand back.
Just turn it down a bit. We're in top gear.
We're in top gear.
Hellfire. There's not on a bloody motorbike. How about that, eh?
Bloody hell. There's no noise.
No. Instant, innit?
Can we have a flat out?
You'll make her rattle a bit if
Will I? Do we not want it flat out?
Give her a bit more then, but don't just go berserk. Just, that's a bit more water going in. That's your power.
Listen that. Bloody hell, that's licking on, isn't it? I'll dack her down a bit. That is
but
the job,
that's brilliant. That's incredible.
I can't believe that.
That's a Rolls Royce.
That is a Rolls Royce.
That's a Rolls Royce.
Have a look down here, and the rate of the water's flowing down there. Can you see it?
There, see. You see, and that's why you don't hear any noise, because it's discharging itself underwater.
Under the water, yeah. Spot on.
Spot on.
Spot on. You're happy, I'm happy.
I'm really happy.
Now the mill is working properly again, and Guy wants its first product to be his wooden bicycle.
The whole idea of getting the water turbine up and running was to cut this tree to bits to be able to make this push bike, and that's what we did.
Guy's mate Maeve is a carpenter by trade, so he's come to lend a hand with the bicycle build. First, Guy gets the turbine spinning fast enough to power the large circular saw.
Some more.
Hey, Ma.
They're using this saw to square off their tree trunk, from which they'll then cut the Velocipede's main frame.
You're about there.
Happy?
Yep, that's to do.
Right.
Next, Maeve gently starts the cut by winding the trunk onto the blade by hand.
Right, back him off.
Then Guy engages the gearing system, which uses the power of the turbine to drag the trunk right across the blade.
Oh, I want to get in the way of that.
After repeating the process to square off 2 more sides, they mark the outline of the frame with a paper template.
Right, Guy, here's your pattern, dude.
Yeah.
And we need you to scribble around that. Try not to move your pattern.
Yeah.
Then the elm can be hauled upstairs for finishing.
There's a bit of weight in that.
Oh, aye. Should put sweat on your brow.
Local farmer Will, who earlier helped Guy and Tony open the turbine's casing, joins them to help cut the bike's frame from the trunk. Tony engages another drive belt to power the bandsaw.
Keep waist side of the line.
Try to move it smoothly and not jerk.
Yeah. Watch that.
Guy carefully follows the pattern.
Yeah. What's this though? Latch? What's latch?
Elm.
Elm. Is that what you call?
Very nice piece of wood.
Latch comes from an elm tree, does it?
No. The elm comes from elm trees. It's a secret.
So what are you calling latch then?
Latch comes from a larch tree.
So what's this then?
Elm.
This is elm. Well, what was you on about latch then?
While Maeve applies his woodworking skills to finish the bike's frame, Will helps Guy shape a pair of wooden hand grips on the lathe. The trick is to try and make them exactly the same.
Right. What do you reckon? Not a million miles out of it.
With the hand grips and the frame finished, the bike can be assembled. The only change to Macmillan's original design is a more comfortable seat. Although even this is made to a Victorian design.
We haven't shortchanged the sends anyway. No, we've kept everything dead original. In the way that we've made the wheels, the way we've cut the wood, all on the bandsaws, all using the turbine-driven woodworking machines. Oh, I think it's great. The big bit of pedals to the front.
One final thing to fit.
I know.
Look at that, smiling as well. That just finishes it off.
170 years after Kirkpatrick Macmillan devised the first pedal-powered bike, the machines of Gale Sawmill have produced a new one.
It's not a million miles away, that, is it?
Tell you what, that's brilliant. Can be hard work around these Yorkshire hills, though, isn't it?
We'll be all right. We'll be all right going down them.
Right. In that case, let's go find Ale.
Good man.
But Guy, being Guy, his very first test drive isn't going to be a gentle pootle down a country lane. Oh no.
To test this bike, he chose a very big hill, a dangerous hill, with corners, walls, all the things that you just don't want when you're on a velocipede.
Look at the speed of them pedals. But you try going downhill with your feet on the pedals, no chance. Your legs can't keep up with it. There's no brakes. You see, no, they say to use my feet as the brakes.
Can you go any faster?
Well, I was getting a bit close to that wall. I think if I'd hit that wall, I'd have probably gone through it. You'd felt the weight of the bike. It weighs a bloody ton.
Oh, you bastard! I don't reckon there will have ever been a velocipede going that fast, ever. I mean, I even think Guy was scared at one point.
I was just a passenger. I was just, yeah, definitely the whites of my knuckles. You could definitely see the whites of my knuckles. I was clinging on for grim death. All right, I enjoyed it. It was all right. Definitely a bit of an adrenaline rush. You wouldn't think so, but I wasn't doing 20 miles an hour. Didn't think I was doing 20 miles an hour.
Guy's given his wooden bike to Tony and the team to put on show at Gale Mill. It's now fully working, open for business and keeping the restoration team extremely busy as they keep its 19th century machinery running.
I really appreciate it now, but I don't know if many folk do, and whether watching this programme will sort of bring it on to a few folk of what this country was, and I suppose at some points what it still is. You know, what we used to make, what the inventions, the inventions that came out of this place, I think it's great. And I think, yeah, 100 years' time, if this place is still going, I think hopefully folk will, it'll bring it on to folk.
Next time, Guy helps to bring one of Britain's last great Victorian seaside resorts back to life.
Bloody freezing!
He'll do perilous work on the 19th century pier.
Got a few boulder burns, and my nipple's going to be in a fair old state, I think.
Save the country's sole surviving cable-hauled tram. And even play a more or less musical part at the grand opening of the season.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the pressure. The pressure.
Guy Martin is a third-generation lorry mechanic from Lincolnshire.
Started on lawnmowers at 6-year-old. And then 12-year-old moved on to trucks. Used to bike to work to go work with my dad. Could not get to work fast enough. I'm still the same now, I think.
He's also a world-famous motorcycle racer who loves the dangers of competing on the roads. As a mechanic,
trick as you like.
He's fascinated by the era when British workers and extraordinary feats of engineering made this country great. The Industrial Revolution.
That's when we was like the leaders in the world, wasn't it? Bar no one, really. We was the boys, weren't we?
So, in this series, he's going to find out how we did it by getting stuck into 6 major restoration projects around the UK. He'll have to work like the grafters of the past.
It was the normal thing to be doing 12, 14, 15-hour days, that sort. And I think, yeah, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
He'll follow in their footsteps to learn about their way of life and the dangers they faced.
Some heat off that! Day in, day out, thought we're getting killed. Risky business. We've got it cushy now, haven't we? If it wasn't for those boys, what, 150 odd years ago, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. We can't forget what those boys did, can we?
This is how Britain worked. There's one Industrial Revolution invention that's outlived any steam engine or cotton mill. And it's something millions of us still enjoy to this day. The Great British Seaside Holiday.
And here we are in Llandudno. Llandudno? Yeah. And that's where the original Victorian holiday resort. Yeah. I don't think much has changed, really, has it?
We haven't always flocked to the coast. The tradition was born in towns like this. In the 19th century, thousands of workers transformed this Welsh mining village into one of the first holiday resorts, complete with the latest attractions.
150 odd years that's been there. She's doing all right, isn't it? Yeah. It's a fantastic piece of Victorian engineering, isn't it? Eh?
But Llandudno's attractions are under continuous assault from the wind and the waves, and keeping them in shape is a big job. Guy's here to help a dedicated team get the resort up to scratch for the next summer season.
Yeah, let's get stuck in here.
The pier needs much of its metalwork replaced.
Proper grafters out. I'll be with them. I'm not chickening out.
The 110-year-old tram, one of the few left in the country, needs a major overhaul.
Feel at home now.
Liquid engineering.
The centrepiece of the Victorian Fun Fair is in bits and in a warehouse 70 miles away.
I don't care if I'm 30-year-old. I'm going down in.
And Guy has volunteered to take part in the season's opening promenade concert. A challenge that's worrying him more than any of the others.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the pressure. The pressure. I cracked under the pressure.
It took us a long time to fall in love with the seaside. For centuries, it was where fishermen worked and ships docked. It was simply not the place where you went to have fun. But then, a strange new idea began to catch on.
Right, so 1750 was the year. Dr. Russell, bit of a celebrity doctor, you know, like a Hilary Jones of today. He'd been researching the benefits of seawater for 25 years. And he said it's very beneficial to the glands. I don't know what your glands are, but anyway, it was good for him. It was good for him. So every man and the dog knew about the benefits of seawater. And that's where the seaside job took off. I best go give it a whirl. No benefits yet. Bloody freezing. Oh, all right. Yeah, my glands feel fantastic.
The rich were the first to take up the new craze. But once the railways came, ordinary workers could afford the journey to join them. People flocked to the big new resorts like Blackpool, Scarborough and Cleethorpes. In 1848, the railway reached Llandudno. In a few decades, it transformed itself into a holiday hotspot, its spectacular coastline set off by the longest pier in Wales. Today, 130 years after it was built, that pier needs work. The original metal structure holding it up is badly corroded, and Guy's first job is to help give it a major overhaul.
Hell of a job. Hell of a job.
By the start of the 20th century, there were 100 piers in Britain, each a triumph of engineering. Early holidaymakers were often nervous of the sea. Many couldn't swim. But on the pier, you could be close to the waves in perfect safety. In the years since then, neglect, damage by ships and fires have destroyed more than half of Britain's Victorian piers. Llandudno's is one of the few that survived. But if it's to stay intact for another 150 years, it needs serious attention. Guy's here to help replace metal frames under the pier's deck.
Orange overalls. Hang on. New helmets. Hey? Ready for action though, eh? What do you think? Right. Oh, get me tea.
It's December and the temperatures drop to -5 degrees centigrade. Working under the pier means starting early and finishing late to avoid the high tides. But it's all in a day's work for the specialist construction team that Guy's joining.
Oh. There's no central heating out here, boy. Hey? Look at those proper grafters, them. Hey, won't want to fall out with them. They wouldn't have had this gear on 140 years ago, would they?
I don't think so.
Proper hardcore, them.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think you boys are hardcore, though. Come and do it.
We're not hardcore, we're soft. Come on then.
The pier's deck is held up by a complex web of support beams. The team need to replace the corroded ones with galvanised steel lattice girders. Each one needs to be bolted into place by hand. Guy will be working with project leader Paul Dixon.
Swing, lads.
The majority of the pier's metalwork has been in place since it was built in 1877.
Well, this has been up for 140 odd years. You know, none of them bolts are going to come undone. That's the idea. You burn them all out, thresh them out, clean them all up, grind them up, and then get your new stuff down.
Guy and Paul have to knock the rust off the old Victorian beams with hammers before they can use blowtorches to cut through the metal.
If you're burning rust, the rust just explodes. So you need to get rid of the rust so you can burn straight into the metal. That's just rust, you see. Proper involved job. Get it wrong, you're knackered. You know, you're going to get wet, aren't you? You know, if you got wet in there today, boy, you're not going to last long, eh?
One invention made piers possible. To withstand the enormous power of the sea, engineers had to find a way of fixing the legs firmly to the ocean floor. The solution was the screw pile.
Alex Mitchell, 1830, came up with this idea of piles. You can't just dump a load of concrete into the water. You know, you have to make a firm foundation in the seabed. So by that, you need to pile something into it. So it was just like a great ginormous bowl to just screw it into the seabed. Screw it into the seabed, screwed it down about 11 foot for these, and yeah, and started building on top of it.
Llandudno Pier sits on more than 400 of these piles. An expert team was shipped in from Glasgow to sink them. Construction took a full year. Once the old parts are removed, new brackets are fitted. These have been prefabricated to speed up the job and give the team a fighting chance of fitting them before the tide comes in.
Put the nuts on the other side, guys.
Oh, sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
So when it turns round, they'll be on this side, mate.
Sorry, boy. So go on, what do you reckon? Have I got the makings of a pier worker,
so,
boy?
mate. It's good to have somebody who'll just get on with things. You know.
You reckon?
There's that many people just sit back and let you get on with it. Isn't there, lads?
I could proper get into this. You can see where you've been, can't you?
That's right.
End of the day.
Yeah.
I've loved it. Doing other things because it's a bit dangerous, you know, whether it's racing, whatever, I'll go do that because it's a bit dangerous. You know, but if I can combine a bit of danger with work, well, I think that's even better.
The construction team may be armed with a wide array of modern equipment, but to get the brackets in place, they still rely on a tool as old as the pier itself.
What do you call it?
Podger.
Podger?
Podger, yeah.
Why is it a podger? What's that for?
What it is, if your rolls aren't lined up, you put it in. And you can, like, lift it and... I'll take this top across.
Yeah.
Can you get a bolt in that top now, guy?
Yeah, no, well. These fellas that put the job up originally, boy, what do you make on them?
They must be being fantastic workers in them days, really.
Wait, they're half the gear that you boys have, aren't they?
They'll have no gear whatsoever compared to what we've got. We've got spider cranes, all the burning gear.
Yeah.
You know, electric spanners to tighten everything up in that way. They'll have had nothing of this.
No like that.
No. Everything's just down to brute force. I think that's why everybody's getting smaller these days.
You're not wrong there, are you? Well, I say that a lot full out of any of you boys, though, eh?
After 4 hours working in sub-zero temperatures, just one very small piece of support section is complete, leaving a great deal more to be done before Llandudno Pier is anywhere near ready for its summer season.
Right enough.
This is Llandudno, once known as the Queen of Welsh Resorts. Guy Martin's here to help get essential work completed on the town's attractions in time for the all-important summer season. While the tide's in, work on the pier has stopped. So Guy's headed into town to do a bit of research of his own. And he's found just the place.
We're here at the Queen Vic. You see a few Queen Vics, so we'll go and ask him. There's a few pictures in here, so we'll go and ask him, see what we reckon. So, come on. Come on. Let me squeeze through there. All right, mate. All right, let's have a look at tea. Yeah. Have a look at these here. Have a look here, come on. Have a look here. Not the clearest of pictures. You see this man here? Bit of a smile on his face. She's flattened some grass in her time, hasn't she? Hey?
In 1871, another Victorian innovation gave coastal resorts an extra boost. The Bank Holiday Act gave all families in England, Wales and Ireland 4 days off a year. It was a chance to let your hair down at the seaside, but not, it would seem, to take your clothes off.
Look here. Look here. They just look like they've come from a tea party or something. Look at them. What's she dressed in? This is, you know, the end of the Industrial Revolution. We didn't know much about holidays, did we? It was all work, 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 work. You know, so it was like we weren't used to going on holiday. And she's going dressed to go to the, you know, go to dinner with the Queen or something. So he's done it. He's just very, very uptight, very British. But that's, you know, I'm very known for being very stiff upper lip, aren't we? Very, you know, nothing bothers or anything of that.
Around the same time, some workers got a chance to spend more than the odd day at the beach. Factories and mills began closing for a week each year for maintenance. Staff were given the time off, unpaid of course. By the early 20th century, these Wakes Weeks, as they were known, were commonplace, and in some parts of the country, the tradition still survives today.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? A bit more interesting than the usual holiday photos. No red socks and sandals and no pints of beer, so yeah.
One of Llandudno's most impressive features is the rocky headland that rises above the town, the Great Orme. The view from the top is stunning, but for those Victorian holidaymakers, sweltering in layers of heavy clothing, it was all but out of bounds. The walk up is hardly what you'd call a gentle stroll.
I reckon. Don't knock it till you've tried it.
Guy wants to get a feel for what it would have been like to struggle up here under the weight of your Victorian Sunday best.
Again, I'm blowing a bit though.
But he's decided he'll carry the hat, the parasol, petticoats and full-length dress, rather than try them on.
You want to be walking up this, well, it's the Great Orme Hill. You want to be walking up here, it's 1 in 4 this is, 1 in 4. 20 odd kilos, that's nearly as much as a bag of cement, eh? That's where the tram came in.
To save visitors from the climb, a tram system was installed in 1902. it was an instant success, carrying 130,000 passengers in its first year.
It's all right me carrying this fancy frock up here, isn't it? Hey, but what about the lads building this? I mean, just the cable, it took 12 horses to pull the cable up here. That's fair going, is that, isn't it? Hey, not easy. They're stuck with it. They're stuck with it.
Llandudno's is one of the only 3 surviving cable-operated street trams in the world. John Platt is the man in charge of keeping it going.
Your hands could tell a story, though.
That's all right, that.
The man's house.
That's how they should be, that.
Yeah.
Keep nice and soft. Better than any hand cream.
The tram uses a funicular system. This offers a clever solution to a tricky problem: how to get coach loads of tourists up a steep hill without building an engine as big as a house. It does it by changing the hill from a problem into a solution. The 2 tram cars weigh exactly the same and are connected by a loop of cable which runs all the way up and back down the track. As gravity pulls one car downhill, its movement helps to pull the other car uphill, and it only takes a small motor to give it the extra boost it needs.
We get away with an 80 horsepower steam engine, you know, which, you know, in the Victorian age we're used to everything being massive and very over the top, aren't we, really? But no, not here. Very understated. Yeah, bit of ingenuity.
Before the tram faces another season, Guy and John have to give it a full service. The first job is to replace the heavy-duty rollers, called hats, that guide the cable connecting the trams.
Right, so go on.
This one here, we're sort of looking at this. We can see now that the rope's worn through it and actually started cutting a groove into the hat itself. So we'll have that one out.
Can you see it? Do you want to come down and have a look? Do you want to come down and have a look, yes? Oh, look at that, eh? You ready?
That's it, yeah.
So what do you reckon to all this engineering? I mean, all this is, it's still like the original...
It's the original idea
Yeah.
to what it was 110 years ago. As I say, I think they're absolutely amazing, the way that they sort of worked it out. Them guys sort of designed this with a pencil, piece of paper.
No computers.
No computers.
No.
All that rubbish. It's and it's right.
With only a single cable stopping the trams and their passengers from careering off down the hill, there's one bit of the system that's crucially important:
knock it through.
The brakes.
There you go.
And it's here that lorry mechanic Guy is on familiar territory.
Where are we going?
On bench. There's a bit of weight in it, isn't there?
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Right.
I'll get some new brake shoes while you fetch them up.
Cheers, boss. Just think if a cable broke. Oof, you know, it's 9 tonne these weigh. You know, with a lot of fork on them, it's going to end in tears, one way or another, isn't it? So you have a safety brake system. Anything goes wrong, you handle to pull, stops the thing dead. Everybody happy.
The old worn-out metal brake shoes are removed and a brand new set are fitted.
There we go.
So that has a fair bit of wear on it, hasn't it?
That's got a lot of wear on it, that has now, yeah.
Are you happy enough?
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, we're going to take this back to the tram now.
Good man.
A bit more metal in it now.
A bit more weight in it.
Yeah.
Once lined up, the new brakes are ready to go. They'll last for 10,000 miles, but on the busy Great Orme, that means only 3 seasons.
As long as you're happy with it, I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
Guy's got one more job to do before he and John can reattach the wheels and the new brakes to the tram.
We want it smothered in with grease, though.
I'm your man for that.
Want some grease on it.
Go on, where is it? I'm impressed with the way this is preserved, absolutely spot on, just as she was. I feel at home now. And just how everything's kept, you know, and how the tidiness of the workshop. I like a man with a clean workshop.
Yeah.
Look at that, it's military precision is all that. And then the enthusiasm of the lads here, you know, dead into it. But that's the, you know, wherever we go doing this whole thing, you know, it's the enthusiasm of the people still keeping it on, and that's what we need to keep going, isn't it?
Lovely, listen to that.
Job's a good one.
The trams may now be ready to go, but work on the structure of the pier is still a long way from being finished, and Guy's back with the team to complete some of the low-level work.
Hey, it's a bit cosy. All right, boy.
All right, Paul.
He's fitting crossbars to tie the upright supports together to stop them twisting.
Put them tight with your hand, then just give them a good bat.
Once he's bolted them in place, he has to coat them with tar. This waterproofs the new joists, protecting them when they're underwater. Pier building reached fever pitch during the 1860s and the 1870s. Every self-respecting resort had to have one. At least 2 major piers were being built each year, and constructors were in high demand. Like much of Victorian industry, it was dangerous, hard graft. 16-hour days, 6 days a week, were common across the board. One Victorian reformer took it upon himself to save the workers, but his efforts met with a mixed reception. And even today, he has his critics.
Robert Owen, have you heard of such a man? He was an MP, 1810 the year was. He said, we're all working too hard, we need to alter the days. He was saying we should have 8 hours at work, 8 hours recreation, and then 8 hours sleep. What sort of man would say that, eh? This country wasn't built on 8 hours work, was it? You don't work 8 hour days,
We don't do 8 hours.
I mean, me personally, I think that's where today's economic downturn started, really. 8 hour days, I don't agree with them. I'm sure the fellas that built the original piers, I'm sure that's what they were doing. You know, you work every hour that God sends. That's what this country was built on.
Whoa! Load off!
Many Victorians felt equally sceptical. Industrialists ignored Owen, and they ignored the increasing protests of their workers.
Just slacken that nut off first, guy.
It wasn't until 1847 that a 10-hour day became law, and that was just for women and children.
The tide's coming in, so we're going to pull my finger out. I don't mind talking to you, buggers, right?
Hey, with plenty of time, it's only guy who's got to get wet.
Work on the pier is very much on track to be finished in time for the summer season. And when that season starts, it'll kick off with a concert on the promenade. In Victorian times, Llandudno's seaside concerts were massively popular. One visitor, a young Henry Wood, liked them so much that he took the idea to London and launched a great tradition that still exists today.
He was down there and he saw all this taking place and he thought, right, this will catch on, this. Took it back to London, you know, the whole idea of the, you know, the promenade orchestra. And Last Night of the Proms, you've heard of that, haven't you? My dad loves it. Yeah, and you think Last Night of the Proms, well, it's the Last Night of the Proms, isn't it? Well, no, promenade.
Thanks to the engineering breakthroughs of the era, the instruments used by the orchestras at these concerts were changing too, as music maestro David Evans demonstrates to Guy.
Very cleverly, they invented this valve system. When you push the valve down, a series of little holes opens in the valve and adds this section of tubing.
So when you're playing there without pressing any of the valves, it's not adding any of these separate
None
pipes
at
in there at all. So the air is just going in there, round the pipes, and then
out.
exiting there.
Yes.
Right, but when you press that, it diverts the
air into an extra section of tubing. And then I can play scales and things, you see.
Go on, can we have the scales?
I'll show you the inside of the piston valve if you like.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, this is interesting from your point of view of your technology. It's awfully like a piston valve for a steam engine, isn't it?
Yeah.
New technology didn't only make these instruments possible, it made them cheap to manufacture too. Working class communities right across Britain could afford to start their own brass bands. By 1900, almost every town and city in the country had one.
This was a picture of Llanelli Town Band in 1890, and this man standing here is my great-grandfather.
Right.
And he was a steel worker.
Was he?
And he couldn't read or write.
Could he not?
But he could read music.
Is that right?
He signed his name with an X.
Couldn't read and write, but he could read music.
He could read music.
Guy's keen to follow in the footsteps of the millions of workers who learned an instrument and joined a band. He wants to play in the promenade concert at the start of Llandudno's summer season. However, there is one rather major problem. He doesn't have a musical bone in his body.
Yeah. Morrissey's tour bus broke down in Grimsby, and I was on a breakdown. I repaired that, and I think that's about the height of my musical skills.
So he's decided to steer clear of the more complicated stuff and is going to become a drummer. He'll be trained for his performance by timpani expert Dr. Dewi Ellis-Jones.
How
trick was that?
If you maybe try and hit it in the centre.
Oh, yeah. The man has got the patience of a saint. And when it comes to me having rhythm, I have no rhythm at all.
So we go 1 and 2 and 1 and. A bit too slow.
The machine timpani, or kettle drum, was another product of the new Victorian technology. Levers and pulleys meant that the skilled musician could change the pitch of the drum while he was playing. But for Guy, Dow is keeping things nice and simple.
1, 2, 3, 4. OK. Wrong way round. Yeah?
Yeah.
At his concert, Guy will be playing Elgar's classic Pomp and Circumstance, always a prom's favourite.
When's my bit? Is that my bit there?
So you just keep going, yeah.
Oh, I owe it to them. I owe it to them. You know, they're like all the grafters, whether they're miners or there was textile workers, whatever there was. I owe it to them to persevere with it, and I'm not going to give in. I'm going to master it.
Brilliant.
Right, that was what? That was about a third of it. That was about a third of it. So yeah, what have we got? We've got a few weeks yet. A good few weeks. Right. I need to be taking this home. I need to be doing my own work. But thank you very much.
I've got a copy. You can take that with you.
Thank you very much.
Guy Martin is in Llandudno, helping to bring one of Britain's greatest Victorian seaside resorts back to life in time for the summer season. The biggest challenge is the town's famous pier, which needs much of its original ironwork replaced. Guy's taken a shine to the job.
Yeah. Well, I get stuck into a bit of that. Hey, why would someone not want to do that for a job, hey?
Tonight, they're facing the trickiest part of the job, working right down at sea level on supports that spend most of their time submerged.
All right.
Guy has to be lowered into place by a spider crane.
You can come right in play, mate, if you want.
You know, boy?
He's working against the clock with Paul Dixon to remove 2 corroded crossbars before the tide rises and they disappear again.
You've managed, what, 10 years without going swimming, so you haven't done bad, eh? I have to use the carabiners and the ropes to get me in a comfortable position for burning. She's not warm, was it? She's not warm. And then, yeah, get burning away. He's just cutting, that's all we're doing, he's cutting. So you use oxygen propane. You get the surface of the metal to start glowing, and then you use the oxygen blast to blast the steel away. We've got a few, what we're calling them, boulder burns, where my lumps of metal have been burning through us, and my nipple's going to be in a fair old state, I think. You see it? But it's all right, it's all part of the job. It's character building.
Yeah, he's a keen lad. Yeah, very keen.
Once Guy and Paul have removed an old bar, the team on deck lowers a new one for them to bolt into place.
Well, this is the new bar coming down. Well, I measured it half hour ago, and then boys have got one knocked up already.
By the time they've finished, they'll have replaced 24 bars along the half-mile length of the pier.
I think it's just going to come down a bit further to get under my bloody ropes, boy. Yeah. I didn't drop out. You can't keep 140-year-old pier alive. Yeah, all in a good cause, isn't it? Hey?
With the pier coming along nicely and the start of the summer season fast approaching, Guy's turning his attention to another of Llandudno's most popular Victorian attractions, the Fun Fair. He's visiting a workshop in Warrington. It's managed to preserve many of the era's most popular attractions. Guy's come here to find a classic children's fun fair ride, but on his way in, he gets distracted by something a little more adult.
Hang on. There we go. Right. Oh, heck no, I was smooching now. Oh, heck.
This is a mutoscope, or what the butler saw.
Oh, heck. We're only halfway through the story. I best put another penny in. Another penny in. The mutoscope, I thought, you know, you kept putting your pennies in and turning the handle. It was just a lot of pictures, flick fashion, like a flick book. And he kept sort of hinting towards a bit of heavy petting or something like that, which I thought was great. I thought, what is happening there? So I had to keep putting another penny in and turn the handle a bit more. And I thought, he's having me on, he's having me on. But by the time I'd realised I was having me on, I'd spent about the day's wages, I think.
Fortunately, there are more wholesome pleasures on offer here too. This is what's actually brought Guy to Warrington, a Victorian helter-skelter. When these towering rides first appeared, they quickly became the stars of the seaside.
That was the thing, because there was no such thing as skyscrapers and all that back then, and seeing this great big 50-foot monstrosity sat on the beach, oh, look at that, there's one of Mablethorpe here. We've got helter-skelter, a few horses and carts. That's Claire's ice creams there, you see. And then we've got another one here of the famous Skegness. Oh, look at that. That's proper black and white, though, we like that. Helter-skelters, my word.
He's here to help get one of the last 2 wooden examples in the country ready to ride again. It's owned by Mike Carroll.
Right, Mike, what's the plan?
Plan is, what we do every year, we sort of go through the chutes, maintenance-wise.
This is the bit of the chute.
This is one of the sliding parts where you would come down on.
Right, so where do you want me then?
So what we're going to do today is just going to sort of basically remove these lats off.
Yeah.
We've got a few that have got little screws in, so we'll take them off first.
Yeah.
And then we'll tap off the old runners, and then we'll attach the new runners on there today.
Spot
on. Get that off.
Worn-out wooden runners need replacing on 3 sections of the structure. This involves taking out the old wood and replacing it with thin boards of beech.
So we're going to replace all these runners then?
Yeah, we're going to take all those out today.
Beech is perfect wood for the job. When cut or broken, it doesn't splinter.
And the kids, even today, they just stop and stare at it. Even if they don't go on it, they come and their jaw just drops down as they look up to the
I can remember going on these when I was a kid. You're getting that tatey sack and you get scooting on down.
That's it.
I can remember being a kid being on them. You're quite attached to her.
Yeah, I would say it's like my third arm. Certainly lost without it.
You would?
Yeah.
Right, what's the plan then?
Plan is, put a bit of blubber glue on.
Pushy strong stuff, this is.
Yes.
I've only just learned today that it was like an old English word, just meaning chaos. Is that right? So my life could be a bit of a helter-skelter, couldn't it? But yeah, just chaos. That's good, that.
To minimise movement, the beech runners are both glued and screwed to the main frame. The helter-skelter slide is made up of a mind-boggling series of angles and corner turns, and every one of the 30 wooden sections is different.
Who thought of that?
It must be some drawing.
This was all done, what, 130 odd years ago, wasn't it?
The wood may be harder to maintain than modern-day metal equivalents, but for Mike, it's worth the extra effort.
It's fascinating. Just the work that's involved in it, you know, the workmanship, you know, the character, and the fact that it's just once it's gone forever. You know, no one's really going to build a wooden one again.
But I just think we owe it to these fellas to keep it going, don't we?
Definitely, yeah.
It looks all right, though, doesn't it?
Brand new, that. Good as new.
Yeah, ready for action, boy. Ready for action.
The work's done. Now comes the moment of truth. Will the newly restored sections fit back in with the rest? To check, they assemble the top third of the ride in the workshop.
The whole slide altogether is about 7 ton.
Is it?
Yeah. So it's
7 ton?
7 ton.
It's a fair bit of weight, and that's all man-handled together then?
It's all flat-packed and man-handled, yes. So it's all carried into place
no
by hand.
Cranes, fork trucks?
No lifting, no nothing.
Man-handled?
All man-powered.
Proper graft then?
It's real man's work.
Yeah.
This is good practice for Guy. The next time he builds the helter-skelter, he'll be 50 feet up above Llandudno's promenade.
You've got to carry these up 50 foot. Hey, 50 foot. I don't care if I'm 30-year-old. I'm going down it. Do you still go down it?
Oh, yes.
I'm not scared of heights. There's me saying that. But when I'm having to do this 50 foot up in the air, yeah, it might be another story.
OK, this is the one that we've just done the side on there, Guy.
Yeah.
So we'll try that into position, make sure. Oh, look at that, lovely.
Can I go down it? I've slide.
worked out. I'd have paid me £1.50 for that. Spot on. Now we're talking, eh? Right, you wait till we get a 50-foot high.
Llandudno is now almost ready for its summer season. The engineering work on the 130-year-old pier is finished. But as any self-respecting Victorian would tell you, it's all about appearances.
Yeah, it's all right doing the, well, the donkey work, all the burning, the cutting, the lifting and all that, innit? It's all right doing that. The finishing touches as well, isn't it? You need to get them jobs right. You know, it's like a bit of a testimony to the fellas back, you know, a couple of 100 years ago. You know, this was their week away. You know, so we owe it to them to keep it going, don't we? We hear the same names over and over and over again, don't we? Brunels, your Arkwrights, Abraham Darby. We could keep coming out with these names all day, can't we? You know, but no one mentions the grafters. They've never been mentioned before. And if it weren't for them boys, none of this would have happened. Britain would not have had an industrial revolution.
In the morning, the crowds will hopefully flock in to enjoy a proper Victorian day at the seaside. But before he can relax along with them, Guy's got his own personal ordeal to get through.
Oh, I have drums to be practicing on. Yeah, I've got a lot of learning to do there. Dun, 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 dun. Was that right?
Over the past 4 months, Guy Martin has been in Llandudno in North Wales, helping to prepare its original Victorian attractions for the new summer season. He's got stuck into some serious engineering work on the magnificent 130-year-old pier. He's ensured the tram system is safe to carry passengers up and down the Great Orme.
You ready?
That's it, yeah.
And he's helped to restore an original Victorian fun fair, so it can set up once more on the promenade. After all the graft, Llandudno is ready for a big day.
Oh man, oh man.
First thing in the morning, Guy's already hard at work building the helter-skelter.
Where do you want me? Yeah.
The easiest job in the world, Guy.
It's a dangerous 4-hour job.
What's it like, Guy?
It's slippy. Right, shall I get up on here?
Yeah.
Just like the fairground workers of the past, you need strength and a head for heights to manhandle heavy panels up to the top of a 50-foot tower.
Spot on. Yeah, brilliant.
This is one of only 2 wooden helter-skelters left in Britain, and it's the crowning glory of the fair.
Looks the part, doesn't it? Looks the part.
Next to it, some original steam-powered rides are being prepared.
We're on a galloper. That's what we're on. Galloping horses and galloping chickens. I didn't know chickens galloped. Well, you do now, don't you?
Steam was first used to power attractions in 1868. It allowed for bigger and more impressive rides.
125-year-old it is, though. Looks a treat, doesn't it? Looks a treat. Dead original, 100% original. Steam-powered. And we've got the organ. We're just coming up to the organ. It's like a new one, isn't it? Like the day it was built.
Each wooden horse took a craftsman 10 days to carve. The quality of finish was second to none, and British gallopers sold around the world. Steam gallopers were more popular in the newly built theme parks of America, but as owner Gary Howard explains, the clockwise direction of travel gives this one away as an original British design.
The reason British sets go this way round is because...
Go on, we're round in a minute. So go on, what's the reason for him going clockwise?
Because in the olden days, when the man had the sword, they was usually right-handed, and you got on your horse that way.
You always get on your horse from your left-hand side.
Look at that, every day's a school day. I like that.
Although the Galloper has its own steam engine, the power for its lights is generated by another parked alongside.
Go on, touch more. Touch more.
The Showman steam engine works like a mobile generator does today. There's a dynamo attached to the steam engine's flywheel. As the flywheel spins, that in turn spins a metal coil between the magnets inside the dynamo. This creates a current. which is wired into the galloper to light its bulbs.
Look, we've got some light coming. See, look,
It's come
we've
on
got
now.
light now.
Yeah, see lights coming on the ride as well.
Lights coming on there. Very authentic. We've got no national grid in here, eh? No national grid. He's not going to treat, isn't he?
All right, take it off.
100%. 100%.
Before the fun fair opens to the public, Guy's got an appointment on the Great Orme.
Look at that.
The season's maiden voyage for the tram system he repaired.
You bloody noisy buggers.
Guy's taken the wheel to carry the first load of tourists into town.
Brakes are working a treat. Yeah. 100%. Be careful as you're getting off the tram because the steps are a bit awkward, and take everything with you. So yeah, and most importantly, have a great time. All right. Grand job.
That just leaves one last job.
Shirt in, shirt out.
Shirt in, yeah. Shirt in. Used to, yeah.
Tutor Dewi is on hand for moral support.
My mother dressing me for school. I'm all of a dither here. I am all of a dither here.
Don't be nervous at all. There's no need. You'll be fine.
Guy will be playing with the Beaumaris Brass Band.
These are mustard though. They're the fourth in the country.
Very good band.
Are they?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, let's go for it then. Yeah?
Yep,
Yeah?
let's go for it.
Right.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Conductor Gwyn Ellis will lead Guy and the band as they play Elgar's Pomp and Circumstance March.
Just keep one eye on me, one eye on your drum. Have you managed? Have you practiced that bit yet? One, two.
A good start.
5, 6, 7.
But then
Oh, I just wanted the ground to swallow me up. I did. I did.
9, 10.
The pressure got to me. I just wanted to do it right. You know, if a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well.
at the height of their popularity, there were 20,000 brass bands across Britain. Today, there are still over 1,000 keeping the tradition alive. With a strong finish and a happy audience, Guy's done his duty. And he's soon back on more comfortable ground.
You fancy having a go? I'll not charge yours. Go on, you have a go on and all, mate. Do you want a hand up?
Yeah.
Come on, lass, don't be shy.
The fairground rides are still as popular as they've always been.
Proud moments, like a proud father. There's a few clinging on there for grim death, isn't there? It's all right, it's all right. She wants to go again. Your dad's knackered, love. You know, you've got all these fancy PlayStations, and what else do kids have now? Facebook. PlayStation and Facebooks and Xboxes and mobile phones. But they're still going, this is over 100 years old, this. Still making kids happy. You ready? Right, we're going.
And the hand-cranked merry-go-round, built in 1850, is going down well too.
Is that quick enough? No, you want to go quicker? Right.
Thank you.
No problem, mate.
Thank you.
No bother. Cheers, mate. Spot on. Another happy customer. Do you want a hand down, love?
Yes, please.
You got it?
Yeah.
Good lass. Is that all right? Enjoy it?
Thanks.
Enjoy that?
Yeah.
That's all right.
With the fair in full swing, the tram ferrying folk up and down, and the pier safe and sound, Llandudno is back in business. Some pleasures, it seems, are timeless.
You like the pier? You like coming for a bit of a jaunt up the end of the pier?
Oh, definitely.
You do?
Definitely, definitely.
You know, there's a lot to do, a lot to see, and the views are pretty spectacular.
It's lovely today, isn't it? No bother. Well, have a good day anyway.
And you do.
All right.
See you.
Cheers, love. Yeah, Pier's doing all right, standing strong, isn't it? Yeah, and she's open for business. A few folk about, bit of sunshine, paint's looking well. Hey, into her. Everybody happy.
Next time on How Britain Worked, Guy restores the magnificent machine that fueled the Industrial Revolution by opening up deep shaft coal mining for the first time.
That's it, bit of gentle persuasion.
He follows in the footsteps of those early miners.
Look at that.
Working coal now, then. And he finds out what dangers they faced.
Some eat off that.
Guy Martin is a third-generation lorry mechanic from Lincolnshire.
Started on lawnmowers at 6-year-old. And then 12-year-old moved on to trucks. Used to bike to work to go work with my dad. Could not get to work fast enough. I'm still the same now, eh?
He's also a world-famous motorcycle racer who loves the dangers of competing on the roads. As a mechanic,
trick as you like.
He's fascinated by the era when British workers and extraordinary feats of engineering made this country great. The Industrial Revolution.
That's when we was like the leaders in the world, wasn't it? Bar no one, really. We was the boys, weren't we?
So, in this series, he's going to find out how we did it by getting stuck into 6 major restoration projects around the UK. He'll have to work like the grafters of the past.
It was the normal thing to be doing 12, 14, 15-hour days, that sort of thing. And I think, yeah, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
He'll follow in their footsteps to learn about their way of life
That's all right.
and the dangers they faced.
Some eat off that. Day in, day out, thought we're getting killed. Risky business. We've got it cushy now, haven't we? If it wasn't for those boys, what, 150 odd years ago, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. We can't forget what those boys did, can we?
This is How Britain Worked. One group of people, more than any other, fueled this country's most radical change. Every engine, furnace and forge was powered by the back-breaking toil of a mighty underground workforce. The coal miners.
If it weren't for these fellas here, there would have been no industrial revolution in Britain. Quite simple. It's quite simple. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Burning coal wasn't new, but for centuries it had only been gathered in small quantities from shallow pits. It was used mainly by blacksmiths and ironmongers, or for heating our homes. At the start of the 18th century, all that changed. Coal began to be mined on an industrial scale. And for the first time, the nation had a powerful, portable energy for trains, ships, steam engines, and factories. The modern world was born.
People don't realise. They think of coal just wetting steam trains and, to keep your fire warm. But it was the backbone of the whole Industrial Revolution. It's what it was all about, the coal miners.
Guy's project this time is about the one machine that made all this possible. Newcomen's beam engine. It was a huge steam-powered water pump. It meant that pit shafts could go deeper without miners facing the dangers of flooding.
Newcomen's design changed coal production in England massively. You know, you're looking at 1700, 2 million tonnes of coal came out of the country. You know, it's all right, isn't it? You don't want it on top of you. You know, but 1730, 7 million tonnes of coal. Not bad going here, all down to this.
At the Black Country Museum in Dudley is the world's only workable Newcomen beam engine, built to the exact specifications of the 18th century original, but it's in desperate need of a massive overhaul. Guy's joining the team of enthusiasts dedicated to saving this rare link to our past.
We need to keep stuff like this alive. You know, we don't need to forget. We keep it going. There was sort of 10 a penny, you know, 300 odd years ago. There was 1,500 of them in the country. And when we get this one finished, this will be the only running Newcomen beam engine in the world.
Over the coming months, Guy will help the experts restore the machine. They'll need to replace the rotting exterior frame, recondition the boiler, rebuild the crumbling shaft wall, and refurbish nearly all of the engine's 50 working parts.
That's it, bit of gentle persuasion.
Along the way, Guy will find out just how tough 18th century mining was.
You won't get coal now, then.
And discover how the men and women of the first mining towns forged a new way of life.
It's cracking, that. Hey?
The first job facing the team is a big one. The entire oak frame above the mine shaft has decayed and needs to be replaced.
So she's proper rotten.
Rotten.
Oh,
so
look.
I'm hoping that'll just come clean.
Look, see that? See that there? Proper rotten. That there? Yeah. Happy enough?
Guy is helping to take the old frame apart.
Here, right?
A crane will complete the job, pulling out the dismantled sections. Once cleared, it will be replaced with new English oak.
Do you want me to cut them up right?
When the engine was first built, it represented cutting-edge technology.
Oh, we're just lifting it from the top.
1712, folk could be looking at that and saying, you know, what is it? What's it doing? Folk had never seen anything like this before, ever. It'd be like a bit of, would it be like witchcraft or something? What's happening here, wouldn't it? That's what it will be. Like a bit of witchcraft or something. You know, ooh. You know, like that. Who does that? Is that what folk do? Ooh. Yeah, we still do that in Lincolnshire. Aeroplanes.
Keith Jones is supervising the new timber work on the beam engine. He knows he's got a hard act to follow.
1712, no cranes as we see them today, no hard hats, no bother like that. They just got on and did it. What we're doing today with 2 or 3 people, they'd have had 20 or 30 people doing it.
You reckon?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Blocks and tackles and horses and ropes and you know.
Blocks and tackle.
Blocks and tackle and the best computer in the world, your brain, just get on and do it. But it's just staggering what they achieve.
You're impressed, genuinely impressed?
God, genuinely impressed. But how they got some of those lumps of wood up there, I mean the main beam on that engine is probably weighs best part of 3 tonnes.
Is that one solid piece of oak?
One solid piece of
oak,
oak, yeah. 1
3
tree.
tonne, you reckon?
Well, easily, probably more than that.
You reckon?
Yes.
Behind all this hard labour lay one man's ingenuity. No pictures survive of Thomas Newcomen, but we know that he came from Devon and was an ironmonger by trade. Many of his customers ran local tin mines where workers faced the daily danger of drowning. Newcomen solved their problem by cracking an age-old puzzle. He successfully harnessed the power of steam. To work out how he did it, Guy's found himself a perfect copy of his machine, in miniature.
Yeah, so what we've got here is the Newcomen beam engine. We've got the boiler down here, which is obviously boiling the water. Which boiling water, you're going to create steam out. You're going to send the steam down this pipe here, up through that valve, into the bottom of the cylinder, right? So when we've got the cylinder full of steam, in this position there, the piston at the very top, right, we're going to close the steam valve off at the bottom, open the water valve up at the back, let the cold water into the steam, which condenses the steam, creates a vacuum, draws the piston down, drawing the piston down pulls the pump up, pulls the water out your mine and pumps it away. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, so what we've got here then is just, yeah, the miniature version, but nearly exact scale of you know, the engine we've got here.
The original's 3-ton oak beam and 50 moving parts are still lying idle. But if the team succeed, they'll have resurrected the first mechanical wonder of the industrial age.
This one here is going to take a bit of work to get a ship shape again. But it'll be running like this. I mean, it might take a bit of work, yeah, but we will get it running like this.
Here, right?
Guy Martin is helping to restore the world's only workable Newcomen beam engine. The giant water pump that made industrial-scale mining possible for the first time. Back in 1712, it fueled Britain's industrial revolution. The engine's new oak head frame has been delivered. Guy's helping the restoration team to put it in place. The last few bolts need to be secured.
Oh, it's looking a treat.
Newcomen's engine protected miners from drowning, but the new deep mines presented other dangers. And while Guy waits for the team to move on to the next stage of the project, he finds out more about them.
From 1750 to 1950, there was 150,000 people killed down a mine. I mean, that's not 150, that's 150,000. That's a lot of folk, that. And I'm just looking here, hey? You can see, really, you can see why. I mean, we've got the roof supports here, just with a wedge. I mean, no wonder so many folk was killed, hey? That's not going to pass health and safety now, is it? Hey? We've got that there. Look here. What's happened there? What's happened there? You fellas in there with his pickaxe, smashing it off the face. These boys aren't messing about. That's proper work, that. Proper work.
One of the biggest challenges facing miners was seeing what they were doing.
They had these, you know, these stuck on the side of their helmets with clay-mounted lights. I mean, you're not going to see a lot of that, really, are you? Really, I mean, you know, a blind man would be pleased to see it, wouldn't he? But by heck, eh?
Carrying a naked flame could be deadly because of underground gases that miners called fire damp. The main culprit was methane. Guy's about to find out just how dangerous it could be.
You know, with the right concentration, it's lethal. You get big explosions down there. You know, you've got a naked flame strapped on the side of your helmet, you're going to set these explosions off, aren't you? So, yeah, dangerous business. I'll be all right holding the thing. I'll just stand it out. Honestly, it'll be rigged. Do you reckon?
In early deep mining, the task Guy is performing fell to the colliery fireman, employed not to put fires out, but to start them. He'd be the first into the mine shaft, and he frequently wouldn't make it out.
He's the fireman. Now, this one, he could have been a rum lad, this man, because he could have been in prison. And this was really a job they give a few prisoners, or they give them, you know, they get a bit of early release, or one of the miners that wanted to earn a bit more money. He looked a bit like, you can see, he looked like a bit like the Grim Reaper. You know, and that was wet through, that coat he was wearing, you know, it looks a bit like the Grim Reaper, covered, you know, he's drenched in water, just in case, you know, he found a pocket of methane or whatever it was. You know, hopefully we had either a very little concentration or a massive concentration of methane and you get away with just burning them off. But if you had that very fine line of 5 to 15% concentration, that's when you had explosions. You're right. Oh. Some heat off that.
In 1812, a gas explosion in a colliery near Newcastle upon Tyne killed 92 miners. Action had to be taken, and it was British inventor Humphrey Davy who took it. He created the Davy lamp. David Mather comes from a long line of lamp makers. He still manufactures lamps for mining today.
That's a bit wonky, that. Do you think we should take that out and start again?
With David's help, Guy is going to assemble his own lamp.
I mean, we don't want to take that down the pit, do we?
Not really, no.
In the original design, Davis surrounded the flame with fine metal gauze. He'd realised that fire couldn't get through the gauze, but the problem was, nor could much light.
That was it.
So you wouldn't really be much use for seeing where you was going then?
Not an awful lot. It's better than a naked flame, I suppose. But,
of course,
you
yeah.
know, it was a light of sorts.
Later designs, like the one Guy's making, added a glass window below the gauze to produce more light. But for some miners, it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, this lad, he managed to break into a lamp, and you know, and he got done for it. He got locked up for 3 months, and I think fair enough. You know, if somehow you managed to open the lamp, you know, and the flame was naked, it was going to light whatever, you know, sources of methane there was. It was going to light the job, you know, and kill a lot of people.
The next step was to make the lamps tamper-proof. An elegant magnetic lock was fitted.
To be able to undo this lock, you see, that catch needs to move back there. So you put the magnet on there, and it moves that piston in there, you see, but there's nothing moving externally. You see, so when you put that there, you put your lock across, let go, and that's you. She's locked.
How trick was that? The magnetic locking system. You know, if you hadn't have a magnet, there was no way you was getting into there, was you? There was no way you was going to get into the lamp. The miners down the shaft didn't have the magnet.
No, the magnets are contraband because you could use it to open a lamp, in theory.
Is that right?
We'll start to get it finished, can't we, I suppose? So, right.
Let's get it lit.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I loved the, you know, like we've done with everything we've done up to now, it's the precision. You know, the precision. And, you know, you just think a bit of a lamp, wouldn't you? Oh, yeah, it's only a bit of a lamp, a bit of glass few bags, you know, a bit of tin. It's not that. All the gears, there's gears in there. You know, gears and the striker mechanism and the method, you know, to lift the wick up and down. You know, it's cracking. You know, all milled out. It's just, you know, it's a proper piece of precision engineering.
Well impressed.
Will it light?
Will it light?
There you go.
There you go.
Hooray.
Lovely, isn't it? What a work of art. There she goes. Badge and everything. No messing. Well, thanks very much.
Back at the Black Country Museum, the restoration team is turning its attention to the heart of the machine, its boiler. First task, a thorough service. The bolts have seized on the boiler's inspection panel and need to be loosened with a blowtorch. Jeff Wallace is the engineer in charge of the restoration.
She's tight.
No, not going.
No, a bit more heat.
This was actually the first fully operational, practical steam engine. The problem with early steam engines was that they thought you needed pressure in the steam to do any useful work. And what Thomas Newcomen realised was that the atmosphere has weight, has pressure. So if you create a vacuum underneath this piston, the atmosphere pushes it down.
Newcomen had found a way to move his pump with the minimum of effort. Once steam from the boiler had pushed the piston up, he condensed that steam, creating a vacuum. All that was needed to push the piston back down was the natural pressure of the atmosphere.
So we don't need a boiler to withstand, what, like a steam train? What, they're looking at 200 psi?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right, so a lot safer then?
Absolutely. And you can make it as big as you like. So if you've got a deep pit or a lot of water to pump out, you can make a bigger engine without having to have any greater steam pressure.
Ah, of course.
Let's see if we can get it off, shall we?
Yeah.
The 700-gallon boiler hasn't been inspected for 30 years. If there are any problems inside, it'll be a major setback for the restoration.
Shall we have a look in then, Jeff?
Right, moment of truth then, Guy. Go on. Don't drop...
I don't exactly know what I'm looking for.
Don't drop the torch in, whatever you do.
Oh, there's a fair bit of water in there then.
The giant kettle bears the scars of its service. Limescale and rust.
What exactly are you looking for? I mean, there's a lot of corrosion in it, but then I've not seen inside many beam
Yeah, there's a
engines.
bit of light rusting, but otherwise it doesn't look too bad at all. Yeah, we'll drain it all down, we'll dry it, and then we'll just vacuum out any debris that's in there.
How do you vacuum it out?
Vacuum cleaner with a long
Oh,
hose
dear.
on it.
Yeah.
The pump mechanism that drains the pit needs to be serviced, so Jeff and Guy head down into the mine shaft below the beam engine.
Spot on, sir. Spot on. It smells a bit pungent.
The silt and debris that's been blocking the drains has to be cleared out. If they get the beam engine running, this is where it will pump water from.
What's that?
That is what they call a foreign object, Guy. It shouldn't be in there at all.
but Jeff's calling it a foreign object, so if that's what Jeff says, right, that'll do. We'll file that in the bin.
While Jeff carries on with the cleaning, Guy's planning to fetch something special for the engine's big day. He wants to fire up the mighty machine with a few shovelfuls of coal that he's mined himself.
Guy, have you done any mining before?
Oh, I've never been down a mine. Have you ever done any?
I haven't, but I've been in some fairly crowded mines and it's pretty scary, you know.
It's all right going in there with your fancy modern drills and all that and doing it and blasting it off with a bit of TNT, but I'm going to go in there with a pickaxe and do it, so yeah, it'll put manners in me, I think.
Caphouse Colliery in Yorkshire. It was worked from the 18th century until 1985. Now Guy's come here to discover what it took to earn a living underground. In Newcomen's time, miners worked 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week. A large chunk of that workforce consisted of women and children.
They got paid for the amount of coal that they got out of the mine. You know, it was better off to keep the money in the family, you know, rather than there's the dad mining the coal off the coalface and then having to go and get another bloke to pull the coal back from there to get it lifted out. You know, that's more way. You're better off keep the money in the family. So I get the missus to do that.
Guy's managed to persuade his fiancée, Stephanie Edgar, to join him. They're going to find out how the mining couples of old worked together down a pit.
Now then, Andy.
How's it going?
How's it going, mate?
Andy Smith, a miner for 35 years,
Hi Andy, nice to meet you.
is their guide.
Thank you very much.
Like Guy, Steph has never set foot in a mine.
When it sets up with a bit of a jerk, so don't be alarmed. Okay. Right, we're on this way.
Nervous, Stephanie.
I'm a bit nervous.
We're on this way. 450 feet we're going into ground. It's same height as Blackpool Tower.
Fairish then.
Right, okay.
They started building these shafts in 1700s and just kept extending when they run out of coal.
By 1850, there were over 3,000 privately owned deep mines in Britain, producing 50 million tonnes of coal a year.
Now we're being lowered down by a 16mm rope. One.
It'll do.
Single line component about as thick as your thumb.
Yeah.
So we're okay with that, aren't we?
Oh, that's not bother me, but how many folks would it be allowed in here?
20.
At the height? 20. Gosh, you're a bit cosy in here with 20.
You're a bit squashed up on a Monday morning, yeah.
What are you renting, lass?
I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not sure what we're going to find at the bottom. I've got visions of just a tunnel. I've got to crawl through with me.
You'll be all right.
Basket.
What's your knee pads?
Oh, we're slowing down.
So what's that there? Is that like the tea room there then?
There's no tea rooms underground, guy.
Is there not?
No.
A family working underground for 12 hours would only stop working once during the whole day, for a 20-minute break.
How far are we going?
Oh, fair way.
Come on, lass, don't be slacking. Come on.
Just get on the straight again. Right, we're off.
A husband and wife mining team could produce 3 tonnes of coal a day.
Right, come on, guy, then.
Good man.
This is where we're going, lad.
All right, lass.
Right in there.
Okay,
so I'll get scrabbling in there.
Ah, you'll get scrabbling in there, lad. I'll follow you.
So this is it then? We are at the coal face.
This is the coal face, yeah. Hang that oil lamp up before we start.
Right.
You can't swing a pig within a metre of that.
All right, just watch yourself and I'll get chiseling away.
That's it. That's the style.
Okay,
you work it coal now, man.
You've got plenty there.
Every piece is worth money.
Yeah.
We're after about 3 tonne in 12 hours. How that fix you?
Oh, yeah, that's not a bother.
You've done about 20 ounces up to now.
Cheeky bugger. I've done more than that.
The man cut the coal and was called a hewer. His wife was the hurrier, and she dragged a basket, called a corve, out of the mine.
Yeah.
Children were employed as trappers to open and close the trapdoors that ventilated the shafts.
If Steph can load it as fast as I chisel it out.
Oh, women were highly effective in this day and age, guys.
Oh,
they were tough people. They even used to get dressed up as men so they could do men's job to get paid that extra.
Did they?
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that right? How are you getting on, lass?
I think I could take my coat off.
Taking your coat off?
Oh, it's quite hard work.
Mines were notoriously hot, and the further down the workings went, the hotter they got. The Snowdown Colliery in Kent was one of the deepest. It was known to its sweltering workforce as the Inferno.
It's all right for us, we've got a bit of ventilation in there. in this shaft. I mean, all the way through the Industrial Revolution, there's no ventilations in the shafts, is there?
No.
I mean, they'd be sweltering.
Oh, it'll be red hot.
It's red hot, wouldn't it?
Aye.
The fellas will be working with the tops off.
Just their underpants, shorts, at worst.
Yeah?
Aye.
Yeah? Have you ever worked in your underpants?
I have, aye.
And no towel?
I used to keep my socks on.
Oh, did you? Oh, well, that's all that matters. I mean, I know the women are getting naked,
Oh,
though.
right, women get naked, aye. Well, they have to
Nothing
do.
on. No bra or kecks or outlast, naked.
If you're lucky, I'll take my coat off.
Hey.
As much as you get.
Miners would drink 8 pints of water in a shift, and in time coal boards supplied salt tablets to counter the effects of sweat loss.
Right, yeah, so these fellas we're talking about, you know, these fellas working in the mines, they were the men, really. You know, if it weren't for them fellas, Industrial Revolution wouldn't have been going, would it?
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been going. They was the men behind it.
That's right.
You know, them fellas had it hard.
We're making a bit of progress on the basket.
Oh, yeah, well, go on, give us an idea. Where are we?
I think we're
Halfway?
about-
Quarter way?
We're about 2/3 full, I think.
Oh, my word.
Don't get too enthusiastic.
I know, look.
It's all about safety and thinking.
To get the measure of the job, Guy, Steph and Andy need to turn off the electric lights. All the miners of the time would have had was a safety lamp.
What, turn them off?
Oh, turn them off, oh, it's easy now, Guy, isn't it?
You can see a bit. We can turn the flame up, can we?
Yeah, you can turn the flame, yeah.
Oh, look at that, man. She's daylight. Hey, daylight, that.
Is that as bright as it would get?
Yeah, that's as bright as it'll get, yeah.
Yeah, that is flat out, that. And that wouldn't last that
Oh, it won't last, no. Dangerous, isn't it, like this?
Yeah.
Things were even worse for the women pulling the cords. For them, a lamp was considered an expensive and unnecessary luxury.
I've been working, be a lamp, but really, the woman taking the coal back had no light at all, nothing. Not even a safety lamp.
Right, so turning these off then.
Everything off. Everything off.
Go on.
I'll even turn the safety light off.
That is dark. Where are we going?
Straight on and then left, I think. Just feel your way through.
Oh, God, it's heavy, isn't it?
The women, they had it proper hard. They had this cove full of, I bet you, 50 or 60 kilos of coal on a sled, towing it in the pitch black.
That is black, isn't it?
It is totally dark, isn't it? Where are you? Which one's you?
Andy,
Which one's Andy?
Andy?
Where is Andy?
Where are you? Where are you?
Can't see me.
He's on that one before.
But this would be just one woman's job, like no help from anybody.
No help, no light. You'd have 8 mile a day to do. Eh?
8 one day.
1 day.
Every day.
Yeah, and look at this. There's me and Andy having to help you pull this.
I know.
Proper
yeah.
graft.
Straight on, then we're going a bit to the right.
And then out.
Work in the mines was notoriously hard. There were terrible conditions, exhaustion, injury and death. Over time, stories of tragedy led to public outcry and political pressure. In the 1840s, the Mines Act finally banned women and children from working underground.
Right, the lift's just round the corner, so we're nearly there, nearly on.
Good laugh. We've got
it.
Success.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was glad to get back to the top, I'll tell you. To come back for what? Another 10 hours and then go back down for another 12 hours. Day in, day out. If that was my job, day in, day out, yeah, I think that's graft, that. Not a lot to look forward to, definitely not.
Mission accomplished. Guy can now head back to Dudley, but there's still a lot to do before he can shovel his coal into the beam engine's furnace and enjoy the spectacle of this engineering masterpiece working again. At the Black Country Museum in Dudley, Guy Martin is helping a team of experts bring Britain's last workable Newcomen beam engine back to life. It's the invention that kick-started the Industrial Revolution by making deep coal mining viable. The team are halfway through the project. They've replaced the oak frame and they're giving the giant boiler a thorough service. Guy joins project leader Jeff Wallace as he's cleaning it out with his custom-built vacuum cleaner.
Do you do much hoovering, Jeff?
As little as I can get away with.
Yeah.
Next, All of the beam engine's moving components need to be checked and serviced. The cold water injection valve is leaking. It may be one of the smallest components in the machine, but it's also one of the cleverest.
That's it, bit of gentle persuasion.
Pushing the piston up with steam is the easy part. Getting it down again is more difficult. But by injecting cold water, the valve turns the steam back to water in an instant, removing the piston's support. This effect brought the pump's motion under total control.
So what needs doing here then? Oh, that is very loose, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see where the water's
That's
been
what-
coming out,
yeah.
can't you, at both ends?
Yeah. So how long's that been leaking for?
I'd guess it might be 30 years.
Oh, right. Oh, it's not done bad then, eh?
Let's take him out and have a look.
You ready?
Yep.
Yep.
There it is.
There's not a lot to it, really, is there?
That's right.
So this is
Well,
where it's leaking past here on this taper.
I think it's got a bit scored here, isn't it? So we need to clean it all up, and then we'll try fitting it in and see whether it will turn once we've
Maybe you can
refitted
feel
it.
the ridges in there.
Yeah, this is precision engineering. You've got to have this absolutely right, or it's going to be either jamming up or leaking water all over the place. OK, so we've got rid of the high spots now.
Yeah.
I think we may find this is going to do the job.
No problem.
You notice how free that is now, look?
Yeah.
It's in there nicely. That's
Yeah.
going to work, isn't it? Good
Spot
job.
on, sir. Spot on. So it means a lot to you then, keeping it going.
Yeah, we're learning a lot.
Yeah,
and,
I'm learning a lot.
Put it right for the next 30 years, and then the next generation can play with it up. Oh, did I say play with it? Let's try it, shall we? That's free enough, isn't it?
Yeah, free enough there.
That looks like a good job. Well done, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks very much, Jeff. Spot on.
Coal didn't just change the way people worked, it changed the way they lived as well. Vast communities grew up around coal fields as poor rural families flocked to the offer of guaranteed jobs. But as villages became towns and towns great cities, they found themselves in alien surroundings. Down the road from the beam engine, there's a perfectly preserved miner's house. Guys visiting it to find out what this new life was like.
I suppose there was a lot of jobs back then that was all mucky jobs, but especially being the miner. Being the miner was proper blacko job. It's all right, you got an house with a job. It's all right, it's not the biggest of houses, it's not a mansion, be a long shot, but it's all right. It's all right. You get your 3 ton of discounted coal for a year, so that's all right. But you'd need it. You'd need your 3 ton of discounted coal a year. I mean, that was the latest invention of the time, dead efficient. I was saying dead efficient for eating your house and cooking your food and eating your irons and all that, but it still used 1.5 tons of coal a month. Well, working down the mine, you're going to be blathered, aren't you? Blathered. It's going to be in your ear holes, in your hair. The miners, I don't know if you get it in industry so much now, but he was like a proper community spirit. I don't know if that's what you call it. Most of these lads here, they'd be working with their next door neighbour. And I finish work, and I don't see anyone at work until I get back there the next day. But these lads here, they're all sat having they're all covered from arsehole to earhole in coal dust. All sat around having a brew and a fag. Here, this must be a weekend, not work. They're all playing in a band with a big trumpet somewhere. Yeah, so they're doing that at a weekend, and then here they're playing a bit of rugby. But I think, yeah, it's a bit of community spirit, isn't it?
At the Black Country Museum, they're edging towards the day when the beam engine can be fired up once again. Guy is back to help repair the brick wall that insulates the boiler.
Got a bit of a problem with the brickwork around here. So this is the brickwork around the boiler. The hot gases come from the furnace and they go up into a flue and right the way around the boiler.
Yeah.
And then up the chimney here. But we did have a rather big crack here. So we've taken out the bricks. We're back to good stuff now.
Yeah.
But what we need is some more bricks. But we've got to have the right sort of size bricks, and also we've got to match the colour.
Right.
So you want to get the clay right and get the firing right. So it's not as easy as it sounds.
No, easier said than done, I think.
Guy needs traditionally made bricks, so he's visiting brickworks in York where they still use some 18th century production methods. There's still a demand for traditional bricks from conservation and specialist building projects. First, the brickmakers mix clay, sand and water. This mixture is then thrown into moulds. Mark Todd is the main moulder here.
Well, these boys here, they're doing 1,500 a day. 1,500 a day, that's some going, that, isn't it? You see the size of the arms on the man? Hey, I won't want to scrap with him. Definitely not. I'll watch you again, go on.
So you're going for that sort of shape there?
Right, I'll aim for that.
Okay.
Pick it up.
It looks really easy, doesn't it?
It does look easy.
Yeah. That's it, that's not bad. Right, so as I take that off you, you then need to start picking up the next one.
I need to be a bit quicker, don't I?
Yeah, you need to be really fast.
Back in the Industrial Revolution, they were starting at 8-year-old. 8-year-old, you know, they'd be all right, there'd be a labourer at 8-year-old, and obviously when they was passing the clay off the conveyor belt and putting it down and shaping it, you know, they'd be learning off what the brick moulder was doing.
How about this one?
I'm honoured. You see that? My own name in the bottom of a mould. Trick ass.
During the Industrial Revolution, brickmaking became one of Britain's great industries, and hand moulding was just the beginning. Never before had there been such a building boom, and brick was the basic unit of this new world.
All right.
That's it, then just turn it straight over.
As demand reached staggering levels, mass production took over. By 1895, the London Brickworks produced 25 million bricks, solely for the construction of the railways.
It's a bit of a... Shall we scrap that one?
Yeah, let's scrap that one.
Look a bit of the pigs here, isn't it?
That's it.
And it took a few goes to get that sort of... Well, no, I don't know if I did actually master it. It took a few goes to do it something like, you know, but then pulling it off and you couldn't rush it in this. But it's all right, me doing like maybe 1 or 2 half-decent bricks out of a dozen. There was only 1 or 2 that you could maybe put my name to, and it took me thick end of an hour to do that. We're getting a fair old heap on there, bro.
Building a bit of a wall between us now.
Bloody.
Once moulded, bricks have to be fired before they can be used.
No, you don't like it.
Pigs here. Pigs here.
In the 1700s, the method of firing bricks hadn't changed since the Middle Ages. It happened in a makeshift kiln called a clamp.
So what exactly are we doing then? We're going to replicate the way that they made bricks.
In the 18th century.
18th century.
Yeah.
No one at the company has ever made a clamp, but master brickmaker Steve Bitham is going to try.
When it comes to brickmaking, Steve is the man. He knows the ins and outs of brickmaking.
Steve and Guy stack up some finished bricks to form the clamp.
We got, you know, a few bricks, loose bricks, mixed them together, and, you know, started building a bit of a, you know, like a mini furnace, really.
Guy's wet, moulded bricks are stacked into the clamp. Coal slag is tipped in between the rows. This will help the fire reach at least 1,000 degrees.
We need to get these up to a certain temperature to mature the clay so it's hard enough to perform its job of, you know, building houses. And if you didn't reach the desired temperature, these bricks would fail.
An average industrial clamp would have contained anything between 30 and 40,000 bricks, sometimes even more.
You know, back in the 1800s, there was making 1 million bricks.
Yeah.
1 million bricks in one go. In one go. We're making 1 million bricks in one go.
Yeah. Trying to seal the cracks.
Once the clamp is sealed with clay, a fire is started to bake the bricks slowly inside.
Feel the heat already. Feel the heat. We're not quite at 1,000 or something, but you feel the heat.
There is still moisture in there which you need to get rid of slowly with the heat from the
Get rid of it
itself.
slowly?
If you don't, you end up, the bricks will just blow.
What's that then? Is that the bricks cracking?
I think that's bricks exploding.
You reckon?
Yeah.
You heard that there? Yeah.
Well, that's the moisture that's still in the brick. Bang, expanding.
Yeah.
That's it.
You wouldn't think, would you? You didn't expect it to go as well as that?
I didn't, no.
And that, each one of those, you know, like a bit of a crack there, that's a brick exploding. Yeah, right there.
The livelihood of brickmakers depended on how well they could build a clamp.
How are we doing, Guy?
Hot. Very, very hot.
Waste had to be kept to a minimum. A failure rate of more than 1 in 5 bricks could lose the brickmaker his job. Hopefully, Guy will have enough for the beam engine.
So what do you reckon then?
Well, it reached temperature last night, so hopefully we'll have a good firing. Let's take the top off.
You're getting warm.
They're looking a bit soft, if I'm being honest.
And what we're going to use is a bit of a test, just the tapping the bricks together.
Hopefully.
That's what we're going to use. Yeah. Oh, that's the method that they use now, is tap the 2 bricks together, and if you get that ringing noise, they're all right. There you go. Right. See there?
It's just unfired, it's not fired.
I think we've got about 80% of bricks that we could use. Yeah, a bit of a ring off them. That's bang on. Yeah, that's just as good as the modern fired bricks. The biggest thing with bricks is if you don't get it right and you don't fire them right is when they're attacked by frost. But you know they're in a boiler house, so we're gonna have no frost bother in there, are we? Yeah, they'll be grand.
That'll do you.
After 7 months of hard work, repairing the brickwork around the boiler is the final job in the restoration of the Newcomen beam engine.
I'll not lie to you, I'm not much of a bricklayer, to be honest, yeah.
Now's your chance to shine, Guy.
Yeah, Jeff's the man. Jeff's the man. You know, he is, that's the saying, isn't it? Jack of all trades, master of none, but I think he's Jack of all trades, master of all, eh?
It would be good to put a half brick there and then an extended half there.
Right.
Last brick,
last
see
brick.
where he fits.
That's the last one. Right.
With the final brick in place, the team are ready at last to put their work to the test by finally bringing this titan of the industrial age back to life.
We'll brush the excess off the face of the brick. That should be it, and off we go.
All right. We've been talking about it for ages, haven't we, how it works, and now this valve does this, and the water goes in here, and all that business, but there'll be no better way to see it than actually seeing this great big thing moving in the flesh. It'll be great.
Seven months after a restoration team started work on the Newcomen beam engine at the Black Country Museum, the time has come for Guy to see if all the hard work has paid off.
I am genuinely excited to see what's going to happen.
You've got to get the fire over the grate, all right?
I'm not having your hands, and I'm excited.
And the problem with that is you've got the flue round here.
Go on.
So the fire doesn't start for about 2 or 3 feet. So you've got to get the fire built over the grate.
Right, do you want me to get in there then?
Which means you've got to get in there, all right?
Yeah, all right.
Along with Chief Engineer Jeff, he's going to fire up the steam engine for the first time since it was shut down for restoration.
Go. How many gallons of water have we got to get to 100 degrees then?
Several hundred gallons.
700
It'll
gallons?
take about an hour and a half, that's all.
Yeah.
If you come out now, we'll poke a lighted paper in.
The team doesn't yet know if the renovated engine will function properly.
Close the door, let the air draft blow through it. OK, Guy, if you'd like to take the cover off, we've got 5 tons of coal outside. You might like to shovel that in. It's a very hungry engine, this.
Right, I'll get some shoveling on.
Yeah, you could be here for a while.
Guy's own contribution will help to start the fire.
Yeah, picked up the coal face with my own fair hands, I suppose.
He's kept hold of the coal he mined, so it can be used to heat the boiler. After 90 minutes, the coal fire has brought the 700-gallon kettle to the boil. When Thomas Newcomen fired up his machine for the very first time in 1712, little did he know that it was a key moment in Britain's industrial revolution. Now, exactly 300 years later, it's the moment of truth for the last working beam engine in the world.
Who was the fella, Back to the Future, Dr. Emmett Brown? You know, you see all these mad inventions and that, you just think, what is going on there? And I think that, to me, that's what they see now. Yeah. I want to see it all going. So go on, right, where do you want me?
OK, right, we're ready to go then, guys. So if you'd like to operate this, you lift that up.
Yeah.
And close the steam valve.
When Jeff releases the main valve that Guy repaired, cold water will condense the steam in the cylinder, creating a vacuum. It should pull the pump into action.
Keep it closed.
And it does.
Now open this gently.
Bloody hell.
That's a lovely job.
Newcomen designed his engine to work all by itself. It's an automatic, self-propelling mechanism.
If you just drop those two forks together, see whether it'll run automatically. Yeah, that's good. Connect him in now.
There's just so many bits of rope and linkages now. I'm just sort of fascinated how it's going to work, and I genuinely thought that we're never going to get it working in the automatic mode today. I thought we was never to do everything manual, but yeah, it's I'm well impressed.
Despite the size and complexity of the machine, a beam engine could be run by just one man, feeding the fire and oiling the moving parts. Newcomen had handed ordinary workers extraordinary powers.
There's no other Newcomen beam engines running in the country or in the world.
No.
Yeah, that's running a treat now, isn't it?
That's running probably about 13 or 14 strokes
a minute.
And you've all these rods and linkages and ropes and all that, and even I mean, I'm not a brain surgeon, but even I looked at that and I thought, well, you could have a gear system doing all that. But back 200 years ago, it wasn't just as easy as that, just to get a gear, and casting stuff up. It was all blacksmiths, bent bits of bar, just stuff bent bits of metal and just threshed together, and it did the job. So yeah, at the time, 300 years ago, people were amazed when they saw it. What it was doing, and it's just so Heath Robinson, and it worked, and it did the job.
Which is the job, isn't it? A bit quieter than I thought. I did think it was going to sound like a bomb scene. No, it's a treat, isn't it? I wouldn't mind it being that man, If I had the choice of being a miner or being the engine operator, that's me there. Thomas Newcomen came up with this idea 300 odd years ago, and he built his first one just up the road. He said, if it weren't for this machine, the Industrial Revolution would never have happened. And I feel quite honoured to be, to have the opportunity to be involved in the restoration. And then so you need to keep stuff like this going, don't you? Because I didn't know anything about it. I mean, I'm 30-year-old, and I didn't know anything about stuff like this, and I think we've got to keep stuff like this going. There's going to be kids, there's going to be lads younger than me, and kids that need to know about stuff like this. We can't let stuff like this die, can we? We've got to keep stuff like this going. I think it's great.
Next time, Guy helps to restore the boat that changed the nation's diet.
Ready about?
Tries his hand at the Industrial Revolution's most dangerous job.
Quite calm, this, right?
And finds out how fish and chips became the #1 working class meal.
Do you want a bit of fish? Can I give you a bit of fish?
I'm vegetarian.
It's fish store.
Guy Martin is a third-generation lorry mechanic from Lincolnshire.
Started on lawn mowers at 6-year-old. And then 12-year-old moved on to trucks. Used to bike to work to go work with my dad. Could not get to work fast enough. I'm still the same now, I think.
He's also a world-famous motorcycle racer who loves the dangers of competing on the roads. As a mechanic,
trick as you like.
He's fascinated by the era when British workers and extraordinary feats of engineering made this country great. The Industrial Revolution.
That's when we was like the leaders in the world, wasn't it? Bar no one, really. We was the boys, weren't we?
So, in this series, he's going to find out how we did it by getting stuck into 6 major restoration projects around the UK. He'll have to work like the grafters of the past.
It was the normal thing to be doing 12, 14, 15-hour days, that sort of thing. And I think, yeah, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
He'll follow in their footsteps to learn about their way of life.
That's all right.
and the dangers they faced.
Some heat off that! Day in, day out, thought we're getting killed. Risky business. We've got it cushy now, haven't we? If it wasn't for those boys, what, 150 odd years ago, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. We can't forget what those boys did, can we?
This is how Britain worked. "200 years ago, the Industrial Revolution swept across the whole of Britain. It started in the cities, but it reached the coast as well.
You know, it was only the best in the world at making steam trains, best in the world at making cotton. It was the best in the world at making boats as well. Proper.
Guy's project this time is the boat that created the modern fishing industry and changed the nation's diet.
This is what the fuss is all about. A Brixham trawler. Just look how many sails we've got on there. That's a lot of sails, is that?
Before its invention, fishing was a small-scale local enterprise. But the new sailing trawler's speed and strength kick-started a revolution. It increased the catch by 20 times and was copied all over the world. It was dreamt up here in the humble Devon fishing village of Brixham. At one time, there was a fleet of 3,500 ships. Today, only a handful remain. And now the oldest surviving example needs some love and attention. Her name is Leader.
I know, it doesn't look much now, does it? Yeah, in fact, it doesn't look much at all, does it? It just looks like a load of polythene. But no, it will take shape. Give it a few more months. And, yeah, we'll have a sense there, an original 1840s Brixham trawler.
Over the next 5 months, Guy will help a team of dedicated shipwrights restore Leader, keeping alive one of the last connections to our world-beating shipbuilding heritage. They'll have to replace almost every part of the boat, from the rotting timbers to the rusting fixtures. They'll use the same methods as the shipwrights who built her 120 years ago, like traditional rope making, precision joinery,
Chiseling away there to a 16th of an inch. Oh, that's very accurate for something that big, isn't it, really?
and sheer muscle.
Right, same again.
Guy will also find out why working on a trawler was considered Britain's most dangerous job.
Quite cap. As a proper trawlerman, look, hardcore.
And he'll discover how the Brixham boats helped to make fish and chips our national dish.
Do you want a bit of fish? Can I give you a bit of fish?
Vegetarian?
It's fish store.
Leader's restoration is a massive £500,000 project, funded partly by the National Lottery. For local boat builder Bob Cann, overseeing the work is a dream job.
What makes Leader so special to you?
She means everything to me. She's lovely. She really is. Right? Honestly.
Go on.
She was built here in Brixham. She's a good hefty boat to work on. She's a lovely looking boat. She sails well. I look at the others and then you see Leader coming in and she looks real powerful and manly. She looks really good, she does. She's, I just love the boat.
You do, don't you?
Yeah, I do, yeah, I do. And if anything ever happened to her, I would be heartbroken.
Is that right?
Yeah, I like the boat, I do, really. And if anybody else, and if they ever give the work to anybody else, I'd be more than upset. I have put a lot of hard work and a lot of effort into that old girl.
She's not looking very healthy now, though, is she?
Coat of paint.
We're going to give her a lick of paint before she goes out.
Built in 1892, Leader fished British and Scandinavian waters until the 1960s, when she was turned into a sail training boat. After years of wear and tear, she now needs a full restoration, and if the team are successful, she'll be used to teach young people how to sail once again.
Look at that. Look at that grit. Heap of rotten timbers. You see it? Leader, she is knackered. Yeah, she needs doing, doesn't she? She does. We need to keep her going.
It's Guy's first day as an apprentice shipwright, and his work will begin inside the hull.
Well, I'm going to get on the thing first. Hey? All right. You coming in then? Come on, you've got to come in, haven't you? Stuck in. All right, lads. But yeah, you've got some work on here. We've got no masts at the moment, as you can see. The boys are flat out. getting her ready. I mean, there's 6 months' worth of work here. 6 months' worth of work. You know, but look at her. It's massive, isn't it? It is. Look at it. It's a Ferrari of the trawler world. In 1840s, mind. In 1840s. Yeah, 80 foot long. Yeah. But she's a bit sorry for herself at the moment. There's a bit of work to do, so yeah, I best get stuck in.
Shipwright Andy Savage is in charge of retraining the truck mechanic and making a carpenter of him.
Well, where do you want me then?
Well, you could give us a hand fitting that beam if you like.
Yeah, it'll do for me.
Right. The first essential task is bracing the hull. New crossbeams need to be fitted along the length of the boat.
It wasn't just the speed that Brixham trawlers were famous for, it was the strength. You see, because they had right big oak beams like this. You see, and that's what we're going to fit today. 22 of these oak beams to fit in.
Okay.
Why, what on your toes? Okay. Hey, a tradesman, aren't they? It's not going to look any different besides the flat caps and the coats, is it, really?
Eventually, a new deck made of Douglas fir will be laid on top of the beams, so they need to be perfectly level.
Here.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So that each beam sits flush, Guy needs to carve a slot by hand into the shelf.
Now we've got to take him down. It's about 5/8 of an inch.
Oh, you're an imperial man.
That's it, old-fashioned, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm a bit knackered with that. What's an apprentice shipwright?
Team maker.
A ship wrong. What do you reckon?
The Brixham trawler design led the world. It used twice as many beams as a normal boat, making the trawlers strong enough to withstand high seas. The beams are slightly wider fore than they are aft, giving the boat what sailors called a cod head and a mackerel tail. It's a streamlined design that offered stability and speed, and took skill to build.
Well, must have been here. I must have been on it for kind of 2 hours, eh? And I'm still not near. Well, I am. I think I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, eh? But you know, 1840s, there was knocking up one of these every 3 months. All right, there might have been 50 blokes doing it, but one every 3 months, that's some going, that, ain't it? So what do you reckon to the boys of the day, then? You know, like, it's only 3 months to build something like this.
I know. Just
all done by hand.
All done by hand. It's just tough as old boots, really, isn't it?
Proper grafters,
That hand's like a monkey's foot.
Leader holds a special place in the heart of her skipper, John Cuthbertson.
You lived on it?
Yeah.
Lived on it for 6 years?
Yeah.
Oh, so you do know, you are quite attached to it then?
Yeah, got a soft spot for this one.
You have?
After 4 hours' work, Guy is ready for Andy to judge his carpentry and see if the beam will sit flush.
What do you reckon, Andy?
Should we go?
What do you reckon, bro? One.
Both ends of the beam need to fit snugly. Being just a few thousandths of an inch out will cause a weak spot.
So go on, Andy, what do you reckon? Something's like?
I reckon it's spot on.
Happy enough?
Yeah. All the joints are tight.
Yeah?
Pretty fair. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, so go on, what we're looking at there. You know, how long is this going to be in there for?
Well, it should last for another 40, 50 years.
40, 50 years?
Yeah.
And that end will probably last 60.
Cheeky bugger, right? Where do you want me next?
Next one.
Next one, right. Right, we'll get cracking then. First day building ships. Oh, I still wouldn't profess to be a joiner. No. But, you know, John and Andy persevered with us a bit. And yeah, persevered. I right enjoyed it, really. You could see the fruits of your labour, you know. But I've only just scratched the surface. You see the rest of the work to do to it.
Guy Martin is in the South Devon town of Brixham, helping with the £500,000 restoration of the boat that transformed fishing in the Industrial Revolution and changed the country's eating habits forever.
All right there?
Yeah.
The boat's speed and strength let trawlermen fish far offshore for the first time. Guy's now got the chance to follow them and try the job for himself.
All right, I'm all right to get on, mate.
Yeah.
He'll spend the day with Ginge and his son Craig, who are in charge of the oldest trawler still fishing from Brixham. Their typical 14-hour shift begins at 5 a.m.
So how far are we going to go out today?
Just off Bury Head here.
That's Bury Head, is that's Bury Head
That's
there?
Bury Head.
Bury Head.
B-E-R-R, Bury.
Yeah, what a day, though. You wouldn't beat that for a day there, would you? Do you reckon you've got the best job in the world?
No.
No?
No, by far.
The fishing trawler has always been a hostile working environment. It's tough physical work and involves dangerous machinery. The trawlermen are constantly at the mercy of the elements.
Yeah. Get beside of it.
Get soaking wet before you start your day. Soaking wet for the rest of the bloody day as well.
Yeah.
In the 19th century, it was just the same. The only difference then was that many crews employed child apprentices.
They'd be signed up to have like a 10-year contract to the skipper. You know, they'd start off as the cook, then they'd move up to be a deckhand, and it'd take them, 10 years to get to be the skipper of the ship. They could start as the apprentice at 11-year-old. Yeah, 11-year-old, imagine an 11-year-old living on a ship for weeks at a time with 5 grown men. Yeah, you'd grow up fast, wouldn't you?
Modern-day boats have motorised winches. 19th century crews had to haul the heavy nets and sails by hand.
All right. Yeah, you keep doing well, yeah.
And how far will these go out then?
These are about 60 fathom.
60 fathom, what's that?
A fathom is 6 foot. So you did a maths.
A fair bit then, fair bit. That us?
Job done.
Yeah?
We're fishing.
We're fishing now?
Yeah.
It was a right well-paid job at the time. Loads better paid than miners and factory workers. And it needed to be. It was you needed danger money.
The threat of drowning was ever present. In the late 1800s, the death rate was 10 times worse than mining, making it the Industrial Revolution's most dangerous job.
Look at that, what's that? 3 foot high, 2 foot high? Get it wrong, you're slipping up, you're going over the side. That'd be me.
So this is quite a calm day then?
It's not rough. It's not rough by any means.
Not rough, it's not rough, boys. Hey? They're all clinging on. They've all got a bit of white in their faces. It's quite calm, this. Hey? Quite calm.
In high seas, the work can be terrifying. In the 1870s, an apprentice trawlerman from Grimsby was officially recorded as having been frightened to death.
So what's this doing? This is bringing the back end of the net?
Yeah, this is bringing the bit of the net in with all the fishing.
Yeah.
The cod end.
It was Brixham men who first invented what was known as beam trawling. Since medieval times, trawling had been done by small boats confined to estuaries and harbours, using tiny nets. But the Brixham trawlers were powerful enough to pull nets that were 20 times larger and 300 metres below the surface, without having their rear dragged down by the weight of the load. Some fishermen's tasks haven't changed in 200 years, because every catch needs sorting by type.
What's that fella there?
Lemon sole. Put that
That's lemon sole. Oh, we like the orange dots on them. They're the place.
That's what you call a fluke. It's of the place family. Put that one up there, in the mixed one. That's the place. That's undersized.
Come back on his big
squid.
Yeah. What use is he then?
Nice.
Is he? Yeah?
Yeah, lovely squid.
Once sorted, the fish then have to be gutted to keep them fresh on the journey to market.
No. See ya?
No. This is no... Hang on, what's what?
Yeah, Lee. No, you're just turning your knife the wrong way. Turn it the other way, so you're flicking the gut out from the other way.
Right. Yeah?
That's it.
So middle of winter out, you're out on deck doing that. Don't matter what it's doing, day and night.
No, day and night. It's got to be done. You can't sell fish with guts in it, so every single fish has got to be gutted.
This is the same back then. You went like Victorians and that. Don't matter what.
Yeah. There's only one way to gut them. It's no different.
They wouldn't have brought them back to shore with the guts in.
No.
It's not going to be flapping in a minute, I'll tell you. He's putting up a fight, this man.
Right, how's it going?
Slow.
Yeah, you've done it. Well done.
Back at the harbour, Guy's catch is landed, ready to be sent to auction.
I'm just looking at this picture here. It's quite similar. You say it? Well, that's what I've been doing with Ginge and Craig today. That's a tough day's work, is that? You know about it.
By the end of the 19th century, trawlers were spending 8 weeks at sea, landing huge catches as far afield as Grimsby, the Bristol Channel and the Irish Sea. It was a gold rush. Today we're living with the troubling legacy of that overfishing and dwindling stocks. But back then, it was a gold rush. Today we're living with the troubling legacy of that overfishing and dwindling stocks. But back then, it The main concern was how to feed a hungry nation. For years, the dangers of deep-sea trawling were deemed a necessary evil. Nobody thought anything could be done about the death toll. Not until one Victorian gentleman had a flash of inspiration.
We had 1,800 shipwrecks a year. I mean, that's not good, is it? That's not good. Yeah? This is where Captain Ward came in. You know, he says, we've had enough. Too many people killed. I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to make a life jacket.
Captain Ward was an inspector with the lifeboat service. He invented the life jacket in 1854. It's worn here by Henry Freeman. He was the only member of the crew to survive when a lifeboat capsized in Whitby in 1861. He was the only one wearing one of Ward's life jackets.
Yeah, he looked a pillock, but he lived. So, happy campers. But really, it's just a jacket made with cork.
Guy wants to find out for himself if the crude design can really keep him afloat.
We've got all these lumps of cork, and we've got an Ivy's jacket. I'm sure Mr. Ward's jacket looked out like this, but we'll still. And we're going to strap a few bits of cork to it. Now, I'm not much of a tailor, but I'm going to have a go. What do you reckon? Is it looking so much... Yes, no, yes.
Ward knew that cork was light enough to wear, but was also buoyant.
It's all right talking about all these things and you know, and reading books and you know, just reciting what's written in these books. We don't want any of that. We're going to try it. We're going to try it, aren't we? Yeah, it's all right. Talk's cheap, isn't it? We need to do, you know. Hang on. I'll take my boots off first. What's the worst that can happen, eh? I don't know. What's the worst that can happen? I'm still here. Oh, it's bloody cold. If I'm not sinking. Oh, it's bloody cold. Oh, heck. Yeah, tried and tested. It's ripped the bloody zip out, mind. Another Victorian invention, eh? And boys knew what they was doing, didn't they? I just think they'll bring any socks with me.
The next day, Guy goes back to work on Leader. One of the most important innovations on the Brixham trawlers was their strong double-skinned hull, which made them safer if they hit rocks.
How you keeping? You all right?
If the inside of the hull isn't correctly fixed to the outside, Leader will sink.
Happy enough?
Yeah. That means drilling around 200 holes, so the two wooden sections can be bolted together.
Got the right sort of angle, you think?
Brixham trawlers used 2 layers of larch planks along their hull. The planks on the outside were 3 inches thick, and on the inside they were 2 inches thick, all bolted to oak frames called futtocks. And when it was all tied together, it made the boat immensely stiff and able to withstand the harshest seas. Victorian shipwrights loved English oak because it was so strong and it lasted well. But it was also very hard to drill.
We're getting a fair idea what them boys was up against.
So, yeah. So, you say what was he using, John, back in the, 120 years ago when they was making it, originally?
They would be using a hand auger, which is a long piece of steel, not dissimilar to the drill bit there, but it would be wound up by hand and just get winding it into the timber.
You'd be there an hour or two, wouldn't you? Hey?
To make sure each bolt fits into the hull perfectly, the hole must be countersunk, which means first filling the hole in again.
We need to make a plug, which will fill about an inch of that, so you can restart your drill from the outside.
Right.
Yeah?
No, I don't think...
It's clear as mud.
Yeah.
It'll all become apparent as soon as you fit it.
Right.
Trust me.
So if I get this round then?
You make that round.
Yeah, spot on. So just tap her in then?
Yeah, just tap it in an inch or two till it's tight. That's good.
Yeah.
OK, we cut this flush.
And I still can't really see what we're going to do. Because we're going to drill it again from the outside.
Yeah. Now, the reason we've done this, if we look at the next drill bit, drill a much bigger hole. Now, if we just tried to drill that, it would just be rattling around inside the hole, just tearing the timber to shreds. Now, we know that if we just put the point into the centre of your dowel, it's not going to rattle round. We can then just drill that out.
I can see what you're doing now. Now, don't get any dust in my tea.
That should do it there, I think. Spot on.
Spot on. That.
The bolt can't be inserted straight away. It first needs to be prepared to protect it from the tannic acid in the oak.
Often you will have ships that are known as iron sick. So there's
Iron sick?
Iron sick. So there's no rot in the timbers. What has happened is the acids within the oak corrodes the steelwork. So, you know, and boats have sank because of it.
To avoid iron sick, the bolts are painted with bitumen. And John has another traditional trick up his sleeve to guarantee a watertight seal. String.
So you see that? That cotton round there, you know, when that gets wet, it's going to expand. There's no way water's going to get in down here, so I'll put that in then. Good man. Yeah, spot on. Spot on. You got a hammer? Oh, all right, big hammer.
You are through.
Yeah?
Yeah, but we're not finished yet.
Oh!
It's a bridal punch. I'm trusting you.
Yeah.
I'm trusting you, Guy. Yeah.
Oh, heck, there you go.
The methods that you're using are exactly the same as it was and has been for centuries.
All right. Well, that ain't coming out of there in a hurry. You see, it's just closing all that gap up there.
That should do you, really.
Happy enough?
Yeah. Yeah.
Spot on. Spot on.
Right.
That's one done.
That's one. A couple of hundred more to go.
Oh, right.
Before lunch.
Cracking.
Shipwrights like John Cuthbertson built trawlers like Leader in Brixham up until 1926. The local fleet remained largely sail-powered until the Second World War. But elsewhere in Britain, where coal was more readily available than on the south coast, fishing fleets began to turn to steam power. Grimsby had over 400 steam trawlers. They could fish as far away as Iceland, and the size of Britain's catch grew once again, this time sevenfold. The UK's position as the world's largest and most successful fishing nation was guaranteed. Back at Leader, Guy works into the night to keep the project on schedule, removing the rotten deck on the front quarter of the boat.
Right, same again.
A few days later, the new deck is laid and ready for its cotton-laced joints to be waterproofed.
There you go.
Can I have a go?
Yes.
Boat builders traditionally use pine pitch to seal decks, but the job had to be repeated every year.
On. Deal. Should we have another lap down there?
Yeah.
The modern rubber mastic Guy's using will last for 10 years.
And how satisfying is that?
Yeah. Oh, you could do that for a lifetime, couldn't you?
Leader is a lot closer to setting sail once again, but the hardest job of the restoration, erecting her new mast, is yet to come. Guy Martin is helping to restore Leader, the oldest surviving Victorian fishing trawler. He's now investigating what is perhaps the boat's most enduring legacy. In the 1880s, Britain's trawling fleet was catching 300,000 tonnes of fish a year, and the cities were full of the new generation of industrial workers, living on the breadline and looking for good, affordable food. So when the railways linked the fishing ports to the rest of the country, For the first time ever, freshly caught fish could be delivered to the cities quickly and cheaply. Often the most direct route to market was taken, with the fish cooked and sold on the street. Now Guy's following in the footsteps of the Victorian fish fryers, and is going to see if Brixham still has an appetite for fish cooked at the roadside.
We've got a frying pan with a bit of oil. We're going to stick him in. Any idea how long we're going to do it for? I don't know if this is how they used to do it. It's the authentic way. That's what they used to do. Cook it in the street and sell it in the street. Hey?
Fish fryers were often the former coal stokers from steamships. They were enterprising characters who spotted that fish had become fashionable.
It was big business. It was big business. Billingsgate Market in London. Oh yeah, cat skin's a bit hard to get through. We never got a better knife. But it was massive there. You know, there was 300. You're in an area of 3 miles, 3-mile radius. There was 300 fried fish sellers. I've made a pig's ear of that, sorry.
The stench of old oil filled Victorian streets, but for the fish fryers, there was a benefit to that pungent aroma.
The idea of the batter originally was to hide the rotting fish. You know, obviously, fish left by itself for a day or two is gonna start honking, isn't it? So, you know, what they'd do, they'd roll it in the flour, you know, get it in the frying pan, and to hide the smell, you see, so you could sell your rotten fish off, you know, with a bit of batter on it. Thinking, up there for thinking, down there for dancing. Hey? I don't think there's anything in there that's gonna kill us, is it? There's no wrong with that. That's lovely, that.
Having been cooked the old-fashioned way...
Oh, presentation's everything, isn't it?
The fish is now going to be hawked around town the old-fashioned way, from a wooden tray slung around the neck.
All right, mate. All right, Chief. You want to try a bit of food? Do you want to give this bit of fish a whirl? Do you want a bit of fish? Can I give you a bit of fish?
Vegetarian?
It's fish store?
I'm vegetarian.
Go on, get a big hand. Don't be shy. I told him Jamie Oliver's got notes on me.
It's actually quite nice, actually.
Hey, see?
Surprising.
Yeah. Give her a whirl. Freshly made, only 10 minutes ago. Well, go on.
That's all right, isn't it?
It's all right, isn't it? Your dog wants a bit. He's a brave man. Yeah, it's up. I'm going to try some fish. Go on, give it a whirl. Let us know what you reckon. We've just fried it on the street there.
Very nice.
No bother.
See you later.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
It's quite nice, that.
I've tasted worse. I said, what do you reckon?
Yeah.
It's all right.
Tasted worse, but tasted better as well.
Yeah. Compliments this man, isn't it? Hey? A bit of a success, really. You know. All right, it was it was the Victorian working class meal, wasn't it? But I tell you, #1 Victorian working class meal. But I tell you what, I think it could be now. You know, you've been out there. You know, it didn't take a lot of selling, did it? Pretty lovely though. Lovely.
The other half of our national dish, the chips, was invented by the French in the 1870s. But Guy seems rather less curious about that fact. Back at Leader, the team seize upon a spell of dry weather to do one of the most important jobs,
We're going to winch us up on that.
waterproofing the hull with oakum fibre.
First of all, we've got to caulk this seam, which means seal it from the water, but it's still got the old oakum in between it.
Right.
So we have to get rid of all that and then put fresh oakum in.
What's the oakum then? What?
That's the oakum.
Like a bar, like a string?
Yeah, that's just off a hemp plant. We do that just by tapping the old out, really. And the iron's shaped so it doesn't go too deep into the seam. It will pull itself out as you tap it.
Right.
And that's called a chasing iron. Right, what we want to do now is to tap the oakum into the seam, just tap it in and twist it in.
Spot on. Can I have a go?
Yeah, of course you can. Then just tap it in. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
The hemp plant had another vital use in the maritime industry. Rope. Leader needs 1 mile of the stuff, and Guy wants to use a traditional method to make his own contribution. There's no better place to do that than the historic dockyard in Chatham, Kent. Hundreds of years ago, they made ropes for the Navy here. Today, it's still going strong, making rigging for traditional and modern ships.
Well, it's Grade 1 listed, is this place. Grade 1 listed, I mean, that's the same as like Buckingham Palace. I'd rather look round here. Fascinating. Oh, yeah. It's a fair length, isn't it? You can't see the bottom, can you? Quarter of a mile long. Well, I reckon, when this was built, the biggest brick building in the world. Okay, that's fair going, that. Hey, biggest brick building in the world.
The 200 men who worked here in the 1800s made 5,000 tons of rope for the Navy, with just a few state-of-the-art machines to help.
What's that there? What's that do? Look at it. Looks like something's out of Jason and the Argonauts. Or Mad Max.
Master rope maker Fred Cordier has worked here for 50 years. He'll help Guy make a rope that can tow Leader out to sea.
Now then, Fred, how's it going?
All right.
Pleased to meet you, mate. How are you keeping?
I've seen you on telly.
No to do with me, mate. No to do with me. Crime Watch, maybe.
Rope making is all about twisting fibres together for strength. This machine combines yarns of hemp and manila before they're twisted into a strand using the Maudsley forming machine. It takes 3 strands to make one rope.
It's just a bit back to front, walking backwards, steering it backwards. You know, you have to go left to go right, right to go left. I can see the end now. I can see the end. We're all right. We're all right.
That strand is now ready to be twisted together with 2 others. They're laid out on trestles to stop them tangling.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're wound together on the Traveller.
The fibres that make the yarn, they're spun in an anti-clockwise direction, and then we have the yarns that make the strand, they're spun in a clockwise direction, and then we have the strand that makes the rope, which is spun in an anti-clockwise direction, and all those actions of anti-clockwise versus anti-clockwise all fight against each other and holds the rope together.
Fred uses just his touch to make sure the 3 strands are woven correctly.
He's controlling the speed of this, so we get a nice constant twist across the length of the rope. So there's a brake. You see that there? That's a brake pedal. Fred's got a brake pedal there. I mean, Fred's been doing this. How many years you been down here?
50.
50 years. So it's just all on feel then?
Yeah.
And this is just the same way that the boys were doing it back in the day. They was making ropes for that ship of Nelson's, Victory. And this would be the same way they were doing it?
Yeah.
Just the same?
Exactly, yeah. That's it.
That's it done?
That's it. Finished.
The rope's done? Rope's made?
Yeah.
Is that ours then?
I'm on mate Dave here.
All right, Dave.
He's going to do the test for you.
What, the braking strain?
Yeah.
Every rope is tested to see how much weight it can take before it snaps.
Yeah, go on, come on.
Right, here you go.
A sample length is stretched by hydraulic rams.
Hello.
Normally, a rope like this would withstand 6.8 tons.
I'm a bit nervous. I'm waiting for something. I like a bit of that. That's what we got there. What we got? Oh, that's done over 10 ton, that.
Yeah, about 12,000 kilos.
12,000 kilos, about 12 ton, that. There you go. Good bit of spinning work there. Hey? Good bit of rope. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Leader weighs 120 tons, but the rope should be strong enough to tow her when she's floating.
Right, so that's us then.
Can you weigh it for them and pack it, please?
Yeah, spot on.
Back in Brixham, the covers are off and it's time for the restoration's toughest job. Leader was larger than any fishing boat that had gone before, and her single biggest part was the mast. Installing it is called mast stepping.
It's not going to be a 2-minute job. It's a long old thing, 80 foot long. 2 lorry trailers. 2 lorry trailers, 80 foot. Yeah. Made up the road in Totnes. Yeah, and made out of Douglas Fair, and 15,000 quid. A lot of money. We don't want to be dropping it in the drink, do we? No, 15,000 quid. Say just over a ton. What's that? Just over? Ton and a quarter. If he didn't drop it, it'd float though, wouldn't it? It would. Made it would, it'd float.
The mast needs to be guided into a hole in the deck. In the 19th century, this would have been done entirely by a hand-operated crane and pulley system. It needed great strength and precision.
Yeah, this is like the powertrain of the voice. You know, it's the engine. It's the boat engine. getting the mast and the rigging and the sails and all that adrift, that is its engine, so that needs to be right.
The base of the mast sits in a 4-inch slot in the keel, on top of a coin to bring good luck. This one has been in place since the last time the mast was replaced.
1922, you see it on the bottom? You see it on the bottom? Where do you want it to be? You're right there. It's on the bottom, just there. You see it? Whoa, whoa, radio.
That better.
Okay, straight down. Whoa, whoa, radio. Why is it nice fit in there, isn't it?
It should be. Made to measure.
You could hear it going in.
Yeah,
you know, you like the interference, it's like an interference fit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now the mast needs to be tensioned with ropes to secure it.
Nick, guys.
Operations manager Nick Legg ties an old-fashioned prusik sling, still the fastest way to hoist a rope.
So it's it, they won't want you using that now, this prusik.
Well, no, just don't teach, people don't know
Why
about
would they not teach that?
People don't know about it. It doesn't get taught, so people don't learn about it, and then people don't use it, and that's how stuff is lost, how techniques are lost. This rig is how it would have been 120 years ago. It's nothing changed. So
by teaching it, we keep the history alive, but also techniques. So we can sail the boats.
The tensioning ropes are covered in tallow, so they don't snag when pulled tight.
Still now, like standard grease, you know, non-synthetic grease is all animal fat. So I suppose, yeah, same as that, ain't it?
The mast is pulled straight, and it's set perfectly.
Knots bigger than me.
Finally, an eager volunteer is needed to disconnect the crane from the top of the mast.
I must have had some trust in them, boys. Do you reckon that was about 60 foot up, you reckon?
About that.
About 60, yeah, about 60 foot. Get down a bit, mate. Yeah, you're all right, mate. Right. Get down with the crane. Yeah, spot on. Ah, lovely day for it. Hey, thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Spot on. Cool, man.
Cheers, well done.
Leader is ready for action. After a 5-month restoration, the oldest surviving Brixham fishing trawler has been saved. Her woodwork, hull and rigging have all been renewed or refurbished. And today's the day Guy will put to sea with her.
We're here in June, middle of the British summer, getting wet through. But we're not made of sugar, are we? We're very British, and yeah, we've come to see Leader, and that's her there. Yeah, she's looking like the day she was new. That's a massive job to restore that. We're not just talking, you know, kick the tyres and a brush of paint. I mean, that was wooden beams, masts, sails, decks. Yeah, decks. There's a lot of work gone on there. Hey, you wouldn't do it in a tea break. A lot of work. No, I'm quite proud. I'm honoured to be able to, you know, given the opportunity to be able to work on stuff like that. And I just think I just feel quite honoured. It's all right, coming out with all that spiel. I want to get on it. Come on, let's have a go. As soon as I got on board, no mincing about. No cups of tea. John says, no, leave the bros, get on with it. All right, well, no chance for a cup of tea. You've always got to have a cup of tea, but no, when John's about, no, get on the job, main sail up. Where do you want me with this?
The huge mainsail has to be laced in tight to its gaff mast, so that when it's hoisted up, it keeps its shape rather than loosely flapping in the wind.
You've got to do that another 35 times.
Oh, you're right at that. Is that tight enough for that?
Yeah, that's good.
Brixham sits in a north-facing cove, sheltered from the prevailing southwesterly winds. Sailboats have always had to be towed out to sea, either by steam tugs or human power. So 16 members of the local paint and rowing club have volunteered to help.
Leader, she's a working boat, so we're going to launch her in the original way. We're going to get a couple of gig boats, which are just rowing boats, a couple of them, and we're going to row her out to sea, put up the sails, and get cracking.
Coming through.
Come on, watch this out.
The crucial link will be the rope Guy helped make in Chatham.
How's it going? All right.
But nobody's totally sure if it or the rowing crews can take the strain of Leader's weight.
So you know this weighs 120 odd tons, don't you?
Yeah, that's all right.
You're going to be all right? She's all right. She's happy enough.
Oxford, Cambridge boat race. We've seen all the rowing business, haven't we? To be honest, it looks quite easy, doesn't it? But it wasn't as easy as it looked.
After a fight to break the pull of the tide, the rope eventually goes taut, and the rowers tow leader into deep water.
You know, we needed some wattage to be coming out of our arms to be able to pull a 120-ton Brixham trawler out past the wall, and we did.
Great. Well done, mate. Thanks very much. See you later. Cheers, mate. Cheers. Spot on. No, but right, enjoyed it, yeah. Good crack. Bit of banter on there and all. Bit of banter. Yeah, we've got her out now. It's what's the crack now, John?
We're going to set sail.
Are we?
Yeah.
The first task is to hoist the sails, starting with the mizzen at the back.
Like poor train motion at us.
With no mechanical winches, it's a physical two-man job called sweating and tailing.
Keep your whole body weight on it and drive it to the pin.
She's happy.
That's it. There we go. So that's like the warm-up for the main.
Right.
Yeah?
No problem.
Originally, Leader would have been crewed by just 3 or 4 men and 1 boy, and they'd have to raise their trawler's 6 sails by themselves in choppy waters and lashing gales.
This is only the mainsail. There's one to go at the top and there's 2 more to go on the front. So we've got a lot more. Hey, it's a 3,000 odd square feet of canvas. That's a lot of sails that was, wasn't it? That was a lot of yucking on ropes. Yeah.
Andy and John worked for 5 months to reach this special moment. Project leader Bob, the man who loves Leader more than anyone, is also back. Leader is underway. The brilliant Brixham trawler design is immediately obvious. She can make way on what seems to be a completely windless day.
You can hardly feel a breeze. You think, how can as little breeze as that push a 120-ton trawler through the water? Well, look, we've been looking on. Your engine's been about 5 knots earlier.
5 knots.
5 knots, 120-ton trawler, a little breeze as that, still licking on at 5 knots. That's fair going, that.
While being a deckhand was all about hard graft, being a skipper was all about experience and skill. You found the best fish stocks by reading the waves and the colour of the sea. A good skipper was at one with the elements.
Can you feel where the wind's coming from?
More or less 12 o'clock.
Straight ahead? I wouldn't think so.
No?
No.
For the team of shipwrights who worked on Leader, this moment represents a real achievement.
It's part of the heritage, isn't it, really? You know, the fishing heritage. You know, it's not all about getting rid of the old and bringing in the new. You know, you've got to keep the old as well. And you get pride from seeing it here now and it's all working and it's all doing the job that it should be, you know? That's where you get the pride, because it's, well, sailing on the seas now, you know?
Yeah.
Plus it gives us 6 months' work.
Yeah. Everybody happy.
Happy days.
Everybody
2 weeks in
happy.
Ibiza.
Great to see her up and running.
Yeah?
Yeah, because the work that's been done to her, she's been needing it doing for a long time.
Yeah, but everyone's into
job
it,
satisfaction there. They've made a good job of it. I must admit that.
Spot on.
And let's hope she'll go on for a lot of years.
Yeah, let's hope, eh?
Yeah.
Let's hope. Yeah, you love it though, don't you?
Good.
You do love it, don't you?
I'm bloody freezing, actually.
Please keep it going.
Yeah, I think it's vitally important to keep these old girls going. We're an island nation, aren't we?
Yes.
You know,
yeah.
Our nation was built on the seafarers that she produced.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, at 120 years old, the height of the empire,
yeah,
this old girl was there helping to make that empire.
And still up and going now.
And still up and going now.
Yeah, job satisfaction for getting it going, but what does it for me more than anything is that it's still doing something useful now. It's not just a museum piece, it's not just a show piece. All right, we want trawling, because it's not used for that anymore. It takes young kids out to teach them about sailing, which I think is great.
Ready about?
You know what he's doing, yucking them bloody ropes, don't you? You'd learn about life skills and all that, wouldn't you?
Okay. Helms away!
Dealing with other folk in confined spaces, and you'd learn your sailing thing. Without being dead cheesy or anything, I think as much as we've learnt about what was all behind the Brixham trawlers and the fellas behind it and all that, yes, yeah, that was fantastic. But from what's going on and what that Brixham trawler is used for now, I think that's even better.
Next Next time, Guy reveals the hidden world of Victorian engineering beneath the nation's parks and gardens. From the ingenious water pump that doesn't require a power source
I didn't think it'd go as high as that.
to the precision manufacturing of the world's first lawnmower.
Let's go and kick some grass.
He'll also face his toughest engineering challenge yet, 19th century glass blowing.
I think we'll have another go.
Yeah, let's have another go.
Guy Martin is a third-generation lorry mechanic from Lincolnshire.
Started on lawnmowers at 6-year-old. And then 12-year-old moved on to trucks. Used to bike to work to go work with my dad. Could not get to work fast enough. I'm still the same now, I think.
He's also a world-famous motorcycle racer who loves the dangers of competing on the roads. As a mechanic,
trick as you like.
He's fascinated by the era when British workers and extraordinary feats of engineering made this country great. The Industrial Revolution.
That's when we was like the leaders in the world, wasn't it? Bar no one, really. We was the boys, weren't we?
So, in this series, he's going to find out how we did it by getting stuck into 6 major restoration projects around the UK. He'll have to work like the grafters of the past.
It was the normal thing to be doing 12, 14, 15-hour days, that sort. And I think, yeah, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
He'll follow in their footsteps to learn about their way of life
That's all right.
and the dangers they faced.
Put some heat off that. Day in, day out, thought we're getting killed. Risky business. We've got it cushy now, haven't we? If it wasn't for those boys, what, 150 odd years ago, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. We can't forget what those boys did, can we?
This is how Britain worked. This time, Guy's out of his comfort zone. He's going to give a thorough overhaul to the Birmingham Botanical Gardens.
Yeah, it's not really my cup of tea, really, at all, to be listening to tweeting birds and planting flowers. But I think, yeah, I'm going to give it a go.
Urban parks and gardens aren't the most obvious product of the Industrial Revolution. But beneath their neatly clipped lawns and fragrant borders, there's a hidden world of radical engineering and cutting-edge technology.
Oh, that sounds right.
Absolutely perfect.
As Guy goes to work, he'll uncover stories of the Victorian middle classes living in fear of the degenerate poor, packed into city slums.
You're living on top of each other. Have to wait for them to fall asleep and then stack them up in the corner and let the next one go to sleep. They're just houses that have been chocker.
And intrepid plant hunters, risking their lives in the farthest corners of the British Empire.
He looks very Indiana Jones-like, don't you think?
Birmingham had one of Britain's finest botanical gardens and parks. But 183 years after they first opened, they're showing their age.
Yeah, keep coming.
The plan is to bring them back to life in time for an opening ceremony in 3 months. That means there's an enormous amount of work for Guy and the team of experts he's joining. The showpiece glass houses need a top-to-toe refurbishment.
It's a bit of a mess up there, isn't it? Keep blowing. Keep blowing.
And Guy will have to master the art of glassmaking by hand.
Job's knackered. I think we'll have another go. Yeah, let's have another go.
He'll also try and replicate the precision of the 19th century workers who built the very first lawnmower.
Let's go on.
Yeah, go on.
Kick some grass.
And rebuilding the Himalayan rock garden will need some heavy-duty engineering.
All the land's caving away. Big job, really.
By the 19th century, Britons felt that they owned the world. The empire stretched across 14 million square miles and 63 countries. They wanted to bring the riches of their planet back home to show off in the hearts of their big cities. And to do it, they created extraordinary new buildings on an unprecedented scale. Great glass houses. The most famous was Crystal Palace, built to house the Great Exhibition of 1851. It took 2,000 workers just 8 months to complete, using over 300,000 individual panes of glass. It was destroyed by fire in 1936. The greenhouses of Birmingham's Botanical Gardens were glazed by the same firm, the Chance brothers of Smethwick. And fortunately, this example of their work still survives today. Guy's first job is cleaning some of their 2,000 panes.
I don't know, I don't mind a bit of window cleaning. Okay? You know, it's 1832 this place was put up. It was not surprised it needs a bit of TLC. So we need to keep these clean, no? Yeah, we need to get the sunlight to the plants. That's what keeps them going.
Creating huge greenhouses filled with rare and exotic plants was only made possible by a revolution in glass-making technology.
I think the muck's on the inside.
To find out how it was done, Guy's going to make one of these, a Wardian case.
Yeah, without this invention here from Nathaniel Bagshaw Ward, I mean, half the plants in here would never have ended up in England. I mean, because the idea of this was, I mean, it's just, well, it just looks like a mini greenhouse, doesn't it? But the idea of it was to, you know, that you go and get all these botanists going out all over the world and collecting all these fancy plants. They'd put them in this to protect them. You know, they'd be safe on the deck of a ship. They won't get frozen to death and they won't get covered in salt water. Cracking idea, I reckon. I should have a go at making one.
Guy wants to make his own contribution to the new gardens by hunting down some plants. The case will be the perfect place to store them.
We're a bit short of glass, and that's why we're here. We're going to make some traditional style flat glass, and I'm going to blow some glass. I don't quite know how I'm going to do that.
Guy's here to try and learn the cylinder method, where a long cylinder of glass is cut along its length and then flattened out to make a sheet. It's a method that the world-famous Chance brothers, who also glazed the Houses of Parliament, pioneered. Walter Pinches still uses the 1830s method to make glass today.
You're the only fella here that does this.
I'm the only one daft enough. You like how it goes?
Hey, go on, yeah, I'm not sure I get stuck in.
The process starts with the gather. A hollow pipe is dipped and rolled in a mixture of molten silica, which is derived from sand.
All right, again.
No, come here.
The silica sticks to the end of the pipe and creates a bulb.
Over there. Don't burn nobody.
Yeah, go on, I've got it.
Which is then cooled and rolled in a shaper. After 3 gathers and 3 visits to the shaper, the bulb is big enough.
Now start to blow, steady.
And Guy starts blowing air into it to inflate it gently like a balloon.
Keep blowing.
Keep blowing.
After a lot of blowing, Guy produces a very passable balloon of glass.
Now blow it again, steady. Just get the shape back. That's it.
Yeah.
Next, it's reheated to 1,000 degrees and carefully swung to make the smooth cylinder shape.
Yeah, you won't need a heater in here in the winter, will you? Hey?
Walter demonstrates how it's done.
Still spinning it as you're doing that. Hot, innit?
Then it's Guy's turn.
Try swinging it?
Yeah.
I tried probably half a dozen times, and everyone looked like a pig's ear. In fact, that'd have probably been insulting a pig if you'd have said it looks so much like a pig's ear. There was just an absolute, well, there was just an, yeah. I can't say what I was thinking then, can I?
Okay, that's it.
Is the job knackered?
I'll say it is.
Is it? Job's knackered. You're gonna start. What do we do now?
We'll scrap that and start again.
Scrap it and start again, yeah.
Good. I'll have it.
19th century glass blowers took 7 years to acquire this necessary skill.
You have to master each stage before they let you move on to the next stage. And obviously, when you'd mastered them all, that's when you was on the proper money.
Okay. We'll see what's happened now.
Yeah, the air's coming to the top.
Push it in straight. You've got all your weight over here. Just blow it out from the soil.
We'll go again. Come on.
After numerous attempts, Guy finally gets one right.
Just tap it here. That's it.
Just like that.
With the ends removed, Guy has to score down the length of the cylinder with a tungsten carbide cutter doused in oil to ensure it moves smoothly along the glass. Then he taps along the score to make a clean break.
A job with so much feel.
Having made another cut parallel to the first, he removes a strip of glass. The cylinder is now ready to be flattened.
That ain't as easy as it looks. Well, it don't even look easy. None of this stuff's easy.
The glass now needs to be heated again. David Gwilt has specialised in this part of the process for almost 9 years.
We're about 600 degrees at the end.
No, this is just under 900 degrees.
Is that hot enough to make it flexible but not melted?
Yeah, like a sort of toffee texture, so you can pick it up and manipulate it.
Yeah.
So just, you'll have to walk in and get, you know, sort of there, and then just get the hook all the way through to the other side. Okay. And
yeah.
Lift it up, lift and pull it back. That's it, and then roll it, drop it down and roll. Okay. Drop it down. Try and lift up that end that's sticking now before it.
Yeah?
Okay, yeah, keep going. I think it's stuck on the one end, but...
It's stuck down there,
I have to try a bit of wangling.
A bit of wangling?
It's a work of art.
Oh.
I think that one's had it.
Yeah, that ain't...
I think we'll have another go.
Yeah, let's have another go.
Right, drop it down on the table now. And roll it down to the right. Okay, drop it down, quick. And then get hold of that flat and flip it over. Lovely.
Yeah?
Okay, that's spot on.
All right.
The next stage is just to get a big block of wood. The heavier the better, really. It makes the job easier.
You're ready for a pint at the end of the day?
Absolutely. I mean, the old glassmakers, they always used to have bottles of beer by them, but...
Bottles of beer?
Bottles of beer. Glassmakers always were renowned for heavy drinkers because they always had bottles of beer. And, you know, now we have to sell for water. It's not a very good compromise.
You're already playing at it, really.
Yeah. It's a pretty good start on that.
Well, thank you very much.
We'll get something out of that sheet.
I don't know what we'll do out of that first one.
No, I think that'll have to be sort of hung in the Tate or something.
Hey, a bit of modern art, yeah, that's about all that'll be used for.
Once the flat pane has cooled down gently, it can be scored and trimmed to size, and then fixed into Guy's Wardian case, using wooden beading to hold it in place.
Well, it just looks like a mini version of my granddad's greenhouse. And it used that original sort of glass, all wavy glass. Definitely. Oh, it's a lovely, lovely greenhouse. Yeah, it's all right. It's not hard to look at, is it?
Guy's first contribution to bringing the Birmingham Botanical Gardens back to life is now complete. But the real hard work is still to come. Guy Martin is helping to restore the 180-year-old Birmingham Botanical Gardens, bringing one of the country's finest Victorian show gardens back to life. He's moved on from the glasshouses to the rock garden, a 19th century attempt to recreate the Himalayas in a small corner of the West Midlands.
You can tell it's got a look of newness to it there. Well, here it's definitely not. It's looking a bit tired, isn't it?
The 250 tons of gritstone is collapsing.
A bit of work to do. Well, where do you start, eh?
Returning the garden to its former glory means a complete rebuild.
Oh no, we've got some work on here. There's some work on. We best get stuck in.
For this next stage of the challenge, Guy will be working with gardeners Derek Wilkes and Nigel Hopes.
How's it going?
Not too bad.
Derek has dedicated 30 years of his life to this place. 26-year-old Nigel has been in charge of the Alpine area for 5 years. They need to clear the whole site while saving as many of the existing plants as possible.
What can we rescue out of here?
There's a few primulas there. That's
primulas? What's a primula?
Primula flurundi, which is a big yellow primula about that
Primula flurundi? Well, I don't know. Is that what that is? That's not English, is it? Is it?
Well, it's Latin.
So what's a daffodil in Latin?
Narcissus.
Bloody hell. They had all these fancy Latin names and, yeah, I mean, I struggle enough with English, never mind Latin. But these fellas had to know all that. No, not fair play.
Gardening took brains and brawn, but it was a career with real prospects. 30 years of graft and learning could see the apprentice become a head gardener.
But that was a well-respected job. You know, if you was the head gardener, you was as well thought of as the fella that owned the place. You know, because it's just not an easy number, really. I mean, you go and get these fancy plants from Middle East or Himalayas or wherever, and they don't come with a manual.
No manual, no instruction manual. You know, you had to try and replicate the environment where that plant had come from. You had to try and replicate that in a city centre somewhere. So yeah, that was going to be a challenge in itself, wasn't it? Himalayas, how can you replicate Himalayan weather in the middle of Birmingham? That's not the same make as that, is it?
It is, yeah.
Oh, Primulus furundi then.
That's it. That needs potting up now.
All right.
Behind the creation of most of Britain's urban parks, there was a deadly serious intent. The middle classes saw them as an antidote to one of the greatest social problems of the time, the horrific living conditions in the new industrial cities. Their population had been expanding at a terrifying rate.
I mean, just during the Industrial Revolution, during 30 years, the population of Birmingham grew 40%. Hey? 40%. They were living on top of each other. Wouldn't they? Have to wait for them to fall asleep and then stack them up in the corner and let the next one go to sleep. They're just houses that have been chocker.
In the worst cases, 4 families would share each story of the houses, known as back-to-backs. So named because they were built right up against each other, leaving no room for gardens between them. Nearly all have now been demolished, but the few that remain have been cleaned up and given a lick of paint for visitors.
So it's original 1830s. Come and have a look. We'll go have a look. Go on. Now, mates, how's it going? Right. We've primed them up already. Come on, we've got a few forward. We're just going to go show them these back-to-backs, mates.
Absolutely, show them round.
Thank you very much. Oh, heck, it's busy. It's fairly busy. Originally, there was 11 houses here. 11 three-storey buildings. 67 people living here altogether. Yeah, so what have we got here? What have we got here? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. About 10 folk there, so you can imagine 67 folk, but she'd have been a bit cosy, wouldn't it? She'd have been a bit cosy. But there's some loos around the corner. There's only 3 loos, so you've got 67 people all using 3 pans. We call it the pans, or is that very politically correct? The toilets, the latrine. Can we call it the latrine? So it's the pan. We're going to go show you the pan. Come on. You see?
The toilets would quickly overflow and become unusable. Bricks were used as stepping stones across the streams of excrement in the streets. Pigs were kept between houses so they could feed off the sewage. The middle classes lived in fear of this new feral poor. One newspaper talked of colonies of heathens and savages. They wrote about animalistic mobs who they said would turn on their masters. Free public parks were part of the fight back. The hope was that access to fresh air and nature would civilise the slum population. Birmingham Botanical Gardens were paid for by local factory owners and designed by one of the great social reformers of the 19th century.
John Claudius Loudon, that designed this place, he was a bit of a pipe and slippers sort of fella. I mean, he had only one arm and an opium habit, so he didn't have much choice in the matter. But he didn't sit on his backside all the time. You know, he fought for decent condition for his workers. You know, he fought for a decent wage. He fought for that and the latest machinery. You know, he got it so they could all use lawnmowers. You know, you want to cut this lawn like this, wouldn't you, with a pair of scissors? Oh, good man.
Before lawnmowers, cutting lawns was back-breaking work left to scythesmen. But then, mill mechanic Edwin Beard Budding invented something that consigned the centuries-old scythe to history. The world's first lawnmower. Nobody knows more about these machines than Brian Radham. He's a former lawnmower racing champion and curator of the world's only lawnmower museum. Together, he and Guy are going to build a mower according to Budding's original plans.
And that's his patent of how it works.
Is it? And what year was that? What was that? 1830? This
1830.
Right, Brian, are we ready?
OK, we can take the side frames.
Yeah.
The design incorporates a clever spinning cylinder of 6 precisely machined spiral knives, constantly passing over a static blade.
If you want a really top quality finish on your lawn, you still use that design of the cylinder. You know, the roller, the cylinder and the knife on the bottom, that's still the best way to get a decent finish on your grass.
What we're wanting is the cutter to be just kissing the bottom blade.
Right.
Each one of those blades is cutting all the way along. So each time this comes round...
Yeah, there's not a lot wrong with that, is it?
No, that's absolutely perfect.
The The other clever piece of design was adding a gearing system, so one stride pushing the mower resulted in the cutting blade spinning multiple times.
You can see how big he's had to do the gears to get the ratio right. So this looks like it's going to be around about 11, 12 to 1. So one revolution of the roller will give the cutting cylinder 12 turns.
Budding's lawnmower even included a mechanical clutch to disengage the blade, precision engineered to 3,000th of an inch.
And I mean, them fellas were making them back with files, hey, filing them up by hand. Yeah, that took some doing that. You know, it wasn't a 2-minute job to build it today. You know, if you'd have tried doing that, what, 180 years ago? Yeah, 180, if you tried doing that, oh no. I think that's brilliant. I think it's brilliant.
He was an extremely good designer.
And with a few final tweaks from another of Budding's inventions, the adjustable spanner.
Oh, that sounds right.
Absolutely perfect.
The finished mower is ready for its maiden cut.
Let's give it a whirl then.
Let's go on.
Yeah, go on.
Kick some grass.
Budding's first lawnmower was made from heavy wrought and cast iron, so making it move was usually a 2-man operation.
I didn't know that we had donkeys pulling lawnmowers. And then we had Honourable Frances Wolsey, she was pulling a lawnmower. That's all well, isn't it? That's right. I'm going to have Brian. You weren't on the beer last night, were you? No?
Are you ready?
Go on then, Brian, after you, Brian. Oh, I were away.
When Budding was right, just doing the work of 6 men.
Oh, aye. Going a treat.
There's no petrol, there's no oil. It's going to last a lifetime. Nice and quiet. That's the best bit of lawn that there is here.
Yeah, look, you can see the stripes, can't you? Hey? Good work.
You've got to say that is a cut above the rest.
You've used that before, right? You've used that before, haven't you?
And
it's not bad, is it?
And it's been mower interesting as well.
Oh, you're full of them, Brian.
Having raked up his cuttings, Guy heads
going down here
to the compost heap.
Sling her on, eh?
Right onto the top.
Yeah. Books have been written on compost. Fellas have written books just on compost and nothing else. You know, it's not like a small section of the book or one chapter of the book was on compost. No, the whole book was on compost. It's a right in-depth thing.
The Romans knew that rotten organic matter made a great fertiliser.
Get us warmed up, one.
But the Victorians liked to add a gruesome ingredient to the mix.
Bone meal. It's not unknown for bone meal from crematoriums and from battles and things like that being used.
Right.
Obviously, bone, it being broken down, is very good source of minerals, isn't it?
Well, it's a good activator.
It's not human bones, though, is it?
Well, yeah.
Human bones, have?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, heck, I don't know. The families and
the
families won't be too pleased.
It does sound
What's happened
a
to
bit
old Alfred?
grim.
Oh, he got killed in the Battle of Waterloo in whatever year it was, and yeah, they put him on a compost heap. All right. You know, to get the job going a bit better, nitrogen was a big important part of this, and you know, the best thing really was to have the pee on them. They come across that, you know, a bit of human pee. So yeah, that was the gardener's loo. You know, you go down the compost heap and have a wee. I don't know about pooing. We don't think that went on really. I don't know. I don't really need a pee, but we need to keep it original. Look, I get a bit stage fright. Oh, the little fella does. Hang on. What's she saying?
Aim it directly into the heap.
Oh, maybe. Maybe. Keep watching. Keep watching. Oh, it's gone. The moment's passed. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, boys. Sorry, boys. Yeah, I couldn't go. Sorry.
Guy Martin is in Birmingham, helping with the restoration of the 200-year-old Botanical Gardens. Work is now concentrated on the Himalayan rock garden to try and rebuild this 250-ton construction in time for the opening ceremony. While contractors prepare the area by partially draining the pond, Guy's heading off to put his Wardian case to use and find some appropriate Himalayan plants to put in the rock garden when it's finished.
That's a great case you've got there.
You reckon?
Garden historian Twiggs Way will show Guy that these days you don't have to look further than your own local garden centre to find the exotic. The reason our local nurseries are now full of rare varieties is because of the exploits of the 19th century explorers, known as the plant hunters.
The plant hunters themselves, especially the early ones, they were real adventurers. These were people that were going out to, you know, undiscovered places, climbing mountains, fording cascades.
You're a plant hunter, you're not Indiana Jones.
Oh, somewhat. I mean, David Douglas came from Scotland, went out and found things like the Douglas fir.
David Douglas, he just looks a very normal sort of fella. Yeah, he ended up meeting his death in a way. He fell in a bison pit. You know, they dig these big pits in the ground to trap these bisons, and he ended up falling in it, and he was all right, and, well, he was all right until a bison fell on top of him, and that was the end of his days.
This is one of Douglas's. He brought this back, one of the ones he died for.
It's
So a lot of the
$5.95.
things.
That's not cheap. They're not giving it away, are they?
I mean, you know, the guy died for this, and you want it to be less than $5.95. Pop it in.
Right.
And then we've got a really nice group of ones from another plant hunter called George Forrest.
George Forrest and his lovely dog. Looks very Indiana Jones-like, don't you think? That is a proper plant hunter.
He headed out to Tibet just at the time that a war broke out against all foreigners.
It was 17 fellas he went out with, out to the Himalayas, to bring a load of plants back, and he was the only one to come back. The rest of them got killed. Just out there. They didn't want them nicking the plants, they just didn't like foreigners. We ain't got room for much more.
Armed with wardian cases and steamships,
Past the avalanches.
What?
the plant hunters were unstoppable.
That's it, that little one.
Within 15 years of Ward's invention, 6 times as many plants were imported to London's Kew Gardens than had been in the whole previous century.
It's not going to fit.
We'll bend the little fella over.
Don't.
It'll be all right. It'll be all right.
Don't break it.
I won't break it, honestly. It's all right. It's all in hand. Don't worry, lass. No one has died.
Back at the garden, Derek and Nigel seem to approve of Guy's work.
How's everything looking?
There's a few plants in there.
Do you like my selection?
Very good.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
A little bit of
definitely.
colour in the corner.
Yeah, and the lilium regale.
Yeah,
very nice.
It looks very authentic.
Oh, the glass.
Yeah.
I blew that glass.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and let it roll out flat, yeah.
Guy will need to trust his Wardian case to protect the new plants until they can be put into the rock garden. And that may still be some time off, as the construction team have hit a bit of a snag.
The restoration of the Botanical Garden was a bigger job than we first thought, so we've had to get some contractors in to start shifting a few rocks about, and we've come across a natural spring. But just not a stream, like a massive natural spring, and it's chucking water everywhere. It's all the land's caving away. Big job, really. Had to shore it all up, and and face it up with a lot of rocks. Anyway, we've run out of rocks, which is a bit of a problem. And we need to either find some rocks to match, which I don't think we're going to do quite easily, or we're going to have to make one. I think that's what we'll do.
In the Industrial Revolution, even nature could be manufactured. Making artificial stone was the speciality of the 19th century landscaper James Pullum. His customers were wealthy Victorians who wanted an exotic alpine environment in their back garden. To see how realistic the replica rocks could be, Guy visits the best surviving examples at Dewstow House in Wales. Its owner was Henry Oakley, a director of the Great Western Railway, and he spent part of his fortune on a cunning secret.
This is half the secret, is these underground grottos. You see them? This is a bit darker. Watch your head. Wherever you look, it's all rock, or what you think was rock. So this here is the other half of the secret. This idea of Polomite. It's fake rock. James Pullum. You see what they've done there? Polomite, James Pullum. It was his idea. It was his secret recipe. It does sound like proper rock, but it's not. It's made up of a bit of rubble or a bit of chicken wire and this mixture of Polomite. Paste it on, and it just looks like rock. I think it's great.
Polomite was so convincing, it fooled even trained geologists.
Yeah, that's Polomite. Isn't it? That's real rock. Fair, these look like real rocks. They're real, aren't they? They're not. They're Polomite. Are they? Oh, so I'm wrong there then. I'm not doing very well here, am I?
Polomite's main ingredient, Portland cement, was patented in the 1820s by a bricklayer from Leeds. It was a mix of limestone, clay, and a mineral called gypsum, and it wasn't just used to make fake rocks. It was the key ingredient in concrete and became a hugely important building material during the Industrial Revolution as a cheap, mouldable alternative to stone.
We've got to look at the likes of Brunel. I mean, he was using all the cement business in making tunnels and bridges, and then there was other folks using it in harbours. You know, it was a right handy material.
Concrete was even used to build ships.
I think I'm doing it right. I don't know.
Pullum's secret formula was known only to a few family members and has vanished without trace. But Val Christman, a direct descendant of Pullum, thinks she's worked out what it was.
Go on, lass.
You can just turn it over just a couple of times, keep it from setting.
To see whether she's right, she and Guy are going to use her recipe to try and make their own Polomite rock.
How long will it take for that to go on?
It doesn't take long.
They've mixed up Portland cement with sharp sand to give it a rough texture.
Got all of it on there, lass.
That's it. You want to start, that's it, pushing it on, like that.
Right. The base layer of the fake rock is made out of wood, with chicken wire stretched over it. The wire gives the cement something to grip onto.
Once you've got your coating on there, then you're on a winner then. I should imagine the Pullums are up there now looking down thinking, what on earth
What are we mucking about at? Hey, we're nearly there.
We're nearly there, nearly there.
That's the Foss layer. How many layers do you think we're going to have to go for?
Well, I reckon at least another one.
Right, we're nearly out of cement.
Right.
I'll go and mix another batch up.
Lovely.
Grand job, Tat.
The men who toiled to dig the raw ingredients of cement were called muddies, and they soon found a way of turning their hard work into sport.
These muddies lads, these are the lads that are digging the clay out of the pits. And to see £28, to see if they could shovel £28 of clay on one shovel and then fire it out of the pit into the back of the barge. So and that'll take some doing, that, won't it? I don't know, 28 is about 12.5 kilos. She still takes some doing. I think we ought to have a go though. Eh? Let's put that on there. Are you ready? Just over the truck. Just over the truck. No bother. No bother. There's no to that. You're all right, lass. No bother. Panic over. Panic over.
When the first layer is 2 inches thick, it's left to dry with a rough surface, so the all-important final layer of Polomite can adhere to it.
We're trying to do what the Pullums did, match our rock to the surroundings that it's going to be in.
Like a bit of a chameleon, I suppose.
Just a little bit.
Hey?
Val's Polomite consists of white cement, sharp sand, chicken grit for texture, mica to give it a slight glint, and cement colouring.
Do you want me to put a bit of red in then?
Yeah, put some red.
Yeah?
In this.
Pullum travelled the country making rock gardens for newly imported alpine plants. Their clients included Edward, Prince of Wales, and the famously wealthy bankers, the Rothschilds.
Yeah, she's taking shape.
Yeah.
As the final layer starts to dry, Guy and Val rough up the surface a bit more with brushes.
Shall I have another lap round with a wire brush then?
Yes, yeah, just keep going round.
Thursday's rock combing day. Hey? Isn't it?
Beach
What else do we do on
combing rock,
Thursday?
That's right. But it looks windswept.
Oh, I'm very.
And
A
water.
windswept rock. I've not heard that one before, Val. Should we have a stand back and have a look, do you reckon?
Yes, why not?
Stand back and have a look. What do you reckon, lass? What do you reckon then, lass?
That's not bad.
It's all right, isn't it?
It's all
We'll
right.
see what it looks like when we get to Birmingham, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see how many folk we can fool. Eh?
Once dry, Guy's Polomite masterpiece is dispatched from Dewstow to the centre of Birmingham.
Looks a treat, doesn't it? Looks a treat. Bit of bird poo on there as well, eh? Look at that, very authentic. If I didn't know, it'd have me fooled. Spot on.
Moving heavy loads around by road these days is easy. But to see just how much tougher it was during the Industrial Revolution, Guy's decided to transport his rock on the last part of its journey by horse and cart.
The shy horse was a British, you say it's a British invention, but it was really, it was bred. It was bred to be that size and that width for doing a certain job, whether it was for pulling carts around or pulling ploughs through fields. It was bred for that job.
Steve Ledsham has been working with Shire horses for 35 years. He'll be helped today by Gemma Mackey and Tim Breeze, not to mention Oliver and Casey.
These old boys always used to have a bowler hat on when they were buying horses. And
Right.
they reckoned if you couldn't get your bowler hat between his front legs, don't bother buying him.
Is that
'Cause
right?
He's not got the strength.
You'll get a few bowler hats through there, won't you?
You would, yeah. All right then, boys, walk on together. Good lad, keep back. Good boys, together.
Horse and carts delivered loads throughout the 19th century to the parts the railways couldn't reach. Guy wants to see how hard it would have been to use them to keep Britain's supply chain moving.
Good lad. Ollie, come back.
But Steve's trained them horses from being foals. And then he'd be, you know, he'd just be talking away to me, and then he'd just, in the middle of a sentence of talking to me, he'd just chuck a command in for the horse, and the horse would understand that, but he wouldn't take any notice of what he was saying to me, but at the same volume.
Slowly, boys, come here. Come here, slowly.
G back, come here, G back, come here. Just, whoa, pull together. Well, that's all he's saying, just like that. Pull together, G back, come here. And they're doing exactly what he says, and I think that's great.
G back.
So go on, what would one be worth then in the time? They must have been worth a lot of money, wouldn't they?
Horse like these would cost you 80, 90, 100 pounds, 100 guineas.
And that's back then?
And that's back then. And
So what would that be then?
Well, I mean, if you imagine that most men, steady boys, well, a lot of men would only be earning £1 a week if they were earning that, 15 shillings £1 a week. So there was a big, but the people that
2
would be
years'
buying,
wages?
Yeah.
2 years' wages to buy a 4-year-old horse?
They were expensive because they were so strong. A Shire horse weighs around 1 ton, but is capable of pulling 6 tons.
Come on together, good boys, slowly.
They didn't just haul deliveries around. Until the 1950s, horses were used for shunting railway carriages.
1 million Shire horses, you know, sort of late 1800s. I mean, that is a lot of Shire horses, isn't it? And now, there's 3,000 now. 3,000. I mean, that's notes, is it?
Guy now has the chance to drive the horses himself.
You happy? You've ridden a motorbike anyway, you won't be too worried about this, will you?
Walk on together. They didn't understand what I was saying at all. Well, I think they understood, but they weren't taking any notice. They had no respect for me. Sorry about that.
They're all right, you're all right with them.
Goodbye, goodbye.
After a little over an hour, the 3-mile journey is complete, and the newest Polomite rock in the world reaches the Botanical Gardens.
That'll do us, then, eh? That'll do us. Well, thank you very much.
Very good, sir.
Cheers, Steve. Thanks
Thank
a
you.
million. Cheers, Casey.
Very good, sir.
Bye. See you in a bit. Cheers, man.
While Guy's been away, the team have started planting up the Himalayan rock garden, ready for his handmade contribution to be added to the scene. In the past, it would have been manoeuvred by a team of labourers and pure brute strength.
It looks the job, anyway.
Today, one man and a crane can place it precisely.
There was stones down there, put in 120 odd year ago, you know, put in with horses and blokes. Nothing else, no machines, nothing like this. Can't shift them now, I've had to bury over the top of them. Can't shift them now. Impressive. Impressive.
A few minor adjustments help to get the rock bedded in.
You think? Yeah. Have a look, see what it reckons. Just look at that, and I think that looks like a rock, doesn't it? 100%.
The garden's grand opening is rapidly approaching, but Guy has one finishing touch to add. Trying to make it work in time will stretch his engineering know-how to the limit. After 3 months, Guy's work at the Birmingham Botanical Garden is almost complete.
Yeah. It's lovely, isn't it?
The garden will be reopened tomorrow by some local dignitaries, and while the team have managed to get the water cascade running for the first time in decades, Guy wants to add his own finishing touch.
Well, I said she's up and running, and yeah, it looks a treat, doesn't it? But it's an electric pump at the end of the day. And I thought, well, you know, we're sort of short-changing ourselves a bit. We're trying to do everything else in an authentic way. So what we thought we were going to do, we're going to put a fountain in the middle of the pond and power that with an authentic Victorian invention.
It's called a ram pump. The ingenious design doesn't require an engine or fuel. Instead, it relies on gravity, harnessing the energy of water flowing down a hill. This could be found in every 19th century park or estate. And they didn't just power fountains. Ram pumps did crucial work irrigating farms. Today they're still used all over the world to provide clean water to remote communities. To help install one, Guys asked Charles Doble along, who's in charge of the family business that's been making ram pumps since 1774. Charles has a cutaway model to explain how this revolutionary pump works.
So the water will run down the drive pipe and into the ram. This is the bed of the ram, and then it will run out through the pulse valve, and as it does so it increases in speed, and as it increases in speed the amount of water coming out through these ports increases, and it gets to the point at which this valve rubber will snap shut.
When the rubber valve shuts, the water recoils back, and the only way it can now escape is up, through a one-way valve. The pressure now building up in the air vessel pushes the water back down. It can't go back through the one-way valve, and so it rushes through the outlet with an amazing amount of force.
That's what's going to go to a fountain.
This will go to the fountain.
As the water is forced out, the pressure inside the pump drops. The valves open and the whole process repeats itself again, resulting in a constant jet of water.
And distance-wise, it would pump as far as you like. It would pump the other side of Birmingham. You all right there?
Ah, yeah, no bother.
Yep.
No bother.
Guy and Charles are going to use a water butt, hidden on a hill above the pond as their water supply.
Right, are you there?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
With only 2 moving parts, most of the ram pumps installed in the 19th century are still working.
Tell me if you want me to lift it up or down or anything.
Yeah, that's tight.
Right, so what we've got to do now is screw the bed onto the ram here. Yep.
Yeah?
Yep, that'll do.
Yeah.
And we'll put that on there. Stick the back a bit more, Guy. We're nearly ready to fire it up. Are you suitably excited?
Oh, aye.
So let's go for it and see what happens.
You ready?
Let's open it right up. Right, so that's good.
The pressure in the pump is rising. Now the fountainhead needs to be connected.
My word.
Right, well, if you get your waders on, we'll get this fountain into the water.
No problem. I can see someone getting wet here.
No, I think you want to go in, yeah, further than that.
We're all right. We're all right.
Make sure it's upright, Guy. We can't have a... That's all cockeyed.
Ah, look how...
Whoa.
wet.
So here goes.
She's starting.
Right. Well, that's...
I didn't think it'd go as high as that.
There.
Hey, yo.
Chatsworth, eat your heart out.
Well done. I didn't think it was going to fire water that far. No way. No way. I thought it might get a bit of a trickle out the end. And I thought, it'll be all right. But no, we were getting... What do you reckon we were getting? Easy 10 foot. 20 foot. 20 foot. 10 foot. 15 foot.
So there we are.
That's great, isn't it?
Yep.
No steam, no electric. I'm well impressed.
Guy's given the restored rock garden his own personal finishing touch.
Yeah, it's looking a treat. Well impressed. New bridge, new rocks, new cascade, new ram pump, new fountain. My word, you won't recognise it. You won't recognise it at all, would you? We're just missing a few plants. We'll go see if they survived in the Wardian case.
Derek and Nigel are back to help put Guy's plants in the garden.
And what do you reckon? Has it done the job?
Well, I think so.
Yeah.
They survived?
Yes. Yeah.
Right, so, ready for action?
We are.
Spot on.
Let's get them out first and we'll see what we've got.
Guy's keen, but not necessarily helping.
Leaving footprints is very unprofessional, and we're also compacting the soil by walking on it. So we sort of just titivate the soil up afterwards.
Footprints in the soil is a bad look.
Especially because we're a public garden, presentation is everything.
The garden's now full of Guy's plant hunter trophies. But even after all his learning here, the truck mechanic seems to have met his match.
Back when the botanical gardens first opened, I'd have to learn how to keep them and what food the plant likes and what temperature it liked to be kept in and what soil it wanted and what. It's just endless, absolutely endless. I think I'm fascinated by it. Fascinated. I'm just massive amount of respect to it, and I can quite happily hold my hands in and say yeah, it's not in me. I wouldn't be good enough to be a head gardener. I couldn't take up that much information. I've got enough ramble going on up there. 10 o'clock. We've got a bit of an opening, the official opening. We've got some posh MPs coming down.
Yes, we have.
There's just time to mow the lawn using Guy's freshly painted mower.
Oh, we're looking like...
I can't see, I'm looking where I'm going.
It's all right. Damn sight better than doing it with the scythe.
As the crowds gather, Guy has one last responsibility, turning on the fountain.
Yeah, well, it's all a bit official, really. It's not
very, very official.
Yeah, we've got the...
Can you rise to the occasion?
The MP of Birmingham here.
Yes.
A member of Parliament. But yeah, I'm not that bothered, really. I'm not that. Just have a look at this.
3, 2, 1, go! Go for it. 3. I must admit, Guy, I do prefer the turning of the ram pump to the cutting of the ribbon. It's a bit more impressive, isn't it?
Isn't it? But you got the best job.
When we first came here 3 months ago, I mean, it wasn't a bomb site, was it? But it wasn't far off.
Guy and Val's handmade Polomite rock is blending in perfectly, as are his hand-picked plants. And the magnificent glasshouses he helped clean are showing off the spoils of Victorian exploration.
Well, it's right, isn't it? It's still spectacular, isn't it? I'm not a flower man, but it's still impressive.
The green spaces in our towns and cities were one of the Victorians' greatest gifts to the future. Now, thanks to Guy and the team here, Birmingham's gardens have been preserved for many generations to come.